Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to day 3 of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Now let's just talk about yesterday because it was a frustrating day yesterday. It was cold, it was wet and unfortunately it was a day when no cricket was played. So Somerset will start the day on 28-4-2. Trailing by 228 runs. That's after Nottinghamshire put 256 runs on the board. Now, let's just remind you of how everything unfolded on day 1, and we'll do that with the highlights.
From Ben Duckett for 4, as Gregory comes in, and Hamid this time does get it through the offside for 4. He's been waiting and waiting for that one. He's had quite a start to his career, and Hamid with a lovely shot, straight drive down the ground just to the onside of straight and off nets.
Siddles in and bowls, and Duckett gets a bottom edge that could so easily have gone back onto his off stump. His bald head, and there's a reverse sweep, and away she goes for 4
second
runs.
ball.
He middled that, in fact he nailed it.
Jacob Lund's been in touch. Yeah. 50
to Ben Duckett. Reach again to Duckett. He's there. He bowls and Duckett sweeps. It's a slog sweep and it's gone away for 4 more.
Right, here's Davey in again and bowls and cut away for 4 by Hamid.
Away matches. This is Hamid laying back and finding the gap through the offside. Nice shot. Leach then to the right-handed Hamid. Hamid cuts and he's found that gap again. That'll be 4 runs. Again, too short from Jack Leach.
Overton to Duckett, who's on 75. Is it on the pad and given?
Yes!
Ben Duckett stands there. He usually has a little bit of a look and just a check, just lines up his stumps and sees where he was, but he's given without bigging up the... Well, it's a boundary here for Hamid, and that'll take him to 50. It certainly wasn't meant to go there. Sliced high over the slip cordon and away, and Hamid gets his first half century of 2023. It's been a very patient innings. Draws as Hamid goes to pull this away, and I think he's nicked it through to the keeper and has to go, and Lewis Gregory's got his man. Hamid is out for 65. It was a bit of a loose shot. Gregory bowled nicely in this session, bowls to Slater, it's gone straight up in the air and it's going to be a wicket, and it is. It's nicely caught at mid-wicket, and the Somerset skipper topples over backwards, and Lewis Gregory's got 2 in 2 overs here. Last week he'll be looking to get it back a ball. Oh, he's bowled first ball! 2 in 2, what a delivery there from Lewis Gregory, who's transformed this contest in the blink of an eye, and Lyndon James has lost his off peg.
Especially here at Trent Bridge, edged and caught, oh, just caught by Cameron Bancroft at second slip. Siddle bowls, oh, it's hit on the pad and gone, and that's the 6th Nottinghamshire wicket going down with a score on 186.
Big things predicted for James Root down the leg side, this one, and that's clipped away by Tom Moores. He'd bowl a couple of balls as well at the end of the match. He's worked this quickly away on the leg side for 4. He's given that
6.
A meaty wallop. Has it gone all the way? It has indeed. Liam Patterson-White. Oh, he's stuck on the pad here, and that's going to be out. Kept a little low, walked across his stumps a little bit trying to work it to leg a fancy, but it kept low, thudded into the pad. Pulled back a wicket or 2. Pulled away by Moores, who's already at 1-6. He's got under that, and that's his second 6. Comes in round the wicket to Moores, hits him on the pad, he's got his 5 foot. Lewis Gregory does get his 5 foot, and Tom Moores goes, he's got his man. We almost talked him into a 5th wicket there. Oh, I saw a photo that's been nicked, and Broad gets a second ball duck, and now Lewis Gregory has 6, and that is maximum bowling bonus points. Broad in and out, quick as a flash. I don't think we need to worry about that too much. Next one is carved away in the air, out to deep backward point, should be taken, and it is, and it's a 7th wicket for Lewis Gregory, and Dane Patterson has gone for 15, caught on the deep point boundary. 256 all out. Patterson's fun ends with a very fine catch in the deep, but it's Gregory who is going to lead them off. 7 for 84, not 256 all out. Bowls, and that's hit him on the pad, and they're asking a given. Sean Dixon's gone for naught, wandering across his sticks, trying to heave it towards mid-wicket. 19 for 1, Hutton bowls and claiming, and it got him.
So that was the action from day one there. Now, it was a day where obviously Somerset won the toss and they chose to bowl. So that meant that Hasib Hamid and Ben Duckett opened for Nottinghamshire. And if we just look at that partnership in particular, because it was a 125-run partnership, Hamid there, it kind of took him a while to get off the square, but 42 runs for Hamid in that partnership. But it was really Ben Duckett that kind of was on the front foot and took it to the Somerset bowlers. 75 for Ben Duckett before he fell LBW, and he spoke to the Trent Bridge media team at the end of day one. So let's just have a listen in and hear what he thought of the action from day one.
Ben, a pretty one-sided first session of the day, and then it seemed to burst into action. What's your assessment of it?
Yeah, obviously me and Hass tried to put him under a bit of pressure in that first session. There was plenty in it. I think we saw that throughout the day, and even tonight I feel like we could have had a few more wickets. So yeah, the main thing for me, really, I kind of assessed that pitch and realised it was going to do a bit and trying to score as quick as I could and find ways to kind of, put the pressure back on the bowlers. It's just a shame one of us didn't go on and get a really big score, but yeah, I think all day there was a ball in that wicket, so yeah, fingers crossed tomorrow will be the same.
How do you balance it when you get here and it is sort of very typical April conditions, overheads, the grass is a bit green? Is the idea just to go a bit harder and try and put as much pressure on the bowlers as you can?
Yeah, I think everyone goes about it differently. Obviously, Hass kind of stuck to his guns, backed his defence, and I went the other way and went a bit harder. I think day one, I always rock up here expecting to bat. You know, I know sides are going to put us in, so kind of all morning I'm preparing to kind of be batting. And I think generally they bowled a tad too short in that first session, and for me it was about trying to capitalise on that.
And then when the spinner comes on, I suppose that's the chance for you to try and capitalise as much as you can. A lot's been made in the winter about how strong you are against that, and again we saw today you trying to take the positive option. Yeah,
well, my good friend Leachy, it's just when he first came on, I thought, well, no, I did reverse even second ball, but I was thinking, how am I going to go about this? And straight away I thought, I'm facing a left arm spinner and it's not turning and it's nipping around at the other end, so yeah, I'm actually gutted I didn't go a little bit harder and try and hit him for a few more sixes. But I knew kind of I've faced him enough this winter. I kind of knew where he was going to land the ball and stuff. And yeah, we had a bit of a good fun out there. And yeah, I think I had him today.
And what was your assessment of that second session, I suppose, when Somerset did come back into things, the wickets started to fall? Is that a case of good bowling and good battling from their perspective?
Yeah, I think they were always going to have a few words at lunch and try and bowl better than they did in that first session. I feel like 250 we're probably over par there being stuck in. Without being negative, there was always going to be a period where they were probably going to get on top of us and take wickets. And really important lower order runs there from the tail to kind of get us that first point. And actually having a bowl tonight, getting a couple, you stick two on that tomorrow morning and we're in a great position.
Yeah, as you say, with 250 sort of being above par in your opinion, how important is it that you got those wickets both for the momentum and so that you can come back tomorrow with your tails up?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice kind of getting the openers out and try and get into that middle order as early as we can tomorrow. I think the benefit as well of the big boys up top, them getting two spells with the new ball is always nice. We can get Broady and Ledge coming back at them again tomorrow morning, whilst that ball's nice and hard. So, I believe we could kind of have a session in the morning where we take 8 wickets if we bowl well enough. We've got to go and do that. But yeah, I feel like it's that kind of pitch where you can kind of take 5, 6, 7 wickets in a session.
And obviously Brett with the wickets, but it's good to see Stuart coming in on his home ground as well, with his danger that he poses, I suppose. Yeah,
obviously really nice having Broady. Regardless of what he's doing, the batters are facing one of the best bowlers ever, so it's always nice having him. Fingers crossed he can get on a bit of a rhythm tomorrow and have one of his crazy spells.
So they were the thoughts of Ben Duckett at the end of day one. Now, the Nottinghamshire bowlers have been out already just warming up. Dane Patterson, Brett Hutton and Stuart Broad have been out there. And it is Brett Hutton that have taken the 2 wickets so far. If we just look at the Notts bowling scorecard, 15 overs for the boys in day one. Dane Patterson, 4 overs from him. 6 overs from Brett Hutton. Like I say, 2 wickets for Brett. And Stuart Broad, 5 overs and 3 maidens in those 5. So the Notts boys are currently out on the edge of the field. The Somerset batters are out there as well. We're just waiting for the umpires, but I am pleased to say play will get underway at 11 o'clock. Just to let you know, there are 104 overs today. That is a minimum of 104 overs. Your umpires are Michael Burns and David Milnes. And the commentary team is Dave Bracegirdle, Anthony Gibson, and they are joined by Phoebe Graham today. So it's over to them.
See the umpires step on the
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge. It's fine, it's dry in the East Midlands this morning. That's the good news after a really horrendous day yesterday weather-wise. We were eventually put out of our misery just about 4:20 when they decided they wouldn't get any play in. I think Anthony and I had pretty much written the day off from much earlier than that, but we are going to get play on time today. It's a pretty decent forecast, should get a good day's cricket in, and there will be the opportunity hopefully to make up some time lost yesterday. 104 overs are scheduled for the day. So a very warm welcome to you all. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. A little later on we'll be hearing, hopefully we'll have 1 or 2 guests maybe pop in, but joining us for days 3 and 4, the Lancs and Manx, the Lancashire and Manchester Originals all-rounder Phoebe Graham will be with us, and a very welcome addition to the commentary team today, because it means Anthony and myself can learn from the pros. We can learn from the experts. We've got our get out today. Anthony, a very good morning. Sat to my right, as he has been for the last couple of days, Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. Good morning. How are you, fella?
I'm fine, thank you, Dave. It's we on?
Yeah, well, we are. We're going out to Borneo, Indonesia, and Alaska right now.
Yeah, looking forward to a full day's cricket, and I think the first hour is going to be very, very important. We can expect to see some seam movement. We've got Stuart Broad operating from the pavilion end, one of the I heard Ben Duckett describe him as one of the best bowlers of all time, and I don't think that's too much of an exaggeration given his quite remarkable record. But he's going to be opening up from the Radcliffe Road end, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, it is. I think he just came back, didn't he, just to start a second spell here, just as they went off. His first spell, the start of this Somerset innings, was from the other end. You and I watching the highlights of day 1 just to refresh ourselves what happened, and I got 10 of the 12 wickets because I was commentating from this end. So by all means, you have the choice. Which end do you want today, fella?
I'll do the Radcliffe Road end.
Okay.
If Lewis Gregory took all 7 of his wickets from this end, and I think that hasn't passed unnoticed in the Nottinghamshire camp. So we got 3 slips. Stuart Broad is bowling to the Australian Cameron Bancroft outside the off stump, and Bancroft plays a defensive shot. I wonder if we'll see Broad bowling to Bancroft in the Ashes this summer. Not
I think Broad will play.
Possibility. Yeah.
I think Broad will play.
Well, yeah, but whether Bancroft will or not is another matter.
If you're just listening to us, the audio via the BBC Sport website and app, just to mark your card, you can watch pictures. The live stream is up and running. As ever, Kirsty and Aaron manning that. Thanks to Aaron for setting the day up as well with his preview. But there is a live stream available, trentbridge.co.uk/live.
Broad to Bancroft, full of length. A bit of inside edge saved Bancroft there. That, a little bit of late swing, I think, from Stuart Broad. We're not in the ideal position to make that sort of call. We're at long on with the bowling from the Radcliffe Road end to a right-handed batsman. But Stuart Broad has stopped himself in mid-appeal. Here he comes again. In bowls, that's too wide outside the off stump. No need for Cameron Bancroft to have anything to do with that.
We're into the 11 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham, so I'll have to do a quick update in just a second for the local radio listeners, perhaps try and entice one or two to come down to the cricket. I'm sure many will have been hanging on just to see if they started on time today. Interesting from Bristol, the news this morning, the match there between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire abandoned without a ball bowled. There won't be a day 3 or day 4 down there.
Broad to Bancroft, and it comes off a thick edge down to long leg. He pick up a run, but
here is that radio update then for Radio Nottingham. Well, I'm pleased to say after the washout of yesterday, we're underway on time this morning. Somerset resuming their first innings. They were on 28 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's 256. Should be a long old day, 104 overs and a decent forecast. So if you're in the area, come on down. We've had a single scored this morning, taking Somerset to 29 for 2.
Stuart Broad then to Tom Abel. Abel's first delivery of the day. He's in bowls full of length, long way outside the off stump. Looking a little bit rusty, Stuart Broad. It looks as if he needs a few more overs under his belt, which is hardly surprising.
Yeah, first game since the New Zealand tests in February. Yeah. In fact, I think we can probably learn more about that a little later on. I think Phoebe was there watching them. It's a good life, and just pop down to New Zealand to watch a bit of cricket.
Broad striding in. He's there, bowls. Oh, my goodness me, that's right through Tom Abel. Oh, he's pitching the ball up just like Lewis Gregory did on the day before yesterday on Thursday. And I talked to Lewis Gregory at close of play on Thursday, and he said there's no future in trying to bang the ball into the pitch, bowling short. You've got to keep it up to the bat, and that's exactly what Stuart Broad did there, and very nearly got his reward.
And this fella's a leading exponent at doing exactly that. Dane Patterson, the South African international, is going to share the opening honours this morning. He'll be bowling from the pavilion end. If you'd like to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you. We're all on the old Twittery thing. Anthony's at Ant Gibb. I'm at Brace Cricket, and Phoebe. You can almost put her Twitter handle as a rhyming jingle. At PhoebeG23. I mean, that's a memorable one, isn't it? At PhoebeG23. I think I'd have that as a little bit of a ringtone. This is wide of the off stump. Patterson starting a new over, bowling to Bancroft. But we'd love to hear from you, and a lot of people have taken the trouble to get in touch this morning. Grand National Day, 1 or 2 people sending through their tips. Something you follow, Anthony? Would you normally, really, if you were at home, would you put a shilling on? No, they're mostly just brown with a leg in each corner, aren't they? I don't know how people sort of tell the difference, but sort of back the jockey in form, and that's got to be Rachel Blackmore. Very little I know, as this is steered up to Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, at mid-off, and there's no run. So if you've got any tips, any hot tips for the Grand National, we'd love to hear from you. We did have Neil Tomlinson get in touch and said, the big dog, Dave. I wondered if he was just referring to me, but no, there is a horse running called the Big Dog. He says that's the one to be on for today's Grand National. Also, if you're wandering out a little later on with 4 or 5 extra long woolly pulleys and you're going to play a bit of cricket, let us know. As Patterson bowls, this is wide of the off stump and it goes through to Moores. Not sure any leagues have started yet, but weather permitting, there might be a bit of club cricket about. Foxy says, Dave, bad luck is going to stop play about 6 o'clock tonight, so you'll be able to put the microphone away and nip over Trent Bridge to get to Meadow Lane. Yeah, I pointed out that Notts County are playing today at 5:30 against Woking, and if we get a prompt finish, try and slip over the bridge. Welbeck Cricket Club, our game is off today, Dave, but we should have started. This has gone through to the wicket keeper, Tom Morse. So if you want to get in touch with absolutely whatever you want, we'd love to hear from you at Ant Gibb, at PhoebeG23 or at Brace Cricket, and we'll be happy to give you a shout out. 29 for 2.
It's a bowling day, really, isn't it, at the moment?
It's cloudy, isn't it?
It's quite low cloud as well. You expect the ball to swing a bit.
It's a sort of skyline where yesterday we said, oh, the next shower's not far away, but we are promised it's going to be okay today, as Patterson bowls again to Cameron Bancroft. And this is steered to backward point. Apart from Phoebe being here, we do have another welcome addition on the ground today, Anthony, which is above the pavilion.
The Somerset flag.
I wonder if it was being held hostage or put out to ransom, because we've not seen it all match, but it's appeared this morning.
It is very splendid. It is too. It's the biggest flag on the circuit, the Somerset flag, made by Polly Rhodes during the winter. The Somerset score. Nice
purpley colour with the wyvern in the middle as Patterson bowls, strikes him on the pad, asking here Bancroft just the mere semblance of a lean forward, of a lunge forward, but he didn't get that far down the track. So we always say very difficult from our lofty perch up here high on the Radcliffe Road stand just to sort of adjudicate if it was going over the top or not, but I fancy that was a pretty decent. Looking on the replay, it was a decent enough shout, but Patterson didn't prolong his appeal. He only sort of half went through it. End of the over, 29 for 2.
I'm not going to let that pass. I know you tried just to slip the wyvern in. It's a dragon. But
it's not me that you're having your running battles with.
But you can see it as it's standing out from its flagpole now. It's enormous.
It looks magnificent. Yeah, it looks magnificent. It really, really does.
Broad then to bowl the third over of the morning. He's bowling to Somerset skipper Tom Abel. He's there and bowls, and Abel turns this sweetly away through the onside, but it's going to be cut off by Dane Patterson. It's deep backward square leg, and it's just a single, but Abel is underway, 30 for 2.
It's almost the size of that county pennant as you go into the pavilion at the far end that Notts got for winning the 2010 county championship so convincingly. Who came runners up that year?
Don't remind me. Do not remind me.
It's that sort of size.
Actually, I don't blame Nottinghamshire. It was Lancashire who capitulated so pathetically. Broad is in and bowls, and inside edge onto pad. It's still a sore point that 30 for 2 Somerset when Notts picked up the bonus point that they needed, the one bowling point, to draw level on points with Somerset and win the championship by virtue of
most wins.
And the third wicket was that of Chanderpaul, who looked as if he was giving slip catching practice. Is Broad in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Bancroft.
By that stage, Somerset were on their way down to Lords for a one-day cup final. I think you'd arranged for your match at Durham to start early, hadn't you, on days 1, 2 and 3, so you could sort of finish at tea time on day 4. And
we didn't manage to beat Durham.
No.
We came down to Lords and got beaten by Warwickshire. It was not a great couple of days, though.
Yeah, I didn't like to mention it, of course, not winning the championship.
Here's Broad in to bowl at Bancroft, who plays no shot to a ball that cuts back sharply from outside his off stump, and Broad with his Broad often has his hands on his head in disbelief that he hasn't picked up a wicket.
Trevor, you've gone early, my old son. He's sent a photo in. I'm in the local. I've got the live stream on the phone. Never too early, boss, he says. Send a picture of a glass of nice, refreshing liquid there. We shared a fruit juice together last night, didn't we, at the close of play, which was very nice.
Here's Broad to Bancroft, full of length. It was a half volley, really, and Bancroft didn't go too hard at it, just hit it firmly back to Stuart Broad, who's in his white headband. We
missed out, actually, because we had to copper up between us to pay for our glass of fruit juice, and then the Nottinghamshire Director of Cricket came in and put a bit of a shilling or two behind the bar because one of the long-serving staff left last night, so we missed out on the.
Here's Broad. Oh, goodness me! Again, late swing on a full length, and Bancroft groping for that outside the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Moores, who took it well down.
Yeah, we missed out on the Mr. Neil Tabb.
We did.
Not for the first time.
Still. It was a good way to round off what had not been a very good day. Sitting around
I think
watching the rain come down.
Probably a a mug of hot chocolate would have gone down better, but it was okay. Colin Smith, I presume, Colin, you're a Somerset supporter. I'm just looking for a dull 60 for non-morning session, so I certainly don't think a Nottinghamshire supporter would be sharing those views, Colin, but lovely to have you with us. Hope you enjoy your weekend, whatever you're up to. Dane Patterson continuing from the pavilion end and bowls to Somerset skipper Tom Abel, who's on 4, pushes this back to the bowler. A quiet start. Was it 28 for 2 overnight? Or 28 for 2 actually when they went off on the first day. It's now 30 for 2. So we're into the 4th over of the morning, just 2 singles. There are 3 slips there: Joe Clark, Ben Duckett and Brett Hutton. Seba Mead at backward point, Liam Patterson-White in the covers and Mulaney at mid-off. There, the 6 on the offside, and that's a little bit of a loosey shot from Tom Abel. See what he was trying to do, just trying to force it through the covers there. There's lots of open space out there, but did have a little bit of a waft at that one, was following the ball as it was leaving him.
Tom Abel, of course, didn't play in the game against Warwickshire down at Taunton last week, recovering from his side strain that kept him out of the England 50 over and 20 over squads.
In comes Patterson. It's bowled again to Abel, and I think he's genuinely beaten here. Again, it just nipped away a little bit. Always got to be wary of facing Dane Patterson. If he does get 2 or 3 just to go away, because he's got a very good one that jags back. I didn't give you the leg side field, which is Lyndon James down to our left. At long leg, almost down by Keaton's corner there. He can help himself to a cup of tea or coffee from the tea bar down there. Ben Slater's at mid-wicket, and Stuart Broad, optimistically wearing a white floppy sun hat as he usually does, is at mid-on. As Patterson bowls to Abel, he'll get a run here, working it square to Slater. Gets quickly to it and fields. Slater hampered a little bit by the obvious presence of those shin pads for when he needs to go into short leg. It's not entirely easy to be able to scamper after the ball, is it, with those? I think they're fairly lightweight now, aren't they? But it's still a little bit cumbersome to do the fielding with those pads on. Single taken, 31 for 2.
It's obviously doing a bit out there at the moment, judging by the fielders' reactions.
Patterson usually gets it to go, and this time to Bancroft, gets on the front foot and steers it into the covers to LPW. Liam Patterson-White. Crucible fortnight started. The old snooker is underway.
But Nottingham is full of ice hockey fans this weekend.
Yep. The local arena, the Motorpoint Arena. It's the now, I really do know nothing about this. I don't know a lot about anything, but I know nothing at all about ice hockey. I just know it's the playoffs this weekend, and there's fans here from all over the country for the ice hockey playoffs. Next ball is deflected down to Lyndon James, just out of our line of vision, somewhere down below us. And a single is taken. I'm actually trying to peer over a microwave oven, which has magically appeared in the box next door over the winter. I think producer Kirsty, I think she likes to pop a pie in there when she's here on her own in the depths of winter.
Why not?
It's one of those little pie warmer microwave ovens. But Lyndon James somewhere fielded the ball the other side of the microwave oven. End of the over, 32 for 2.
It's going to be a testing first hour this for the Somerset batsman. Ball just seaming around a little bit. Some hints of swing as well. That
unseemly beep from my phone was producer Kirsty. Leave my microwave alone, she said.
So what have we got? 3 slips. With Joe Clark at first, Ben Duckett at second, Brett Hutton at third. We've got
a bit of leg theory, maybe.
Leg gully now. Hasib Hamid, and a forward short leg as well. And this is down the leg side. And slightly casual flick at that from Cameron Bancroft. You want to be careful playing that shot. I always think if you get a ball down the leg side from a seam bowler, you should play a positive shot at it, not just...
It's a tame way to get out if you just nick it, isn't it? Just sort of a tentative little prod at it down the leg side. Decent crowd in.
Yes.
suspect there's quite a lot at this end that we can't see.
Broad to Bancroft. Bancroft gets in behind that, plays it solidly out into the covers.
There's just one spectator. In fact, there's two, one at each end of the William Clark stand, which is probably as far away from the action as you can be. But you know, I always describe it the old fisherman's situation. You know, somebody who's just, you know, perhaps been working hard all week, had a tough old week. They just want to come along, sit away, miles from anybody else, just sit and get some fresh air and enjoy the cricket all on their own.
Broad bowls. Oh, and this is down the leg side.
Because there are some experts out there, aren't they? And you'll all have sat next to them or near them, or perhaps listening to them now. But the people that just go on and on all day, and you know, sometimes that's nice, and sometimes you just want to get away from it and sit on your own.
I think yes. He's a good 40 yards from the boundary rope.
Yeah. It's probably not the best view, but
that's the wettest corner of the ground.
I think there's a bar down there just at the back of that stand, so that's perhaps one reason to sit there. You're closest to the bar.
Stuart Broad to Bancroft. Bancroft gets a good ball, and they think about a single that might have been there, but not taking any unnecessary risks at this stage. The last thing Somerset can afford is a run out. 32 for 2, so just 4 runs added so far this morning.
The order, Anthony, we'll get Tom Kohler-Cadmore in next, no doubt.
Kohler-Cadmore,
because it's obviously Tom Abel into the top order for this game, having not played last week.
Yeah, George Bartlett making way for Tom Abel. So Kohler-Cadmore, then James Rue, then Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Jack Leach.
Some good players down that order.
And this is short and wide and cracked away through the offside by Bancroft for 4 runs. He moves on to 27-36.
First boundary of the third day, first boundary since late on Thursday evening.
Yeah, that's Bancroft's 4th boundary.
Colin's come back. Yes, Dave, certainly am a Somerset supporter. I'm relying on Somerset and Waterloo Rugby to deliver a weekend of sporting success for me, as Everton can never be relied upon. Very much enjoying your commentary with yourself and Anthony. Thank you very much, Colin. Appreciate that.
Broad to Bancroft. Bancroft gets a good one. He's mixing it up, Stuart Broad, with 1 or 2 loose deliveries and 1 or 2 absolute beauties that have gone past the outside edge of both batsmen, but they survive. 36 for 2 at the end of the 20th over, so they've added 8 in 5 overs this morning.
Yeah, half of them coming with that blow. You're dealing with an idiot, as you know. Waterloo Rugby, is that Waterloo in Belgium, Waterloo by the train station in London, or is there a Waterloo in Somerset?
It's not in Somerset. I think Waterloo's in Lancashire, isn't it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Colin's a gentleman of diverse taste, then, if he supports Somerset in his cricket, Everton in his footy, and Waterloo Rugby. Hey, what about the National and the snooker, Colin? Here's Dane Patterson. 30. I think he just clicked over to 33 in the winter. South African bowls to Tom Moores, and this is taken low down. Closing in, must keep an eye on that as well. Dane Patterson is closing in on his 500th first-class wicket. I think it's your correspondent sent an up-to-date list there. I think it's something like 494.
494.
494, Dane Patterson. So not beyond the realms of possibility that he might get 6 wickets in the course of today and tomorrow, over the course of 2 Somerset innings maybe. Let's see. Here he comes past the umpire and bowls down the leg side. I think there was the sound of bat on. Let's have a look. The umpire's... No, you're an idiot, Bracegirdle, because the umpire's tapping his knee. Michael Burns at the far end, former Somerset wicket-keeper. And the other umpire's David Milnes. Our scorers for this one, Roger Marshall doing the notching for Notts and Polly Rhodes for Somerset. Ian Smith works the big screens here. Good morning, Ian. And Paul Harrison looks after the players' welfare in the dressing room. He'll be listening as well. Good morning, everybody. As Patterson bowls to Bancroft, who again shoulders arms, and it goes through to Moores. Somerset batters, I'm sure most of them, it's a little chilly out there wearing the cable knit woolly pulleys, so you can't see any names and numbers. Nottinghamshire slip cord, I see Brett Hutton's ready for business. He's just short-sleeved this morning. Bear of a man. Got the 2 wickets that have gone down in this innings, and the second one of them was his 250th first-class wicket. Patterson in again, past umpire Burns now, then this must be close, and Given thuds into the front pad of Cameron Bancroft, and the Australian has to go. Given out for 27 LBW to Dane Patterson, and that's the 495th wicket of his first-class career. And first viewing, Anthony, I will say, now seeing a replay, it was there or thereabouts certainly. Patterson very, very confident, and his appeal was upheld. Somerset 37 for 3.
I thought for a moment that he might just have got his pad outside off stump as he moved towards the ball, but in fact it was hit in front.
Yeah, didn't look like that, did it?
I don't think there was too much doubt about that decision.
I told you should have stuck with the far end. 37 for 3 is Cola Cadmore.
For Bancroft, who was yet to play a decisive innings, or an important innings. Significant, that's the word I'm looking for. Significant innings for Somerset. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, we can expect to see some fairly positive batting from TKC, who has been very impressed with the England approach during the winter, and will look to assert himself over these Nottinghamshire bowlers. But this is a very important partnership for Somerset. We've got James Rew coming in next, who didn't look in great form against Warwickshire last week, and then the all-rounders Gregory and Overton, and then the bowlers.
Bowling bonus point for Nottinghamshire, of course, for getting their 3rd wicket. So the bonus point situation, 3 to Somerset, 2 now to Notts. They got 1 batting point. But Dane Patterson with the 1st wicket of this 3rd day. Just got to be a little careful, Somerset. They do need a couple of decent partnerships just to make sure they don't get left behind in this contest. As Patterson bowls, and it's a very positive approach from Kohler-Cadmore, who we've seen here, of course, in the colours of both Worcestershire and Yorkshire over the last few years, and his away first ball almost charging down the track to deflect it down to long leg. Dave Downing's been in touch. Morning, Dave. Is Stewart likely to be available for Notts when they visit Taunton in late June? I've yet to see him in person. I very, very much doubt it. Dave, the international summer will have started in June, and as Patterson is in, bowls to Abel, who defends. I think, as you say, Notts come to, we were looking yesterday, weren't they? Come to Taunton, something like the 25th to 28th of June or something, something of that ilk, and by then, well,
the Ashes will be underway.
I was going to say, you can never guarantee that a set player is going to be an A set selected 11, but I would very much doubt Stewart will be playing for Nottinghamshire around about that time, and he'll be very much involved, you'd imagine, with the Ashes, because you remember when England went down to Australia last time, and the horses for courses and all the rest of it, neither him nor Anderson were selected for the first game, were they? No. Bizarrely. I can't remember the outcome myself. 38 for 3 at the end of that
game as well.
Yes, Asiba Mead as well. It was the last time he played for England. He played 3 of the tests and an average 10, I think. One of the scapegoats hasn't been selected since. Here is Broad.
He's in to bowl to Kohler-Cadmore, who is positively forward, which seems an odd thing to say about a defensive shot, but it was quite a decisive, firm defensive shot out into the covers.
On Thursday evening, Broad bowled 4 overs, didn't he, in his first spell, and then he came back, he'd just bowled 1 from this end when he was relieved, and this is going to be his 4th over this morning, so maybe we can look out for a change after this one if they are just going to restrict him to 4 over bursts. Brett Hutton, of course, I'm sure he'll be itching to have a bowl.
3 slips and a forward short leg. Broad to Cola Cadmore, who gets turned round by that one, by some late movement from Stuart Broad, who's getting the ball just to swing into the right-handers. Bowling this good full length, not bowling at top speed, concentrating on line and length. And he's got that forward short leg for the one that he nips back. Takes the inside edge into the pad and lobs up into the onside. Broad into Cola Cadmore, puts in a good stride, and poor piece of wicket keeping there by Tom Moores. It did dip on him.
It scuttled along the ground, didn't it? It should have been stopped.
It should have. 4 byes is the result. 42 for 3. Somerset will take runs however they can get them. But their first target being 107 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. I guess with only 2 days remaining in the game, Notts would probably enforce the follow on. In the unlikely event that they get the chance.
Fairly pessimistic.
Well, you haven't seen Somerset as much as I have. This is a big partnership. Broad to Cola Cadmore, who goes for an extravagant shot outside the off stump. Don't think he was very close to that. That's the other side of what you might call the Bazball coin. It's fine to be aggressive, but you just need to choose which balls to go after and which to let alone. That one would have been better left alone.
There might be a very frustrated Stuart Broad if we're still playing around about 4:30 tomorrow afternoon, of course, because his beloved Forest are playing Manchester United, 4:30 kick-off tomorrow afternoon.
Broad to Cola Cadmore, who again goes for a flat-footed swing.
It's a little bit like your drive down the fairway.
No. Well, he didn't get his left leg across at all. He just put it down the line of leg stump and swung his bat at what he presumed was the line of the ball. Fortunately for him, didn't get a nick.
Yes, many times I've commentated here when Forest have been playing and Broady's been out on the field, and neither Luke Fletcher nor Samit Patel playing in this particular game. Samit doesn't play red ball, but when they've been on the field and Forest have been playing, big supporters of the club, they'd always be down here, down below us, shouting up to me, what's happening, what's going off? And if there's a roar, because you'll hear all the roars from behind us. What's going off? Who scored?
Last ball of the over. Broad in and bowls, and this time Cola Cadmore resists the temptation to go for a big drive outside the off stump. And it's 11:29, so I'll make way for Phoebe Graham to do her first stint of the day.
Thank you very much, Anthony. More from Anthony Gibson in the fullness of time. Somerset have taken their overnight score from 28 for 2 to 42 for 3. Tom Cola Cadmore looks as if he's here for a good time rather than a long time, with 1 or 2 expansive looking drives in that over, and not coming anywhere near the ball. Here's Dane Patterson to start a new over from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and it's defended, and yeah, we can say a very, very good morning. First time in this game, I think. First time commentating here at Trent Bridge to Phoebe Graham. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, very well, thank you. How are you doing?
All right, good to see you. There were 1 or 2 messages during the course of the week. I can make it, I can't make it, I'll be there, I won't be there, I've got to play cricket, I'm not coming, I am coming. But you're here, good to have you.
Absolutely, no, thank you for having me. We've unfortunately not managed to get out on grass yet during this pre-season due to the obscene weather in this country.
There's Dane Patterson into bowl to Abel, drives it up to Broad at mid-on. There's no run. You say we've not been able to get out. I sort of rather inelegantly referred to you earlier as Lancs and Manx, Lancashire and Manchester originals. Is that who you're with at the moment, or is there a club side in there as well, or who haven't you been able to get outside with?
So that's with Lancashire Thunder. So we've just been looking at what opportunities we can get grass cricket over the weekend. Managed to get a game for Sunday, but then again got cancelled because of the pitches at the moment.
There's Dane Patterson into Bowl driven handsomely through the offside by Tom Abel. There's runs here, and it'll almost certainly, it will indeed now, just crosses the rope. Liam Patterson-White in hot pursuit, but the ball had already reached its destination. 4 to Abel, takes him to 9. 46 for 3 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset. Anthony Gibson will be back in half an hour or so's time. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and Phoebe Graham's with us this morning. Well, for the rest of the game. Did say earlier, you perhaps heard me, I love your Twitter handle, PhoebeG23. Lovely lilt to it, isn't it?
Absolutely. Born on the 23rd of October, that's where that comes from.
Next ball is worked away equally expertly through mid-wicket for 4, and Tom Abel said, right, you've got rid of my mate, Cameron. I'm going to flail you to all parts, and Dane Patterson has leaked boundaries to consecutive deliveries. It's a nice looking shot to bring the 50 up.
Yeah, 2 lovely shots there from Abel, just able to push his hand through the ball, and Patterson is bowling that fuller length, which Gregory found successful on Thursday when the ball was much fuller, but the danger there is 2 half volleys in a row there for Abel to score consecutive boundaries.
Somerset captain up to 13. Patterson bowls edged, good catch, Ben Duckett, second slip, and Abel goes 4-4 out, and Patterson's got another one. It's 50 for 4. Really good diving catch from Duckett, low to his right, and Notts have got another important breakthrough.
That was fantastic from Patterson there, just really tempting Abel with the fuller deliveries, and that one slightly, ever so slightly shorter, just nibbled away from the bat. Abel played at it and caught in the slips. Fantastic delivery from Patterson there.
Good catch, wasn't it?
Excellent catch, diving to the right, and the trajectory of the ball remained super flat almost along the ground the whole way. Excellent catch.
So Somerset with a couple of wobbles on Thursday evening, losing the openers Dixon and Lammonby both to Brett Hutton, and now this morning Dane Patterson has made a couple of breakthroughs in the first 30-35 minutes or so here, getting rid of Bancroft for 27, now Tom Abel for 13. Cola Cadmore has had a couple of wafts without making contact, and joined by the promising young wicketkeeper batter James Roos on his way out to the middle. Anthony sort of marked my card at the start of the match when they're having a kick about. You'll be able to spot James Roos a mile off with his what should we say, his strawberry blonde hair. Is that the one? Ben Stokes coloured hair, but he's on his way out to the middle. We've got a big picture of a smiling James up on the board here. You've played here, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I played in the 100 a couple of years ago for Northern Superchargers. I think I just got 5 deliveries in the game.
From which end?
Do you know what?
You can't remember.
I can't remember.
No, I'm presuming. I know you've played at Lords, I know you've played at Edgbaston, I know you've played at Old Trafford, but you've played here and you can't remember which end you bowled from.
I was bowling at the Pavilion end.
Surely the highlight of your cricketing career. I think it was from the Pavilion. Was it part of a double header? Was there a men's game after or before? Was there a men's game on the same day?
So we were playing in the afternoon. We beat Trent Rockets, and then the men's game was in the evening. So no, it was a good day.
You stick around and watch it or
yeah,
get away?
We did.
You'll travel together, do you? And you?
We do, yeah. It's a really nice occasion actually, and brings a real good club mindset as well. Does the 100?
Here's Patterson. This one wide of the off stump, goes through to Moore's end of a successful over for Dane Patterson in the sense that he got a wicket, but he leaked a couple of boundaries there. 50 for 4, and Patterson now 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 20. Yeah, you get the feeling that the women support the men support the women, and whichever franchise it is, you're all in it together.
Absolutely. Well, I think the nature of the 100 now with the back-to-back headers creates that, and it's a really nice cricket club feel, which we haven't seen within the men's and women's game for a number of years. So it's great to see it come together, and there's genuine interest on both sides of the camp as how well the teams are going. So yeah, it's been an awesome competition to be part of.
I know you snapped up for this year, for the 2023 version, or are you surveying your options as Broad comes in and bowls a delivery which is driven away nicely by Cola Cadmore. He looked in the previous over to play that shot a couple of times. This time he makes a really good connection and gets a boundary away to get it 5. 54 for 4.
Lovely shot there from Tom Cola Cadmore. He's just been able to put his hands through the ball, but I do think the fuller option is significantly better and more opportunistic for both Broad and Patterson at the moment. So despite bowling
risk and
fuller,
reward,
I
risk
think
and reward,
the
yeah.
reward will be there. So I don't mind this from Broad. The past few deliveries have been that pretty length that don't cause the batters challenge.
Here is Broad. And again, all this one's down the leg side, and Cola Cadmore again just had a little bit of a flick at it. There's 2 out there. Patterson at long leg, and Asiba Mead, well, he's almost sitting in the Smith Cooper stand. He's at deep backward square right on the fence.
Yeah, I think they know that TKC will be drawn into the short ball. He's made more of a name of himself over the winter, playing his franchise cricket round the world, and was one of the first draft picks again in the 100, and he'll be at Trent Rockets this year.
54 for 4. I think he did get a century in the T10 as well, the first to do that, as he goes to pull this away, and that's why Notts put Asiba Mead out there for a single. Might have dreamt that.
Yeah, that's right.
There's so much cricket going on, isn't there? It's sometimes difficult just to follow a career pattern. I mean, I took the liberty of looking all the various counties you'd played for. You played for Notts, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I went on loan from Yorkshire as a 16-year-old kid, and I think I played 2 or 3 games for Notts.
You've played at the magnificent Elm Avenue at Newark-on-Trent, the kingdom of Newark-on-Trent. Doesn't get much better than that. Bet you don't remember that. 55 for 4.
Vaguely, I think my first game for Notts, I didn't bowl and I got a golden duck, so it does stick out in my mind a little bit.
We'll gloss over that as Broad round the wicket to the left-handed Rue, who leaves this alone. I presume there's a framed Nottinghamshire shirt up on the wall somewhere in Graham Towers.
I think I might still have it, to be fair.
And just to bring the Somerset supporters into the conversation, not that I'm going to mention Somerset, you've played for Devon as well, haven't you, down there?
Yes, that's right. So I was down at Exeter Uni. So at the same time that Tom Abel was there, actually, he was part of the men's first team when I was playing for the women's first team. And whilst I was down there for the 3 years, played for Devon.
Yes. Broad, again wide of the off-stump Rue, having nothing to do with it. So how does, you're dealing with an idiot, you've got to remember this. How does that come about? Devon women's team manager sees you playing for Exeter Uni, or the word gets around that, well, Phoebe's played county cricket, she's at Exeter Uni, she's now available, or how does it happen?
I think the landscape of women's cricket was very different back then, and cricket followed where your career was or where your university was.
Broad to Rue, wide of the off stump. 4 wickets have gone down, none to Broad yet. The end of that over is 10th. 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 16. He's had 5 this morning, might have another, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if Brett Hutton replaces him the next time the bowling's from this end. Talking to Phoebe Graham at the moment, the Lancs and Manx all-rounder.
Yeah, so with cricket back in the day, it was just how cricket facilitated career or studies. So that's why I often get the mick taken out of me for playing for a number of counties. But it just followed wherever my studies were or career was, and it was only when I was 28, 29 that the career of cricket became a possibility.
Patterson bowls and Cola Cadmore leaves his crease, and always ask this question when we are joined by some of our leading women professionals and players. Perhaps we shouldn't ask it because it's old hat, but I will anyway, having fallen into that rabbit hole. Where did the initial interest from cricket come? Family members or watching on TV, or how did it come about? Just bring you back after this second because Patterson's already roaring in. Cola Cadmore again comes towards him and thudded into his pads, runs behind the stumps to Moores.
Yeah, Cola Cadmore's really attacking the defensive shot to not allow any ball movement at the moment, but it does make him look a little bit vulnerable at the crease at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't, as I say, it looks as if he's here for a good time rather than a long time.
Bazball suits Tom Cola Cadmore, but April, wickets nibbling around a bit. I think he has to change his tack slightly.
Yeah, the dressing room won't
stay
be
around
too amused if he falls. They're 55 for 4 at the moment, one more and won't look particularly well. Withdraws the bat inside the line. Yeah, so from a cricket playing family?
Yeah, so my dad, Peter Graham, played minor county cricket for Northumberland and played in the Bradford League. I think he took over 1,000 wickets in the Bradford League, so played for Pudsey St Lawrence was his main club, captain at Yeadon, Bradford and Bingley, and then finished his career in the Airwolf. So me and my sisters were very much brought up on the side of a cricket pitch, so that's how I got into and found the love of the sport, really.
Dane Patterson bowls to Cola Cadmore again. He's happy to leave his crease, get into the pitch of it, nudges it out as far as Liam Patterson-White. A couple of people have been in touch. Charlie says, morning Dave and the team, great to hear you and Anthony and Phoebe. Hoping to be back tomorrow for what's my favourite county match. In a bit of a quandary at the moment, hoping for not success today, but I love watching Tom Abel bat, and what a lovely guy too when I've met him. Charlie, that came in just a few minutes ago before obviously Tom was dismissed. I think I saw you with a photo, or with Tom, who kindly posed for a photo with you yesterday, so very nice of Tom to do that, and thanks for getting in touch. Next ball worked to backward point, fielded by another former Lancashire man, Hasiba Mead. Andy Easham's been in touch, another of our regulars. Good morning, he says, the Waterloo, as it were, is the Premier Crown Green Bowls tournament held for many years at its long-time home in Blackpool. Yeah, that's right. Its current home is just along the coast in Fleetwood. The BBC used to televise it back in the day. Come on, you pies, he says. Come on, you pies. That's the Magpies, Notts County, Phoebe. I'm sure you're abreast of everything that's happening at Meadow Lane behind us in the National League. And Cola Cadmore again charging down the track and is nowhere near it as it goes through to Moores. 55 for 4.
That's an excellent maiden over from Patterson. He's found the business area and he's making Tom Cola Cadmore look silly at the crease at the moment. Cola Cadmore's taking an interesting approach of approaching and attacking the defensive shot, and anything outside the outside line of the off stump, he's throwing his hands through. So it looks a threat, looks like it could be a wicket the next couple of overs, and I think Broad needs to really tighten his line here as well.
James Rue's gone down to have a chat with him. The experienced man, of course, Cola Cadmore. I just wonder what he's passing on as a tip, because do as I say, not as I do might enter into the conversation.
Well, he didn't play a lot of county championship cricket last year. He only played 6 matches for Yorkshire, and he had the concussion injury as well. It's Broad then round the wicket. There are 4 slips there. This is nicely defended by Rue. And you don't have that grafting mindset in T20 cricket where you've got to absorb the pressure, stick around and put a shift in for your team, essentially, particularly at this point for Somerset, 55 for 4. So yeah, the young Rue may need to just have a few words with him to help him establish some runs here. There's Broad. This goes through to the wicket keeper. Anthony's pop next door. Or to ask him if they've got a nickname for James Rue, but if it's not Kanga, they're missing out on a trick, aren't they? It's got to be Kangaroo, surely. 55 for 4. Colin Smith, who's got in touch a couple of times this morning, has come back to us. Typically, I've lost you, Colin. Find you again after the next delivery if we can. Next ball on its way, wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Crikey, where's that gone?
flood of messages all came through at once. Yeah, Colin said this isn't a good start for Somerset. Looks like it's Waterloo or bust. Very good. See what you did there. The Grumpy Git, will Somerset get any batting bonus points, do you think? And of course they come in at 250 now. Looks a long way away from here. Good to hear from you, the Grumpy Git. Oh, come on, sort your Twitter handle out, Grumpy Git. Get a nice rhyming one like Phoebe G23 or something. This one's clipped away behind square. In fact, the Grumpy Git's come back again. You can't, in all honesty, call the 100 cricket, Dave. It's to cricket as Greg's is to healthy cuisine or Abu Dhabi is to football. Well, thanks for that, GG. Say you're on good form this morning. And lots of people just sending in messages. Thank you very much. Saying how much they're enjoying the commentary and having Phoebe with us. 56 for 4 is the score. The sun's come out. It's quite pleasant now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Where were you yesterday? Which part of the world were you in yesterday? Because you do go to different parts of the world, as I might touch on in a moment. There's Broad. Bowling wide of the off stump. Cola Cadmore beaten there by Broad as it goes through. Where were you yesterday? Says he prying.
I was just admiring that delivery from Broad, actually. Absolutely wonderful. Fourth line, tempted Cola Cadmore, and a delicate front foot defensive that's just missed the bat and the stumps. Excellent from Broad there. I think he's been a little bit wayward of the stump line, hasn't he?
Yeah.
These first 5 overs, but I think if he can tighten up here, Cola Cadmore will be his victim.
No offside protection. Jags this one back into the pads. Would have gone over the top. 56 for 4. Horrible weather yesterday. End of the over. Mentioned Broad in New Zealand. You were there for that, weren't you?
Yes, that's right. So
it's February?
February time, yeah. So I was playing out in the Super Smash out in Hamilton for the Northern Brave, and then finished my trip at Mount Maunganui and commentated on the day-night test.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Luke Fletcher played in the men's version of the New Zealand T20 a few years ago, and the sponsors were, don't think they still are, I mean, you tell me different, were Dane Patterson's down on the ground here. I'm not sure what this is about. We'll just keep abreast of this whilst I'm talking nonsense. Oh, he's got up. I think he's perhaps just getting grass out from his spikes. It's 56 for 4, but I think when he played, the sponsors were some pie company, and I think it was the Georgie Porgy Smash New Zealand T20 or some such thing, and competition sponsored by pie manufacturers.
They're huge out there with the pies as well.
Yeah, we all love a good pie. Patterson round the wicket. Everybody's ready now, and James Rue, who's just got a single to his name, mistimes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. At Brace Cricket, I thank Gearbat Phoebe G23 if you want to get in touch. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset is where you've found us, no doubt, but there are pictures available via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club live stream, trentbridge.co.uk/live, and you'll be able to get in there and watch the pictures. And if you're doing that, you'll see Dane Patterson bowling a delivery off the outside portion. I'm just looking down below us over the microwave oven to see if I can see a fielder down there, and it's some fielder, Calvin Harris. No, it's not. Now, who's that? We'll find out in a second who it is, but there's a sub-fielder down there, but he couldn't stop it anyway. It's gone away for 4. 60 for 4.
It's well bowled again by Patterson. He's finding his areas at the moment and looks exceptionally threatening. We talked about that 500 wicket mark. Could be on for him today.
Yeah, he's on to 496. Here he comes to bowl to James Rue. Gone through to the keeper. We've got to just waiting for the young man either to turn towards me so I can see his face to see if I can identify him, or turn away from me so I can see perhaps the name on his number. But we've had a beep. It's James Hayes. Thank you very much, producer Kirsty, who's on top of things. When you came in this morning, we said hello. I introduced you to producer Kirsty, and I told her she looks after me all day, didn't her? She will look almost like a personal PA. 60 for 4. I've only got to ask the question, and the answer pops up there. That's wonderful. Thank you, Kirsty. 60 for 4. We've got a camera crew of 3 out there today, bringing you the different pictures, the different angles. So a very good morning to Anu, Spence and Stan. I understand Stan is on debut. Stan is over by the Fox Road stand square on, so if we get a run out and we need to look at the lines, it'll be Stan's pictures we're looking at, as this one just above the knee roll, kept out by Roo. So thanks very much to the camera guys and gals up and down the country that are out there in all weathers. Sometimes they're whopping on the old sun lotion because it's warm and sunny. Sometimes it's the layers because it's a chilly old day, stood out there for hours on end. But thank you very much for bringing us the pictures, and thanks to everybody through the course of the season that says how much they enjoy the coverage.
The sun's popping out as well here at Trent Bridge, which is fabulous to see.
60 for 4 it is. It's lovely, isn't it? Patterson bowls whipped away nicely by Roo. There's protection in the form of a Seba Mead and all his bandaged up fingers doing the fielding. Got all his sticky tape as usual on his fingers. End of the over, and I think we're going to get a bowling change, and it is the return of Brett Hutton, who got both the wickets, both the openers on the first evening. Got rid of Sean Dixon, LBW, and Tom Lammonby caught behind. He's going to replace Stuart Broad, who I think he had 5 overs this morning, didn't he, Broad? Hutton, 6 overs, 2 for 14. He's going to replace him. Started on time at 11 o'clock. In case you need to be here, there or anywhere, lunch today is at 10 past 1, assuming we have no stoppages or anything. It's 104 overs, so there's slightly different playing times today. Lunch 10 past 1 rather than 1 o'clock. Restart at 10 to 2 all the way up until 4 o'clock, and then the last session 20 past 4 till 6:30 as Hutton starts a new over, which Roo just tidily clips away square of the wicket. That's a nice bit of timing. It's gone for 4. Really was a lovely connection, just worked it away. A couple of fielders trying to close in on it, but that was sweetly struck, and it's 65 for 4 and Roo on to 10. He's impressing.
That was a lovely shot, guided through the square leg region. 2 players chasing the ball. It looked like they thought both of them were going to go after it, because I'm sure a committed dive there would have stopped the 4. I'd have been a bit annoyed if I was Hutton there as a bowler.
Here is Brett, not the start he was looking for. He's in again, bowls on. Repeat, but this time there is protection out there. Didn't quite get it as square of the wicket as the previous one, and it's only a single. 66 for 4. Thanks also to Simon Trafford, the club photographer. Will be out there somewhere cleaning his lens, who also had quickly sent me a message to say it's James Hayes on the field, Davis 12th man. Thank you very much, Simon. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your snapping.
Snapping, is that?
Well, he's a photographer.
Oh, right.
You know, that's as technical as I'm going to get, Phoebe. Clicking, snapping.
There you go.
Don't call him the alligator for nothing. 66 for 4. As Hutton bowls. Lovely looking shot this from Cola Cadmore, back past Brett Hutton, straight down the ground. Lovely handsome drive for 4, and Somerset on to 70 for 4, and they've just sort of steadied the ship a little bit in the shape of James Roo at one end, and gone on the offensive with his batting partner here, Cola Cadmore. They're both into double figures now.
Lovely shot there from Tom Cola Cadmore. When he connects with the ball, it does look fantastic, doesn't it? Striking that straight past the bowler.
There's an LBW shot, and he's got him! Cola Cadmore goes, and Brett Hutton's got his 3rd wicket of the innings. Again, it's been an indifferent start to Brett Hutton's first over of the morning, but 4th delivery brings a 5th wicket for Notts. And Cola Cadmore, well, he didn't last for long really, did he? Half an hour at the crease, 20 balls he faced, 2 fours, but he's gone for 10. LBW to Brett Hutton. And Notts, I think they'll be very, very pleased, weren't they, inside the first hour to get 3 wickets. I think we're going to see a replay of it now. Pitch right up there, yeah, and you can see why umpire Mike Burns raised the finger. He couldn't see much of the stumps, could you, as the ball hit the pad?
No, that was definitely middle of middle. Excellent delivery there from Brett Hutton. And I think anything that tempted TKC today was going to provide opportunity for Notts. And it's an excellent start there from Hutton. Despite 4-1-4, got the wicket, got the candidate that he was looking for.
With all due respect to every Division 2 side, last year, if Notts had done this and got a side 70 for 5, there wasn't an awful lot left in the tank of a lot of the Division 2 sides that you'd think, oh, well, they could still get hurt here. But you look up at the board now, and Lewis Gregory coming to the crease. I mean, what a player he is. And there's still Craig Overton, Peter Siddle, Josh Davey and Jack Leach to come in. Not necessarily in that order, but certainly Lewis Gregory coming in at 7 is a very, very fine player, and Craig Overton to follow him. So Notts have got a bit of work to do, but it is 70 for 5. Again, many thanks for people getting in touch. Marcus Vine, I had a heavy night last night with some friends. Dave, Red Bull Cricket, the perfect hangover cure. Thanks for the commentary. Thanks to you, Marcus. Hope the hangover doesn't last too long. Should be like Anthony and myself. We just shared a fruit juice. Honestly. 70 for 5. Did actually. Here's Hutton to bowl to Lewis Gregory. Always an edge. He's going to get it off the mark. First ball with a 4. It'll look good in the scorebook. Didn't look so good in real life because it's a genuine edge. He's away for 4. Phoebe, I tell you what, if you just relinquish your headphones for a second, because in a moment I'm going to have to come out of the way, and if you come in where I am in a moment, we'll bring Anthony back in because he's got all his stats and his
absolutely, no problem.
More from Phoebe in just a second. Like I say, when I've done a Radio Nottingham update in a moment or two, Phoebe will slide in where I am, and she'll join the voice of cricket in the southwest, who's on his way back as this is defended. We'll find out if Anthony had a good view of that LBW decision in a moment, but Brett Hutton certainly did. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 27. His first game of the season. He didn't play last week at the Ageas Bowl, but a welcome return for Brett Hutton.
I didn't get a good view of it because I was coming up in the lift.
Out, Anthony.
I don't doubt it.
It wasn't hitting leg or
shot?
off.
Was it attacking shot?
No, it wasn't for once, really. It was pitched up right up in the crease, and he played around it a little bit.
Well, worrying times for Somerset. Still 33 runs short of saving the follow-on. The possibility of being asked to follow on, and Notts into the all-rounders.
Some decent all-rounders though, aren't there?
There are. Is this mine? Dane Patterson, who's been bowling unchanged this morning from the pavilion end. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed James Rue, who gets that go just outside his off stump, and got the slip cordon reinforced with a gully now.
You didn't see his departure, but I know you saw most of his innings, Cola Cadmore. It did look all a little bit frenetic, didn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the way he likes to play. And he got away with 1 or 2. But I thought he was just beginning to settle down and playing a little bit more sensibly. Patterson in and bowls to Rue, flies through to Tom Moores. But Somerset's recent imports haven't been having a great time of it thus far.
Milo has been in touch, loving your commentary, thanks everybody. I should probably be revising, but what's everybody's thoughts on how England will open for the Ashes, and is Patterson one of the best bowlers in county championship cricket? Don't know about England myself. I think they look fairly solid, but yes, he is.
Patterson in the bowls to Rue, who plays that defensively. I think they'll stick with Duckett and Crawley for the time being.
And you're absolutely right, because I interpreted that as open the bowling, because I was just thinking about Broad for a second. But I think they will go with Duckett and Crawley, even if they both get, pairs against Ireland in what's wrongly sort of seen as the warm-up game for the Ashes. I mean, it's a Test match in its own, but I think they'll still stick with those two.
Patterson then bowls, and this is driven by Rue without timing, and it's picked up by Stuart Broad.
And Milo finished with "Come on, you Pies." There'll be a lot of that today, Anthony. The Pies, of course, the Magpies, Notts County. Peter Cullen, I know it's early days. The new players don't seem to have improved Somerset's fragile batting at all. What does Anthony think?
Anthony would tend to agree. If you look at Sean Dixon, for example, 5-0-0. Not a great start to his Somerset career. Kohler Cadmore 34-15, and what did he get today? 10. This is played into mid-wickets. Again, some late movement there from Sean Dixon. You could hear the oohs and the ahs from the slip cordon.
The famous oohs and ahs. It should be
Dane Patterson.
It should be a musical group or band if it's not already, shouldn't it? The oohs, and here's the latest single from the oohs and the ahs.
We've got interesting configuration. Close catches, 3 slips, a 4th slip.
We're Nottinghamshire have had a very, very good opening hour here to this. What is the 3rd day? Of course, we didn't get any cricket yesterday. Somerset a 74 for 5. In fact, another one just edged through the slip cordon. A couple of wickets to Dane Patterson this morning, removing the Australian Cameron Bancroft, and the Somerset skipper Tom Abel and Brett Hutton has just returned to the attack and removed Tom Kohler Cadmore. Notts made 256. Somerset in reply 75 for 5.
And if they'd had a conventional 4th slip in there, that would have gone straight to him from that thick outside edge, almost a leading edge from James Rue, as he was turned round by late movement from Dane Patterson. He gets away with it. 75 for 5. Rue on 12, Gregory on 4. Dave makes way for Phoebe. Comes back in. Brett Hutton to continue from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to the left-handed James Rue. It's doing a bit, isn't it, Phoebe?
It is, yeah. We're sat at what is a sort of mid-off position at the moment, so we don't quite see the ball movement, but it looks difficult out there in terms of the movement off the seam, a little bit of swing as well.
Hutton bowls, that's full of length outside Rue's off stump, and he plays no shot at it. Been sitting down in the press box, more or less in line, and you can see it is doing quite a bit off the seam. It's nibbling about. It's a little bit of late swing as well. It's not easy out there for the Somerset batsman. No,
it's definitely a day for a batter to park your ego and put a real graft in, because those fuller deliveries where we've seen some lovely drives down the ground, if that length's drawn back a centimetre.
Hutton bowls, and Rue gets this into the onside.
We've seen how problematic it's been.
Yeah, I mean, the Tom Abel dismissal was the classic example of that. I mean, two lovely shots, and then goes for the same off drive, not quite at the pitch of the ball, gets an edge and taken in the slips. It's a day for seam bowling, and not seamers making the most of it at the moment as Rue covers up and plays it back to the bowler. Decent crowd in here. The sun's coming out, which is nice, which ought to make conditions a little bit easier for batting.
Yeah, you can see that Brett Hutton here's got 4 in the slip cordon now. So.
Yeah, got the 4th slip in now, rather than 3 slips in a gully. It's outside the off stump. No shot from James Rue.
They all look so closely stood together from where we're sat as well. You know that Hutton's not quite as quick as Patterson, so a little bit more nibbly, and it's not going to come on as quick. It was an excellent catch from Duckett in the slip cordon for Patterson. Diving to his right, he'd almost topple over the top of the player next to him at the moment.
Yeah, well, if he'd been there in the last over, he would have had a good chance of catching James Rue. Again, he's turned round by late movement from Brett Hutton. Late swing and seam movement. Hutton is just drifting the ball across the left-hander and getting the odd one to duck back in.
Even that front foot defensive from Rue didn't look pretty, but everything was in front of him in terms of his head position, foot alignment.
Oh, and that goes past the outside edge. Really good delivery from Brett Hutton. That one really took off. Went through chest height to Tom Moore. So maiden over from Brett Hutton, who has figures of 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 27. Dane Patterson, the other wicket taker, 2 for 28, possibly 26. And Stuart Broad being rather upstaged by his his fellow seamers at the moment, wicketless.
Yeah, he didn't really put it in the area, did Broad today?
No,
we saw
inconsistent, wasn't he?
Yeah, we saw him bowling probably 6th, 7th stump line, getting a lot of shape, looked very pretty, but that sort of pretty length that doesn't challenge the stumps, doesn't challenge the bat, and therefore no dismissals for Broad today.
There's Patterson in and bowls, and this is turned round the corner by Lewis Gregory. I've got some good stats on Lewis Gregory, which I'll bring to you, courtesy of my personal statistician, Steve Pittard, down there in Somerset, when Lewis Gregory is next on strike, because
Very
it's James
good.
Rue.
We'll look forward to that.
Yes, they are interesting as well.
So it was very different conditions last time we were commentating together, wasn't it?
It was stinking hot, actually, at Southport. There's Patterson round the wicket to Rue, drives nicely away through the covers, over pitch from Dane Patterson, and you could almost sense the relief in James Rue's mind as he saw that one just floated up, nice half volley length outside his off stump.
Absolutely, and it's a case of Rue just waiting for those deliveries today, because he will get a couple of them throughout the day. With the bowlers intentionally bowling that fuller length comes a couple of half volleys, a couple of 4 balls that he can get the hands through, but it's just a patience game today.
Here's Patterson in again, bowls to Rue, who lets that go through. James Rue in that game at Southport last July, I think it was, when it was so very hot, put together a very good partnership with Lewis Goldsworthy, if you remember. Goldsworthy went on to get his maiden century, but James Rue in, I think it was his first game for Somerset in county championship cricket, made a very important 70. And he also batted very well in the second innings when Somerset were up against it. As Patterson is in. Oh, James Rue goes for a big drive to a ball outside the off stump, falling right into the trap that Patterson had set for him. Just that one, just again 6 inches shorter than the one that Rue drove handsomely through the covers. Wasn't there for the shot, but drawn into it.
There's not a lot in it at the moment in terms of length, shape, movement, and the balls you can drive and the balls that you can't, and it's challenging out there. It's a good day to be a seamer, and getting the ball in the right area, the pitch is doing everything for you.
Absolutely. Patterson then smoothly in, he's there in bowls, and James Rue just drawn into a dab at that. I think he did dab at it.
He did really, he didn't need to. 6th, 7th stump line there, back of a length. But he's looked the most comfortable today of the Somerset batters.
Yep.
Establishing 16 not out off 32 deliveries. Played a very mature innings as the 19-year-old.
Yep, he's got a very good head on his shoulders as James Rue. Ooh, this is a leading edge back on the bounce, fortunately on the bounce to the bowler. That was a challenging over from Dane Patterson, which is survived by James Rue. Not much more than that. Rue on 15, 16 rather. Gregory on 5. It's 80 for 5. Somerset, they've lost the wickets this morning of Cameron Bancroft, who is LBW Patterson for 27. Tom Abel, well caught at second slip by Ben Duckett for 13. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore pinned LBW by Brett Hutton for 10. It's been Nottinghamshire's morning so far. Somerset still 27 runs short of saving, or avoiding the possibility rather, of being asked to follow on. Is Hutton to Gregory, and Gregory turns this into the onside. Won't get a run, and here are Steve Pittard's stats. And he highlights the 7 for 84 that Lewis Gregory took on Thursday, and it shows how much better he bowls when playing away. In his 52 away championship matches, he's taken 188 wickets at 22.7. In his 51 home championship matches, he's taken 116 wickets at 33.6. As Hutton bowls to him and he defends. And his batting is also better away from Taunton than at home. He averages 28.55 in away championship matches compared with 22.3 at home, which is interesting, isn't it?
You probably don't want it that way round, really, as a player.
Yes, it's odd, isn't it? It's very unusual.
Another home fixture. Gosh.
Both batting and bowling, he's happier away from home. He drives this, but not at full power, and it's hit straight to Stuart Broad at mid-off. Yes, he came to Somerset in 2010, Lewis Gregory, as more of a batsman than a bowler. In fact, he was almost brought in as a specialist batsman, and he's shown flashes of excellent performance with the bat, but it's really as a bowler that he's been most valuable to Somerset over the years. But that, of course, may change now because he's had this chronic back condition, which is affecting his ability to bowl. But he's always looked the part as a batsman. This is defensive shot. He made a very important 65 against Warwickshire in the first innings down at Taunton last week.
I've just put an extra slip in for Gregory as well, so there's 4 slips in the slip cordon. They've taken point out and just left cover and mid-off in the offside now.
Hutton to Gregory. Oh, he bowled! A dreadful shot by Lewis Gregory, going for a great heave over the leg side. Missed it, and his middle stump is lying flat on the ground. And Lewis Gregory, well, just as well I got those stats in when I did. That was a terrible shot. And 80 for 6 are Somerset, and in genuine danger now of being asked to follow on. Somebody for Somerset has got to show some solidity with the bat.
Excellent from Hutton there. The ball just tailed in and sent the middle stump cartwheeling. Poor shot from Gregory, though, who's looked to almost loft the ball over mid-on. Completely missed it. And the stump cartwheeling has made a fool of himself.
Yeah. Well, here's Craig Overton, who also batted well in the second innings against Warwickshire last week. Not out. 53 balls in a match-saving partnership, as it turned out, with Tom Lammonby, of course. Tom Lammonby. James Rue goes up and has a word with a big Devonian all-rounder. Did you come across the Overtons when you were down in Devon at Exeter University at all?
I think they were training down there and were playing in the age group stuff around that time, so cross paths with them a few times.
Yeah. This is not Somerset's last hope, because Josh Davey can bat, but they really do need a partnership. Somerset still 27 runs short of the follow-on target. And Craig Overton wasn't in great form with the bat last season. He waits now as Hutton is in and bowls. Oh, it takes him on the pad. That must be close, and he's gone. Oh dear. 80 for 7. Brett Hutton on a hat-trick. Craig Overton groping at a ball that ducked back into him from outside the off stump. It looked a very good shout from our vantage point, and the umpire in no doubt at all. So a bad morning for Somerset. It's getting worse.
Absolutely. Good delivery there from Hutton. Similar to the ball before. Pitches on fourth stump line. Could have been going down.
Well,
middle and leg, but hit very low on
umpire's
Overton's
call,
pad.
I think. Umpire's call. I think Overton might have reviewed it, but I suspect it would have clipped his
leg stump. Absolutely.
Dave Bracecoat agrees.
Hat-trick ball.
On a hat-trick. Well, I've commentated on 2 hat-tricks here at Trent Bridge, but both of them by Somerset bowlers. Tom Abel on the evening of the 3rd day in the match against between these two sides back in 2018, and then Craig Overton, who's just made his sorrowful way back to the pavilion on the following morning. All of 3 of Overton's victims being caught at second slip by Marcus Trescothick.
I think that's over bowled as well, so we'll have to wait an over now for that hat-trick ball from Hutton.
Well, Josh Davey is the new Somerset batter, and he's got a decent career average of just under 20 from memory. Oh, and Josh Davey needs 8 runs for 1,000 first-class runs for Somerset. So, I wonder if he knows that. Lyndon James is coming into the attack from the pavilion end as the sun comes out. Clouds are lifting. James bowling around the wicket. Right arm medium pace. He's there, bowls to Rue, who just nudges that down towards fine leg, and it's very well stopped down below us by Hasib Hamid, and they come back for 2 runs, 82 for 7. James Rue moves on to 18. Have you got some scores for us, Phoebe?
I do. So looking across the county championship at the moment, we've got Essex and Lancashire still start delayed at Chelmsford due to rain delay. Northants versus Middlesex. Northants are 147 for 7. Middlesex were 149 all out.
Just break off there as Lyndon James is in and bowls to Rue. Bowls a really good one that must have pitched middle and off. He had to play at it and beat the outside edge through to Tom Moores.
Surrey versus Hampshire. Hampshire were 254 all out, and Surrey are 204 for 6. Start delayed at Warwickshire versus Kent again because of the weather. And then in Division 2 we've had the Gloucestershire-Yorkshire match abandoned. Leicester versus Derby, there's going to be no play today.
Let's just pause there for a moment as James is in and bowls to Rue, who lifts it back out of the way of another good delivery from Lyndon James.
And then Durham versus Worcestershire. Durham were 425 for 9 declared, and Worcester are 149 for 3.
So Surrey going pretty well against Hampshire. The standout game really of this round of county championship matches. Both Surrey and Hampshire well fancied to be in the final shake-up for the championship. As James bowls to Rue, turns around and plays that into the onside, where it's picked up by Stephen Mullaney, who must be a very happy Nottinghamshire captain with the way things have gone this morning. Picked up 5 Somerset wickets for the at the cost of just 54 runs. 54 for 5 Somerset this morning. It's not been great, but conditions have been very much in favour of the Nottinghamshire seam bowlers. James is in and bowls, and Rue goes for a drive. It comes off a thick inside edge, again out to Mullaney at short mid-wicket.
Absolutely, he'll be knowing that every run scored out here will be very challenging to get with the conditions, so they'll be squeezing to ensure they try and get Somerset for hopefully under 100 runs here, but you never know what Rue and Davey could do.
Well, Josh Davey, and of course we've got the redoubtable Jack Leach to come in next. James in and bowls, and Rue playing around his front pad, but gets plenty of bat on it, out into the onside. Good over that from Lyndon James. He has bowled just the 2 runs from it. 1 over for 2 runs. And Brett Hutton will continue from this Radcliffe Road end.
This
with
will
figures
be
of 5 for 27.
This will be his hat-trick ball as well, won't it?
It will.
Yes.
It will. Dave Bracegirdle's poised with his phone camera to capture the moment.
They had
Has
4
Brett
in
Hutton got a hat-trick before? No. He's having a chat with Stuart Broad, no doubt getting some advice as to where to bowl this. I would have thought full and straight, just off stump, but on a good full length, and the crowd clapping and encouraging. You can sense the excitement in the air. Josh Davey waits. Brett Hutton is in. The crowd applaud. He's there. He bowls, and this is turned away in the offside for 4 runs. In the onside for 4 runs. It was a leg stump half volley. I think he was trying to bowl the full and straight and just got his line wrong. And Josh Davey gratefully turned it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. 86 for 7.
Got so much shape on those other 2 deliveries. The in-swing that got both Overton and Gregory. I think he almost forced that and ended up bowling a leg stump half volley.
He tries again. Up to the wicket and bowls. Oh, and beats this, gets this one to go the other way. Really good piece of bowling that. Josh Davey following it as it arced away towards the slips.
Very, very skillful there from Hutton. The movement and shape away from Davey there, significantly different to the 2 deliveries that got both Gregory and Overton. Skills coming out here at Trent Bridge today.
As is the sun, as Hutton is in and bowls, and that was a good full length. That's the sort of ball that he needed to bowl for the hat-trick ball. It brings Davey a single as it comes off the inside half of his bat out into the onside, but not a convincing shot. 87 for 7, 20 more Somerset need to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on, and it's not an exaggeration to say that whether or not they get there could decide this game, as this is wide outside the off stump, and James Rue goes for a drive at a ball that he could have comfortably left to go through to Tom Moore's. Drawn into the shot again.
Absolutely.
He needs to show a bit more faith in his partner, I think, James Rue. He's no mean performer with the bat, Josh Davey. Here's Hutton in bowls. Oh, bowls him. Bowls him. That was a really good in-swinger to the left-hander. That was the very similar to the away swinger that he bowled to Josh Davey. Swung back into James Rue between bat and pad, and the off stump knocked askew, and that's the 8th Somerset wicket to go down with the score on 87. Still 20 runs short of that follow-on target. Good piece of bowling.
Excellent piece of bowling there from Hutton. Exceptionally satisfying, just clipping the top of off stump left, just jagged in towards the middle stump there, but you can't fault Rue's effort there. Probably the most mature innings from the Somerset top order, and done by an absolute jaffer from Hutton.
It was. It's the slightly worrying though for Somerset. It's the 3rd time that James Rue has been clean bowled in his 3 innings this season. He was bowled by Hassan Ali for 6 in the first innings against Warwickshire, and by Chris Rushworth for 14 in the second. And now he's gone for, how many did he get? 18 here, and cleaned up by Brett Hutton. Applause is for Jack Leach, marching out from the pavilion with a job to do. These two simply have to take Somerset past that follow-on target. I don't think there'd be much doubt that Notts would enforce the follow-on, because they've only had one session of cricket. They had all day yesterday, so they won't be tired at all.
Absolutely. They'll have a lot of overs still left in the tank.
Yeah.
And
only, well, two sessions today and 3 sessions tomorrow, so Notts will want to push the game on.
It'd be silly not to in this circumstance. I think it's 107 they need for the follow-on, so 87 for 8 at the moment. It'll be a graft here for Somerset. That'll be the task that both Davey and Leach have, is to graft out 20 runs for the team, because they will also be excited to bowl out there with the strong seam attack that Somerset have.
Well, cometh the hour, cometh Jack Leach. He's got a job to do, a big job to do here this morning, as Hutton is in and bowls to him and goes past his outside edge with another absolute peach of a delivery. And you can hear what the crowd think about that over from Brett Hutton. He has figures now of 10 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 32. And what a wise decision it was by the Nottinghamshire camp to play Brett Hutton. Possibly Jake Ball would have taken as many wickets, but he's certainly proved his worth to the side as Brett Hutton.
Absolutely, he's looked a fantastic threat with the ball, and his figures say it all. 6 for 28 off 10 overs.
Yeah, he's been bowling a good full length at a lively pace and getting plenty of movement both through the air and off the pitch. So Lyndon James is going to bowl another over. He's going to be bowling to Josh Davey, who has 5 to his name. 87 for 8. Here comes James to Davey and bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. No shot from Josh Davey. It's been a disconcerting start to the championship season for Somerset. They had very much the worst of the game against Warwickshire at Taunton last week, and fighting to save the follow-on here at Trent Bridge. And if they don't save the follow-on, they will be staring defeat in the face, as James is in and bowls, and Davey smashes this away through the offside. It was a long half volley outside the off stump. Davey got a good stride in and whacked it away through the covers. 91 for 8.
I mean, despite being 91 for 8, we've seen some lovely drives. The ones that have come off have been beautiful to watch.
Yes. Yeah. Tom Abel played some nice shots. Cameron Bancroft, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and now Josh Davey. But sadly for Somerset, they've lost 6 wickets this morning outside the off stump. And there we are. So, Brett Hutton's previous record against Somerset in 7 matches, he's taken a best of 3 for 56 and 7 wickets in total. Before today, or before this innings, at an average of 50. So, and he's taken his 6 wickets in this innings at a cost of 5 and a bit. This is just to the left of Brett Hutton, who stretches down to, or is that? It's Mullaney, I beg your pardon. They take a single, 92 for 8.
Excellent piece of fielding there, though, from Mullaney. Would have run away to the boundary for 4 if it wasn't for the full stretch dive there. And they'll recognise as well, will Nottingham at this point, how important every single run is saved in the field.
James to Leach, goes for an offside shot, comes off the bottom of the bat, down into the ground. Doesn't move his feet very much, Jack Leach, but he's got a good eye. And a good, very, very good temperament, as he has demonstrated on any number of occasions. Most famously, of course, with the one not out.
Absolutely, at Headingley with Stokes.
Yeah.
I think that's why he always gets a little ripple whenever he goes out to bat, does Leach.
Is James in to bowl to Leach, who plays a firm-footed slash at that ball outside the off stump. Fortunately, doesn't get a touch. Yes, he's the sort of cricketer, Jack Leach, who is loved all around the country because of what he's done for England, and because just the sort of character that he shows. He's not the most obviously athletic cricketer who's ever trodden the outfield, but very, very popular. And it was really, you've been out in New Zealand, haven't you?
Yes,
so you'd have seen him bowling in the when he got all those wickets in the second test.
Absolutely. So I wasn't there for the second test, but was there for the first test in Mount Maunganui. But I think what's so nice about Leach is how the team celebrates for him. I think that indicates so strongly how strong a relationship and good guy he is within the team environment.
Here's Brett Hutton bowling to Josh Davey. Gets that one to go away from the right-handers off stump, but started too wide. This is Brett Hutton's personal best, championship best for Nottinghamshire. His previous best being 5 for 29. So we've had 2 personal best bowling performances in this game. Lewis Gregory with his 7 for 84 in the first innings, and now Brett Hutton 6 for 32 with power to add as he's in and bowls. And this is driven nicely by Josh Davey. That will probably run away for 4, although it may stop just inside the boundary. It is going to stop just inside the boundary, and they might have run 4 if they'd gone about it with a bit more determination. As it is, it's just 3, but 3 valuable runs. 95 for 8, just 12 now Somerset need to avoid the follow-on.
Be 12 crucial runs as well, and often with the bowlers coming in at the end, they'll be desperate to get a new ball in their hands and have a bowl today.
Stephen Mullaney just hedging his bets in terms of field placings. Hutton is in and bowled. takes Leach rather on the pad as he looks to whip that leg stump delivery away through the onside. Makes no contact. Just the 3 slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. There's no one down at third man. Hutton then to Leach, and Leach plays that solidly up to Mullaney at mid off. 95 for 8. Somerset losing 6 wickets this morning in the course of adding 67 runs to their overnight 28 for 2. It's been a morning for seam bowling. I don't think we can be too critical of Somerset batting. 1 or 2 of them have been the authors of their own destruction. This is floated right up to Leach, who went for the drive, took the bait, and got an inside edge down to long leg. Brings him a single, 96 for 8. Could so easily have gone back onto his stumps.
Just seems to push the odd delivery, does Hutton, within his spell. He gets a little bit more shape on the ball on those, but much fuller deliveries. He's got a lot of skills up his sleeve.
Here he comes, this bustling approach. Up to the wicket, bowls, and solid forward defensive shot from Josh Davey. Keeps that delivery out. It's the end of another over. It's 96 for 8. Somerset this morning have lost the wickets of Cameron Bancroft, who was LBW to Dane Patterson for 27. Tom Abel, who was very well caught at second slip by Ben Duckett driving at Dane Patterson, and Abel made 13. So Patterson picking up the first 2 wickets, but since then it's all been Brett Hutton. He had Kola Cadmore LBW for 10, bowled James Rue for 18, bowled Lewis Gregory for 5, had Craig Overton LBW first ball for 6, to give him those excellent figures of 6 for 36 in 11 overs. Lyndon James in bowls. This is whipped away through the onside, but it'll be cut off by Hasib Hamid, coming round at deep backward square leg. So it's just a single to Jack Leach.
I do love the energy in the slip cordon. Everyone's still making all the noises. Amphitheatre here at Trent Bridge today. The crowd's joining in with the oohs and ahs.
Yeah. Lyndon James then to Josh Davey, who goes for a big drive. Comes off the inside part of the bat, squirts out into the onside. I was going to say, the scoreboard was for once slow in ticking over. It's 97 for 8. Did say 96 for 8. And every run counts just at the moment. Somerset 10 runs short of avoiding the possibility of a follow-on. And their hopes resting on the shoulders of Josh Davey and Jack Leach. This is driven by Davey firmly, but straight to Stuart Broad in his sun hat at mid-on. Clouds just lifting gradually this morning. We've promised sunshine this afternoon, so conditions for batting may be a bit easier after lunch. Lunch will be at 1:10 because we've got a 104 over day in prospect if the light holds today, to make up for some of the time that was lost yesterday. James bowls, and this is driven away by Josh Davey for 4 runs. Chased after that one, it was wide of off stump. There's a certain amount of risk involved, but he got the middle of the bat on it. Brings him 4 runs, takes Somerset 4 runs closer to their target, immediate target of 107. It's twice he's done that, Josh Davey.
Yeah, it was very full and wide, so had the freedom to let his hands go through that delivery.
He surveys the onside field as if he's contemplating a blow over the top of mid-wicket. Which I'm not sure would be the wisest course of action. 1-6
gets you to 107.
James is in and bowls, and he does indeed play it into the onside, but it's more of a defensive push than a big swing of the bat. 101 for 8. Davies on to 17, which makes him the 3rd highest scorer for Davey, and brings that one back between bat and pad. But nothing done. 101 for 8 at the end of that over. James with figures of 3 overs for 12 runs.
I think the general consensus from day one was that Somerset bowled that little bit too short up front, and that's why Duckett and Hamid were able to post that 125 partnership. But from there on, they only managed to kick on and score 256. So once Somerset got those lines, got those lengths, it's a really challenging wicket to score on. So if they can try get to 120, 130 and have the new ball, it could end up being a really interesting game of cricket.
It could, especially if batting conditions do improve. Here's Hutton in to bowl to Leach, who plays and misses at another good ball outside his off stump, rehearses the shot. What's happening elsewhere? Warwickshire, no play in the game so far. Further inspection at 1 o'clock. Surrey have lost a couple of wickets, 234 for 8, now 20 runs short of Hampshire's first innings score of 254. As Brett Hutton is in and bowls, and Leach drives this in the air down the ground for 4 runs. 105 for 8, so just 2 runs short now. Somerset of saving the follow-on and essentially keeping themselves in this game, as if they were forced into following on with the ball moving around as it is at the moment. It would be odds on a Nottinghamshire victory. It's probably still odds on a Nottinghamshire victory, but they'll have to work a lot harder for it. As Hutton is in bowls, and Leach is drawn into playing a huge drive to a ball that was floated up outside his off stump in the hope of producing exactly the shot that Jack Leach played. What else have we got? Middlesex 149, Northants 169 for 8, so not much in that game. And Worcestershire 167 for 3, replying to Durham's 425 for 9 declared. Leicestershire 243 for 2. This again is floated up, and again Leach goes for the big shot, and again he makes no contact.
It's almost like 2 deliveries on repeat there. He's bowled 8th stump line, a really straightforward lead for Leach, but he's played at both deliveries and been miles away from both of them.
Yeah. Good bowling, good intelligent cricket from Notts.
Yeah, they know how to lure him in at the moment.
2 runs Somerset need to avoid the follow-on. Hutton to Leach, and he won't get a run here as he just plays that quietly into the offside. Yes, it's been a worrying morning for followers of Somerset cricket. No doubt there's plenty of stuff going on Twitter about it all. There's a photograph of Lewis Gregory which has been tweeted by the Somerset Cricket Museum. Here we got Brett Hutton into bowl to Leach, who goes for another big offside shot and again makes no contact at all. Full marks for effort.
Absolutely, has tempted him 3 times in the over there with very wide deliveries on the offside. Leach hasn't managed to make contact with any of them and survives the over. Somerset 105 for 8.
Random dog name on Twitter says Somerset appear not to have learned how to bat over the winter. What do you think they were doing instead? And there was all sorts of talk about Waterloo and Blucher, who came to the Duke of Wellington's rescue in the Battle of Waterloo as James is in a bowls. Oh my goodness me, I thought that was going to knock over his off stump. Yes, Colin Smith, never mind Blucher. Somerset need the entire Prussian army and the Grand Old Duke of York to save their bacon. It's a Dragon says Somerset are paying the price for a poor first session with the ball. 256 looks like a match-winning score on a difficult pitch. Absolutely right, I think. I mean, bearing in mind that Notts were 125 without loss, so they lost all 10 wickets for 131. And Somerset look as if they're going to... it could be a run out. Leach is down the pitch if he hits. Could be close, but he didn't. And Leach regains his ground. I think there was probably a single there, don't you, Phoebe?
There was definitely a single there, but they needed to communicate that before. It seemed like Leach is obviously aware of the score, what they need to follow on, but they've not had that conversation because Davey sort of angled the ball into the onside. Defensive shot could have been one, but looked very static on the crease there.
James in and bowls to Davey, who plays this with a flourish into the onside, but it's very well cut off at mid-wicket, and there won't be a run.
Looks like Broad is getting loose at mid-on here as well. I think he'll be disappointed with his first spell, really, not challenging the batters as much as he would have wanted to. I mean, some of his deliveries were absolute peaches, but bowled a very wide offside line.
Here's James to Davey. Oh, and that one just almost got through. Just took the inside edge. Sam B on Twitter says, don't want to be unfair to Brett Hutton, but it's very Somerset to give him 6 wickets while England's second greatest ever bowler can't get any. I don't think they've been given. I think that's a bit hard. I think he's taken them.
He's bowled very well, has Brett Hutton today.
He certainly has. Taken full advantage of the conditions. He's bowled exactly as he needed to do. James is in and bowls, and Davey is beaten outside the off stump by some late movement from Lyndon James. Steve Tancock, keep the faith. Grumpy Git. On another day, neither Tom Lammonby nor Craig Overton would have been given out, but yet another truly woeful attempt at batting by Somerset. Will improve once we get a batting coach. Well, Somerset have got a batting coach. He's Shane Burger, who coached Scotland. It's Lyndon James. Somerset still 2 runs short of saving the follow-on, and that's one of them, as that's just tucked into a gap on the onside.
Looks like Stuart Broad might be skipping to the crease here.
End of the over, 106 for 8. Somerset needing just 1 to save the follow-on. And, well, if you need to take 2 wickets in a hurry, Stuart Broad would be your man, as Phoebe makes way for Dave Bracegirdle. He'll take us through to lunch. Andy Cleve on Twitter, being a Yeovil Town and Somerset supporter isn't much fun at the moment. Yeovil fighting the prospect of relegation from National League 1. 106 for 8. The way Somerset are going, they'll be fighting relegation from Division 1 of the County Championship come the end of the season.
That was a good spell from Phoebe. I think she got a quick 5 for there, didn't she?
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, Brett Hutton, he has got a personal best or career best of 8 for, but in Nottinghamshire colours he's never had more than 5 wickets before in red ball cricket, so this is a best for him. He's 6 for 40, he's out of the attack, and Stuart Broad looking for his first wicket of the innings, bowls, and well, he won't come much closer to finding the outside edge of Josh Davies' bat. Somerset are down to 9 and 10. I'm not entirely sure what Peter Siddle will make of being number 11, because of course he has got a first-class 100,
yeah.
Albeit some time ago. In fact, I think it was even before he came for to Notts. I think it was
2011.
Yeah, it was. So I think it was for Australia or Australia A against Scotland.
Australia A against Scotland.
Crikey, that's lodged somewhere in the back of the memory, driven away for 4, and the follow-on's been saved. Crikey, I don't know where that came from. The little stat lodged in the back of the memory somewhere. 110 for 8, and well, Stuart Broad back into the attack, and he's gone away for a boundary, and the follow-on has been saved. 110 for 8. Probably means I'm not reading anything into what we've seen so far, but almost certainly you could say we're going to be back tomorrow. I wasn't really expecting Notts to run through Somerset for a second time if they had enforced the follow-on, but I think the very fact that Notts will be having a stint batting means we're going to be back tomorrow, which isn't a bad thing if you're planning on coming down. As Broad bowls, and that's very, very wide of the off stump, and Davey chased after it. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch since I was last on air. Dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens, so sincere apologies if we don't get to them all, but people with the Grand National tips, and a lot of Somerset supporters. I think Anthony's read a lot of them out about being a little bit dispirited at the moment, but keep the faith, folks, keep the faith. It's a long season, and fortune's turn as Broad bowls one that Davey leaves alone.
Would you have taken Brett Hutton out of the attack?
That's a good one. I think should really keep a tally of how long they bowl in a spell. I'm not sure how many he had. It seemed like a fairly long spell, and whilst he was taking wickets, he understandably wanted to keep going. But I think he had quite a lot of overs, didn't he, this morning? He's Broad in again. It's wide of the off stump. I guess it's one of those, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If they had enforced the follow-on, you wouldn't have wanted to have blown him out in one spell, because they would have needed him later on. Yeah. And if, like now, they didn't give themselves a chance to bowl Somerset out, perhaps the feeling would have been there, should we have brought Stuart Broad back? Well, to say it's one of those, you can't do right for doing wrong, but I'm sure the bowlers, I know the bowlers union like to get their feet up. Next ball worked away on the leg side. There's going to be runs here, and Mead's after it. He's quick, but so is the outfield, and I think he's going to pull it back. He will. Sliding stop, and they're going to run hard for 3. In comes the return from Asiba Mead. I know the spectators almost unanimously, as you go around the country, ask spectators, supporters, cricket supporters of any county, they like to see the follow-on enforced virtually every single time, but I know the bowlers unions don't. They like to get their feet up and let the batters go out and swish another quick 200 and then have another go.
Yeah, but today, given that we've lost a day,
yeah, I know what you're saying.
It would have been the obvious thing to do, especially with the ball moving around in the way it has been.
A lot of these that I was about to read out have been copied into you as well. I've heard you reading them about Yeovil and Somerset and heaven knows what else. But very kind, everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch.
Lovely photograph of Lewis Gregory back in the England Under-13 Regional Cricket Festival at King's College Taunton back in 2005.
Crikey.
Thanks, Mike Unwin, for that. Here's Lyndon James in a bowls, and Yorker, which is dug out well by Josh Davey. And good piece of bowling and a good piece of batting too. Davey on 25. He's the second highest scorer for Somerset after Cameron Bancroft, and batted very sensibly.
Yes. One blow away from being the top scorer in the innings. Lyndon James with just the 1 wicket so far this season, but what a good one to clean bowl James Vince. He'll remember that one.
Lyndon James in bowls, and Davey plays a defensive shot at thin air. Have you read out the tweet from Kieran O'Sullivan about Phoebe?
No.
Well, I will then, because spare her blushes, she's not on commentary at the moment.
Am I copied in on that one?
Kieran says, thanks for the commentary. I'm enjoying Phoebe's sharp, interesting comments, much more than Somerset's batting.
Oh.
Dire batting.
The Sheffield Outlaw says, I really ought to go and get dressed this morning, Dave. I've been glued to the live stream.
Here's Lyndon James in bowls and squirts off thick outside edge of Davies' bat out to Hasib Hamid, who's being sent out to a deep cover to cut off the boundaries. 114 for 8, Davey on to 26 from just 30 deliveries, so he's not been hanging around, taking his opportunities when they've come his way.
Kevin Marriott says, will the match last long enough for me to see some cricket tomorrow before walking over to the City Ground? I'm driving from Cornwall, so I won't be there until after lunch.
Yes, I think so. Can't see Notts being bowled out in a hurry this afternoon. The conditions for batting will improve.
That's a cricket fan, isn't it? Driving from Cornwall to watch a bit of cricket and then the Forest Man United game.
This is James to Leach. Leach just defends that quietly into the onside.
I was talking to the commercial director here, Michael Temple, yesterday, and he was saying that tomorrow afternoon they've actually got in the Derek Randall suite over there, the opposite side of the ground, 200 guests coming. They're going to be entertained by Mark Crossley, the former Nottingham Forest, Wales international, of course, the goalkeeper, but for Forest for many years. He's going to be entertaining them with a meal and what have you, in hospitality before they go over to the football.
James in and bowls, and that's Jack Leach down the pitch, driving it away fiercely through extra cover. He's obviously decided that the time has come and Lyndon James has got to go. 4 handsome runs to Jack Leach, who moves on to 10 and the score on to 118 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all the negativity, but Somerset are only one decent partnership away from, you know, sort of being within touching distance. You know, not only got 256, it looks quite a lot, but
James in and bowls, and Leach is hitting this in the air, and Mullaney will take the catch, and that concludes the partnership between Leach and Davey. And Jack Leach getting a little bit carried away there, looking to pull a ball that wasn't quite there for the shot, and giving a comfortable catch to mid-wicket. 118 for 9.
Yes.
Somerset.
You know what this means, Anthony, with 9 wickets down. We are 2 minutes away from 1 o'clock. Lunch should be 10 past 1, but those of you that your stomachs are starting to rumble because you're ready for some lunch and you're just hanging on until the lunch interval, just bear in mind the fact that 9 wickets down, they can play on for an extra half an hour. Of course, the other way of looking at that is Peter Siddle or Josh Davey might not hang on for much longer. We might get an early lunch to what we were expecting, but yeah, just be aware, with 9 wickets down they can go on for an extra half an hour. But Mullaney all summer won't get a more comfortable catch than that, as Leach trying to pull him away with vigour on the leg side, and Mullaney takes the catch, and out comes his mate Peter Siddle, who dismissed Mullaney on the first day LBW. And
Peter Siddle with those peroxide.
I was just going to say, we're looking at a picture of the Australian now, and I can tell you 100% when Peter Siddle played here, he didn't have hair that colour.
Yes,
that's what eating all those bananas does for you.
Yeah. Well, there is a sort of, it doesn't show up on the photograph on the Batman scoreboard quite as clearly as it does in the flesh, as it were, but there's a yellowish tinge to his bleached blonde hairdo. Well, Jack Leach did his job. He saw Somerset past or helped Josh Davies see Somerset past the follow-on target.
Yeah, well, you know, there's the jury will be out with Josh Davies scoring the runs. Should he have been playing that shot? Should he have left it to Josh? But you know, he obviously felt it was a risk worth taking. He'd got himself to 10, and as you say, collectively they'd done enough to save the follow-on. Just feels like a little bit of a waste, as it has done with several of these wickets this morning.
Yep. Yes, conditions have been very much in the bowler's favour, but Somerset, one or two of the Somerset batsmen haven't done themselves any favours. Lewis Gregory.
So wickets for Hutton, wickets for Patterson, a wicket for James. The only duck egg is against the name of Stuart Broad, who comes in now to bowl to Josh Davey. Well, he's not going to protect the number 11. He takes a single first ball, but as we said earlier, Siddle's no ordinary or traditional number 11, does have a first-class 100. Very capable player, and I think when you've played as much international cricket as him, you certainly know which end of the bat. I'll have to do an update for Radio Nottingham, and if this appears to me being particularly abrupt, I've been told this has got to be a 15-second update. I've only got the 7 wickets to describe this morning with my 15-second update, but I won't detain them for very long. It's a timed update. This one goes through to the keeper. Of course, it won't be anywhere near 15 seconds, but it'll be brief. Broad's boulder delivery that Siddle's left alone. We're only in the 42nd over of the innings. 119 for 9. Somerset trail by 137. Here's Broad. In again. Bowls, strikes Siddle on the left thigh pad. Well, it's only wearing one thigh pad, I presume, but strikes him on the thigh pad and drops down on the leg side. Hamid rushes in from mid-wicket to ensure a single isn't taken. Very strong morning for Nottinghamshire, particularly for Brett Hutton, who's got county best figures of 6 for 40. Somerset have lost 7 wickets this morning. They were 28 for 2. They're now 119 for 9. Broad bowls wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
That was 15 seconds exactly. Brilliant.
Well, if I do nothing else today. 119 for 9.
I've been tweeted a photograph of the Tower of London by Ian Shepherd.
Any particular reason?
Well, he says a new home for Somerset's batsmen. Oh, I see.
Send them to the tower.
Yeah. Well, as I've just been saying, conditions have been very much.
Send them to the tower.
Brett Hutton has bowled exceptionally well this morning.
Here is Broad in again, and the appeal was stronger from behind the wicket, and unusually Broad joined in.
He did. Yeah.
It's normally
he wasn't going to appeal, and then he heard what was going on behind the stumps, and
he's normally the leader of the orchestra, and will give a very flamboyant and loud and raucous appeal, as David Milnes used to do, the umpire at this end himself, but not a lot going for it. It's only in relatively recent times that I've visited the Tower of London. It wasn't too long ago. I think it was just pre-COVID, and enjoyed seeing the old ravens wandering about. They're chained up so they can't fly off. As the next one is bowled to Siddle, and he defends 119 for 9. In fact, we went. It was the time when they had all the poppies. You could buy a poppy and put it out there, and we went and had a look at that. Happened to be in London at the time. But I think that's the only time I've been to the Tower of London.
I've never have.
119 for 9. So we are now 7 minutes or so away from what should be the lunch interval, but they'll go on now, either for an extra half an hour or until the wicket falls.
Two batsmen have prolonged chat in mid-pitch, no doubt talking tactics. But I think they just need to hang around for as long as they can and reduce the deficit to the greatest extent.
Lyndon James will be feeling a little happier, won't he? Because of course he got a first bowler yesterday, or on the first day, from Lewis Gregory.
Yeah. He's in and bowls, and well, let's slam down the ground for 6, away into the Hound Road stand.
Just flipping that on its head, Lyndon James perhaps won't be feeling any. Crikey, what a blow that was. And of course, Josh Davey now the top scorer in the innings on 33, goes past Bancroft.
125 for 9. Deficit is 131. So Somerset nearly halfway to the Nottinghamshire first innings total of 256. As James is in and bowls. And this is outside the off stump and takes Tom Moores by surprise, hits him in the chest and a painful blow in the chest by the look of it.
Yeah.
He's down and just getting his breath back.
I was going to say, the thing is it the chest? Not entirely sure. I'm not having a pop, Anthony, but it's taken Somerset 11 batters to do what Nottinghamshire's openers did. 125 for none. Notts were Somerset 125 for 9.
It's obviously hit Tom Ball somewhere very painful.
Yeah, it does indeed. Every time you Somerset supporters think I'm having a bit of a go, just a reminder: Somerset have won on their last 4 visits here, so it hasn't been a fixture that's been too kind for Nottinghamshire. I've not had too much to enjoy in recent times. Nottinghamshire versus Somerset games here. Yeah, Tom Moores is still down. He had a nasty injury last year. When batting, one popped up off the top of the bat handle into his throat, into the old windpipe. On comes the Notts physio, a bit of a laboured run out there. Looks as if he's had a late night. Makes it it's Koo, who's on his way to the middle, 125 for 9. Yeah, we hope Tom's okay, but he was
just taken by surprise by some late movement.
There's any choice of replacements for him, of course, because Joe Clark and Ben Duckett are both fully paid up members of the Wicketkeepers Union who keep in franchise cricket during the winter for various sides. And of course, in the last match last week against Hampshire, Stephen Mullally popped the gloves on, so there's no shortage of volunteers. But let's hope he's okay first and foremost. Might be having a look at his hand, actually, Anthony. Let's hope he's okay.
Painkilling spray going on. Oh, it's certainly hurting him.
Joe Clark's actually saying, should I? Yeah, I think he's taking the pads off Tom Moores.
Yeah, I think it's his hand. He must just have flicked his fingers on his right hand before going into his chest.
Don't know what it is, obviously. First and foremost, but I was going to say there's a time where these professional sportsmen dislocate a finger and the physios run out there and just jolt them back in. The times I've sat in A&E for about 6 hours waiting for somebody to do it to me on a Saturday afternoon, I've just about pulled all of mine out. It must be nice to have the physio to go out there and just pop it straight back in, but whatever it is, he's in a little bit of pain and he's going to go off and get some further treatment. Maybe, I don't know. I'm certainly no medical professional, but he's going to go off and maybe get it wrapped in ice and just have a look at it.
On the end, that's how wicketkeepers usually get nasty when the ball hits the end of the finger or thumb.
Well, if it was going to be in debate whether it would be Clark or Duckett, Joe Clark snatched the pads and popped them on, so he's going to take the gloves. Yeah, wish Tom all the best. Often make light of these things when players get injured out there.
Yeah, well, it just seemed to climb on him, didn't it?
Yeah, it certainly hasn't hit him in the chest. It is a hand, finger or thumb injury, and he's in discomfort. Well, wishing you well, Tom. Let's hope it's nothing as bad as a dislocation or a break, but certainly something that's forcing him off the field. 125 for 9.
Well, after that hiatus, we've got a substitute fielder on.
Looks like Ben Martindale, who's on there. Old cricket followers, and I mean those of you that remember the 1980s. In fact, here's Lyndon. We'll come back to that in a second.
Here's James in and bowls to Davey, who lofts this away into
orbit.
The Fox Road stand.
Yeah.
That's 2 sixes in the over. Nice pickup shot there from Josh Davey. 131 for 9. He moves on to 39.
Yeah, Ben Martindale down here as subfielder at third man down below us. His dad was Duncan Martindale. I'll say if you followed your county cricket fairly closely in the 80s, you may remember Duncan, who played for Notts middle order battery. He was at the non-strikers end, that Lord's final when Derek Randall nearly got the 18 required off the final over to win it for Notts.
James in and bowls, and this is played off his hip by Josh Davey down to deep backward square leg.
I think he wanted
single. Patterson doing the fielding down there. He moves on into the 40s, Josh Davey, and he scored 40, got 42 in the first innings against Warwickshire last week. So he didn't bat in the second innings, so at the moment he's averaging 82.
Yeah, I think it was a Lord's final, Notts needed, I think it was 18 off the last over against Essex, and Derek Randall was on strike for all of them, got out off the last ball needing 2. He got 16 and then didn't get the 2. Well, Duncan Martindale, his dad, was at the non-striker's end.
This is turned away by Peter Siddle this time to wide, long on, straight mid-wicket for 2 runs, in the air for quite a long time, but no fielder anywhere near it. And 2 more runs. That's Siddle off the mark, 134 for 9. Somerset past the halfway mark towards Notts' first innings total of 256. There are 122 runs adrift. It's been a productive over. And Siddle's taken on the pad, going for another swing through the onside. Half-hearted appeal for LBW. A leg bye is taken. Peter Siddle will keep the strike and resume hostilities with Stuart Broad. I bet these two are enjoying facing into each other. Happy memories of Ashes Test matches in the past. 135 for 9, 2 to Siddle, and 40 to Josh Davey from just 35 deliveries.
Thanks again for all your correspondence. Matthew says, I'm loving the comms, folks, but I've got to leave you soon. I've promised to take my daughter to see the new Super Mario film. So does this make me a super dad? It does indeed, Matthew. Well done. Kevin Marriott, that was the correct answer. Thank you. Here, oh right. Cricket before the footy, yes. Dream day, he says. Yeah, it was Kevin who's coming to watch both tomorrow. It's going to be Stuart Broad to continue. Erin. Is it Erin? I didn't get a Charles win. Says Davies looking fantastic with the bat. Here's Stuart Broad to bowl to Peter Siddle, who lets it go through to the gloves of Joe Clark. Davey looking fantastic with the bat, hoping to get him out soon. Been out to get my season ticket for Barnsley FC this morning, so the cricket went on as soon as I got back. Loving it, lads. Keep up, but up the knots. Sorry, I made it right. Horlicks of that one, trying to read it. Jonathan Holt, hi Dave, can you say hi to my 18-year-old son Finn, who's at Trent Bridge with his granddad Frank. He starts his season as Broad bowls, and this is pushed away. Mulaney's after it. There'll be 2 runs there to take Somerset to 137 for 9. Jonathan says, Dave, can you say hi to my 16-year-old son Finn? He's at Trent Bridge with his granddad Frank. He starts his season next week with a friendly for Gedling Colliery Thirds at Farndon. Looking forward to a great season watching Notts and playing. Yes, thank you for that, Jonathan, and hope Grandad Frank and Finn enjoy it, and enjoy your season with Gedling Colliery Thirds at Farndon, not too far away from the Kingdom of Newark there next weekend. 137 for 9. Siddle's on 4. Broad to bowl to Peter Siddle. Clips it to Seba Mead on the leg side, and there's no run. At Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, and at Phoebe G23 if you'd like to get in touch with the commentary team here in our eyrie at the top of the Radcliffe Road stand, looking down on Trent Bridge, which just for a second there has been shrouded in darkness as we lost the sunshine. Cloud has got in front of the sun. Liam Patterson-White's whirling his arms over as if he's going to get a bit of a go as Broad bowls one that I think he held back a little bit and it didn't get up at Siddle defence. This morning Notts were quickly at their work. Dane Patterson, who opened the bowling from the pavilion end, bagged a couple of wickets as Somerset became 37 for 3 and 50 for 4. Bancroft out for 27 and Tom Abel for 13, and then it's been Brett Hutton's morning. He got 4 wickets in a row. Kohler Cadmore for 10. Gregory for 5, Overton first ball for 0 and Rue for 18, and then the last wicket was taken by Lyndon James, who dismissed Jack Leach. Broad wide of the pegs again through to Joe Clark.
He's been rather eclipsed, Stuart Broad, this morning, by not just by Brett Hutton, but I thought Dane Patterson bowled really well first up, picked up the wicket of Bancroft and Tom Abel.
He challenged them, didn't he? He got it to nip away, and then the other one just to shape back nicely.
Well, the wicket of Abel, after he'd been driven for 2 successive 4s, was very good piece.
Good catch from Duckett as well. It went very quickly low down at second slip, had to dive to his right and cling on. It's Broad bowls. Whoa, that's going to be 4 byes, and well, Joe Clark and Tom Moores wouldn't have got that one as it swung away down the leg side, went further and further away from the diving Clark and away for 4 byes. So a profitable last delivery there for Somerset. Extras goes up to 10, 141 for 9. The umpires are chatting. It's 1:15, so we're already 5 minutes into the time added on. I just wonder if any time was sort of taken out because of the Tom Moore's injury, or we go now till 1:40 if a wicket doesn't go down. I don't know, but Patterson's coming back into the attack.
And yet again, Somerset's bowlers bailing out their batters. The 8th wicket went down at 87. Since when 54 runs have been scored for just the 1 wicket, and these 2 for the last wicket have added 23 of those. So 2 useful partnerships.
I've been prodding the memory banks of Charlie about my reference to Duncan Martindale. Come back to it in a second.
It's Dane Patterson in to bowl to Josh Davey, who pushes this into a big gap on the offside and takes the proffered single. Encouraged to take a single off the first ball of that over, but he's got plenty of faith in the abilities of his batting partner, Peter Siddle.
Yeah, as we were talking, he's got a first-class 100, pushed everybody on the boundary to give Davey a single to bowl at the number 11. Charlie says that 1985 NatWest final you were referring to, Dave, I was a distraught 8-year-old at the time. I'll never forget Derek Pringle for that. At least revenge was served by Eddie Hemmings in the 89 final. It was indeed, and that was sadly Jim Laker's last commentary on BBC television. Thanks, Charlie.
Patterson in and bowls and takes Siddle on the pad. I think there must have been a bit of bat involved as well, as the appeals died in the mouths of the close catches for Notts.
Across the Royal London One Day Cup final at Trent Bridge again this year. It'll be the 3rd year, and much as I love this ground, everybody knows that. I think the fact the one-day finals have gone away from Lords has just lost a little bit, hasn't it? It was a big day. It was a big day out, the Lords final, always has been.
Patterson in and bowls, and this is lofted away through the onside. Didn't time it, Siddle. He'll pick up 2 runs. He won't pick up 2 runs. There was 2 on offer with Stuart Broad doing the fielding, but they decided against the second one. It's just a single. 143 for 9. Yes, Somerset, of course, won what could prove to have been the last Lords final for the 50-over competition.
Yeah.
2019.
56 runs have been scored for 1 wicket since Somerset were 87 for 8.
Indeed. Which credit to Josh Davey, who's batted really very well outside the off stump. Davey plays no shot at that, and well supported first of all by Jack Leach and now by Peter Siddle, and the deficit down to 113, which is still a more than handy lead in what's going to be, I think, a fairly low scoring encounter.
Will Jones knows I'm obviously down with the kids because he's put, I'm well gel of you being at Trent Bridge. Do you understand that, Anthony?
No,
well gel.
It's Patterson in bowls, outside, long way outside the off stump.
And he says, I'm spring cleaning today. I've got the commentary on. Go on the Cider Army. I can recommend Super Mario movie in 4DX as rehab for your addiction to cricket. It grabs your attention. Moving seats, 3D, pyrotechnics, etc. Enjoy it. Yeah, somebody said they were off to see the Super Mario movie. But it's well gel of us being here at Trent Bridge. Thanks for that, Will. well gel. As I say, it's a good job I'm down with the kids and know what that means.
Just the 2 slips for Patterson to Davey, and Davey will pick up the single that's on offer into the onside. That's curious that they are giving him a single to keep the strike.
Yeah,
I don't
bonkers.
understand that.
Absolutely bonkers. It never works, and I always say this, it doesn't matter if it's Nottinghamshire, Somerset, Glamorgan, Gloucestershire or Kent, whoever it is who embarks on these balmy tactics when the number 11 comes out by putting people all the way out on the fence. It just derails you and takes you away from what you were doing well more often than not. And that didn't make any sense at all. But Somerset have a gross on the board, 144.
I've had a good tweet from David Glidden. It says, although the Somerset batsmen will undoubtedly be taking the stick, the bowlers who allowed Notts to score so heavily in the first session on Thursday, he's implying they need to be accounted for as well. Enjoying the excellent coverage as ever here in sunny Wemden.
Where's that?
Wemden is just outside Bridgewater.
Somerset, yeah.
Yeah, and Harry Everett, who is involved with the live stream and all sorts of other things at Somerset, has just taken over as their sort of cricket coach or manager from my great friend Mark Davies, who is now at North Perrott, having been at the mighty Wemden for the last few seasons.
Got the sunshine back. It's not at full tilt. I don't think it's very warm out there, but there are shadows around the players as Broad bowls a short pitch delivery, which Davey got into a position to try and fend off and then realised he didn't have to. It looked a little ugly, but he survives it. We had the floodlights on all through the day's play, if memory serves, from around about 20 past 11 on the first day. There were times we didn't need them on, but they were on all day, and we got a full day's cricket in. We haven't had them on today. I think we're sort of expecting it to be a little better than it has been so far. Let's just hope it blossoms into a glorious afternoon and evening, but it's dry. That's the main thing. Nice looking shot from David through the offside. He's into the 40s now. Going to come back for 2 here, and throw comes into the non-striker's end from Ben Slater, safely home. 146 for 9, and Somerset trail by 110. So quickly, it's not that many.
Timing the ball beautifully, isn't he? Just waited for that and stroked it away like a number 3 batsman.
Scottish international, of course, Josh Davey.
He averaged 31 for Somerset with the bat last season.
There's Broad, past umpire Mill, short, and goes to pull this one away. Everybody's natural instinct would have been to look towards mid-wicket, and as it was, he got it right off the bottom of the bat, the old oil hole at the bottom of the bat, and it just trickles back to Broad.
I should have said this when he scored 8. When Josh Davies scored 8, he completed 1,000 first-class runs for Somerset, so well done, Josh Davies.
Yep, well done. Just wandered down the track here just to.
I was sidetracked by the follow-on target.
Well, when the music stops, you can all stop moving. At the moment, just about everybody is moving in Nottinghamshire White.
I think he's going to get a short one, isn't he?
Well, I don't know what leads you to believe that, but we've got a long leg, we've got a short fine leg, we've got a short square leg and a deep square leg, and a mid-wicket who doesn't really know where he's going at the moment, Lyndon James, just waiting for some instruction. But there's 5 on the leg side. Only 2 of them, of course, allowed behind square, but 2 of them almost exactly square. The umpire's over at point, so he can adjudicate where they are standing. And Broad comes in and doesn't bang it in ridiculously short, and it just gets up round about chest height, and it's nicely defended. Just a reminder, Tom Moore's off the field about 5-1. He got one on the finger end, and it's clearly in some discomfort, the old boy. We hope he's okay. Joe Clark's got the gloves on, and Ben Martindale's out there as a sub-fielder. Broad, wicketless, in bowl, clipped away nicely by Davey. Single out to Asiba Mead, and appropriately in Crucible Fortnight starts today. 147 on the board, Anthony's highest snooker break.
In my dreams.
Davey's gone down. He's going to give Peter Siddle a bit of coaching here. 1 ball left in the over. I would imagine it's something along the lines of, don't matter where you hit it, don't run this time.
Yes, Josh Davey wants the opportunity to get through to 50. He deserves it.
It's a broad to bowl to Siddle, who's on 5. Pitched up, clipped to mid-wicket, fielded by Lyndon James. End of the over. Liam Patterson-White may be interested in having a bowl, but no, I think Dane Patterson's rushing up to the umpire, so it's not going to be the spinner. We're not seeing any spin this morning. Liam keeps whirling his arms around.
Well, his last couple of wickets have added 60 so far for Somerset, and they haven't transformed the match situation, but they certainly changed it quite significantly. Jocelyn Child says on Twitter, do you think there should be any changes to the Somerset batting lineup for the next match? Banton or Bartlett? Dixon out? I don't think there will be, Jocelyn. I think that Somerset will stick to what they've got at the moment. Sean Dixon has been signed from Durham to provide some solidity to the top order. He hasn't come off so far. Bancroft will be in his 3rd of 4 games as Dave prepares to provide another update for listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham. Patterson is bowling to Davey, who advances down the pitch and then just dabs it into the offside and picks up a single, moves on to 4,648 for 9. Yeah, I think Andy Arry and Jason Kerr will stick to what they've got for the time being. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, obviously another high-profile signing, and although the 3 imports haven't really made much of a contribution so far, although Bancroft did get 40-odd against Warwickshire, there's the potential is still very much there.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to do an update for Radio Nottingham. I think they've disappeared again. We did briefly have the studio in areas, but
here's Patterson then to Siddle. He's back on his stumps, slightly uncomfortably defending that up to mid-on, but getting right behind it. And well, we're 15 minutes over the set time for, well, in fact more than that, we are 18 minutes. There's a clock on the big scoreboard saying 13:28, which is just slightly ahead of the clock on the top of the pavilion. As Patterson bowls to Siddle, who reaches for that outside the off stump, but plays it safely enough to Asiba Mead coming in from extra cover. And Patterson-White is still turning his arm over, giving a heavy hint to his captain.
And now we've got Nottinghamshire trying it on here. Stephen Mullaney, the not skip, has taken, no doubt the bowlers have had a mention to him, but he's taken the ball over to umpire Michael Burns, who's having a good old look at it, and it just looked as if he was going to wander over to David Mills to show him, but he never know what that thing's called, Anthony. It's a bit of card, a bit of card in the shape of 2 rings, isn't it? Or it cut as 2 rings. If the ball passes through one and not through the other, it's okay. And clearly that's what happened.
Here's Patterson to Davey, who's down the pitch. To Siddle, I beg your pardon, down the pitch, who turns it out to deep mid-wicket for a single, 149 for 9.
That was a fairly aggressive attempt. That would have gone down into West Bridgeford town centre had he middled that one, but he didn't. Gets a single.
The ironic thing about these last couple of partnerships is that whilst there's some consolation to Somerset, they will be providing considerable encouragement to the Notts batsmen, because batting is looking a lot easier now than it did an hour ago. Patterson to Davey, who's on 46, and he clips this away into the onside and picks up another comfortable single moves to 47, and 150 is on the board for Somerset, which in days gone by would have been a batting point, but you need to get another 100 runs these days for a batting point.
Yeah, Somerset will be desperately hoping that they can get rid of Ben Duckett fairly quickly, because he does score so quickly. He can really give the fielding captain and bowlers a lot to think about if he stays there for any length of time.
Patterson to Siddle, defends that safely enough to Hamid at extra cover end of the over. 150 for 9, so the deficit now just 106. 106 is a lot in the context of what will be a relatively low scoring game, but they've saved the follow on and they've kept Nottinghamshire out there for a lot longer than Nottinghamshire would have been expecting when they took the 8th Somerset wicket, scoring 87.
Yeah, we're going to have the spin of Liam Patterson-White, but likewise, if you'd said to Notts at the start of the day, with Somerset 28 for 2, you'll have them 9 down by lunch, they'd have bitten your hand off, wouldn't they?
They would.
Strider Longshanks has been in touch. Hi guys, I'm loving the commentary today. I'm hoping I can come down tomorrow to see some play. It'll be my first game as a card-carrying member. I'm nervous and I'm excited to flash my card. Where, in your expert opinion, would you suggest I sit for the best view? There's no correct answer to that, Strider Longshanks. It's entirely down to the individual, whether they like to be at ground level or up on high, whether they like to be behind the wicket or square on, whether they like to sit on their own or be with their mates. Just come and try the different stands and enjoy it, mate. As LPW bowls to Josh Davey.
Just to turn that around, where would you sit if you weren't commentating?
I would sit up here on this level, the third floor, the middle tier of the Radcliffe Road stand, looking down on the action. There's an attempted reverse by Josh Davey that's come off heaven knows what else and made its way through to Stephen Mullaney at slip.
He's got a short third man for the reverse sweep, and he's also got deep backward point if he hits it in the air.
Here is Patterson-White has worked away on the leg side, 51 for 9. I think to have a view, a general overview of what's going on, I like a bit of elevation so you can look down on it. But I must admit, when I do football matches, when I'm working to do football matches, I'll watch 40, 50, 60 games a winter, a football season. Invariably you're in a nice seat on the halfway line watching the footy. When I go and watch local football, I go behind the goal. I'll stand there and have a cup of tea or some such, as it's Patterson-White bowling and it's defended, just for a different view, a different perspective. But yeah, I think if you can get a bit of elevation, I like a bit of elevation at the cricket. Look down on what's going on. It's Patterson-White bowling and it's defended, whereas you prefer...
You won't get that down at Taunton.
I was going to say, whereas you prefer the view from deep mid-wicket, don't you?
No, I'm afraid it's not ideal down at Taunton at the moment, but we hope for better things. We've been promised better things.
LPW in and bowls. This is nudged into the offside, fielded by Ben Duckett. Took a good catch this morning at second slip to get rid of Tom Abel, who, as we all know, is a fabulous player. To see him off early, soon after Cameron Bancroft had been dismissed, that set Notts on their way. Both those wickets to Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton just really roared through the middle order. Kohler, Cadmore and Gregory and Overton and Rue didn't detain Notts for too long. Jack Leach hung around for a wee while before having an expansive looking shot at Lyndon James, which went high in the sky before Stephen Mullaney caught it. And when that wicket went down, the follow-on had been saved, but it was only 118 for 9. 33 more runs have now followed. What's the highest? 18 to 30. This is the highest partnership, isn't it?
Yeah, highest partnership with the innings. Dane Patterson in bowls to Josh Davey, who plays that back to the bowler. It's been so often in the last 3 or 4 seasons, 5 seasons, the bowlers have bailed out the batsmen. Somerset have been prone to batting collapses in the top order, but resolve amongst their lower order batsmen, and not a little skill as well. I mean, Josh Davey has batted really well in this innings against some good bowling under bowler friendly conditions, and defends that good ball from Patterson ducking into the right-hander.
Steve Crawley says, myself, Dave, I prefer the Hound Road upper. That's opposite us. That's the double-decker over there.
Yeah.
Again, with that one, Steve, and I'm sure you'll agree, and fairly obvious, it depends where the strip is. If the strip's right over towards the Bridgeford Road, you can feel a little bit away from the action, but it's a good spot to be. Yes, I agree, for this particular strip.
Patterson bowls, and Davey plays a firm-footed push at that. That wasn't his best shot. Yes, it reminds me a bit of the Compton Edridge stands at Lord's, that Hound Road one. And doesn't look like it, but it's the same angle to the pitch. I've seen.
Were you there last year? I was going to say, have you been there for the new one? Crikey,
much
me.
Steeper, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking more of the old.
Of the traditional old one, yeah. We went last year and they'd just been opened. Crikey.
Here's Patterson. And Davey will pick up a single down to Hamid at third man. Moves on to 49, 152 for 9.
The same at the Oval. There's been developments there as well, hasn't there? A huge.
The new at
the pavilion end.
Yeah.
Is it the Mark Butcher Suite up at the top there now? Right up at the top, I think.
Isn't it called One Oval Square? Or
I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
Yeah. Yes, very lavish, handsome.
I'm not in the South family like you are. We're the North family.
This is just dropped into the offside by Peter Siddle.
Derby and Leicester and Chesterley Street are my family.
Yeah. Derby.
In terms of
I haven't been to Derby.
In terms of the split, you haven't been to Derby
since 1973, I think it was, when I was scoring there for Brian Johnston.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Siddle will get at least one as Hamid is in pursuit. They'll come back for a second as he retrieves it from just down below us at third man. 154 for 9. Mike Hendrick was bowling for Derby.
I'm not letting this go without a follow-up question. You've not been to see Derby play? Derbyshire play at Derby since 1973.
Yeah. I've been to Chesterfield since then, but not to Derby.
Well, that's astonishing, isn't it, really, given the amount of cricket you watch and the
Somerset,
amount of years that have...
I mean, I had quite a few years when I didn't do, when I was busy doing other things, but and Somerset and Derbyshire have not been in the same division since I started doing this 15 years ago.
I end up going there about 4 days a season. 154 for 9. This one's defended on the leg side. Oh, you'll like what they've done with the place. The old racecourse stand is no longer there. It's very... It's actually, I mean, hugely improved from what it used to be. It used to be a chilly old place to go, didn't it? This one's worked away on the leg side. Liam Patterson White bowling, and Josh Davey always going to come back for 2. Ben Martindale, the subfielder's getting a little bit of a hurry up from 1 or 2 teammates that they did get 2 there rather than 1, but Josh Davey gets a round of applause from the Trent Bridge faithful and from Mr. Gibson himself for a well-deserved 50.
Yeah, absolutely. Second 50 for...
although he's only got 49 on the board.
Yes, he is.
81 minutes, 54 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes?
It's at least 2, isn't it?
Yeah, 1 straight down the ground off Lyndon James, and 1 into the Fox Road stand. Yeah. Well, back to Josh, who's on strike now to one that turns sharply away from the bat. Jack Leach might have liked the look of that.
Yeah. There are some bowlers' footmarks outside the right-hander's off-stump.
There's Liam Patterson White in to bowl. This is the 4th ball of the over. The clock says 13:39. Are you, like me, expecting them to go off after this over?
Yes, I am, because that'll be the scheduled lunch was 10 past.
I just wondered if the stoppage and the injury to Tom Morsey sort of factored in as this has worked away on the leg side for a single, like in football where they the referee adds on an extra couple of minutes into added time, but I don't know. I don't know if that strictly applies.
Reduces the deficit to below 100.
Yep. Somerset trail by 99 runs as the strap line on the bottom of the Batman board. Next delivery is worked away into the offside. 157 for 9. Now then, umpires, you're going to call time? Well, no. David Milnes is trooping off towards his position at square leg. So run that one by me then, Mr. Gibson,
well,
if you will.
I think what you said is probably the answer to it. They've allowed for maybe another 5 minutes, another 1 over for the injury to
Tom
Moores.
But again, like at the GS Bowl last week, again it's a scenario where we don't know.
It does make it a very long first session. We're used to long final sessions. But,
well, let's just keep going. There's 69 overs to go in the day. Let's get them all in. Then we can all troop off and watch Notts County at 5:30.
Josh Davey then will be on strike on 52. Second highest score for Somerset. He made 75 not out against Leicestershire a couple of years ago.
You'll be having scones, cream and jam for your lunch rather than for your tea.
Yeah. Here's Patterson then to Davey, who will pick up a comfortable single as Stuart Broad has to move to his right at mid-on to do the fielding. Davey on to 53, 158 for 9. The partnership goes to 40.
So, if they go off after this over, it'll be getting towards 1:45, so play will restart round about 25 past 2, folks, just in case you want to come back and join us. You're doing something during lunch and then you're going to come back and join us. We should be back on from 25 past 2, we think.
Patterson bowls to Siddle, who will pick up a single as that runs off the inside half of his bat, out past David Milnes, the umpire at square leg, towards the boundary, and runs coming pretty easily at the moment. Knots have gone right back on the defensive, which is strange.
Took the foot off the throat a little bit.
Yeah, 159 for 9.
This is the 36th over of the morning, a morning that's seen 131 for 7 in real terms.
Patterson to Davey. No, there isn't a single there as Patterson is quickly across to field off his own bowling. So we've only actually had 36 overs in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
That's what I make.
Pretty poor, isn't it? I mean, I know they've been taking wickets, but it's not a great rate.
Well, let's see what the board says when they come back. At the moment, Nottinghamshire's over 8 is +2, but they tend to only tinker with that during the interval, so we'll see what they are when they come back. I'd be surprised if they're still +2, but you never know.
Patterson to Davey, who's up on his toes, playing that rather as Gordon Greenwich might have played it. Just 1 foot off the ground. Tucks it away down to deep backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 54.
Now he could play, couldn't it? He could play.
Wonderful. Square cut, just magnificent, and the pull shot on one leg.
GG.
Patterson in bowls, and Siddle pushes this into the offside, and again it sets off straight away for a well-judged single. Stephen Mullaney fields to his left at mid-off. 161 for 9.
Cuthbert Gordon Greenwich spends a lot of his time in this country, often match managers for the lashings who go around the country and play Showbiz against club sides. Yeah, they rope in lots of ex-professionals and whatever, but lovely man. He's another one who is a very keen golfer.
Patterson bowls and Davey defends. And he's the sort of opposite of Joe for Archer, isn't he? In the sense that Gordon Greenwich went to school, brought up in Reading. They're going off for lunch. I just could have could have played for England, chose to play for the West Indies. Joe Farage probably should have played for the West Indies, but chose to play for England. So 161 for 9 at lunch. Somerset starting this morning at 28 for 2, so they've added 133 but have lost 7 wickets in the process, 2 of them to Dane Patterson, and but the star of the morning's cricket, Brett Hutton, 6 for 40, career best figures for Nottinghamshire.
Thanks, Anthony. Thanks to Phoebe Graham as well. They'll both be back with me when they return. We think round about 2:25. We'd love it if you'd come back and join us then. Meanwhile, enjoy your lunch here at Trent Bridge. Somerset go off at 161 for 9. Well, hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. Crikey me, we're only just starting again after lunch. A really extended morning session, which lasted for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Somerset losing 7 wickets, but they still have 1 wicket intact, and they do have an informed batter in Josh Davey, who's 54 not out. At lunch, I'm Dave Bracegirdle, BBC Radio Nottingham. We'll be joined in the not too distant future by Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and alongside me at the moment is Phoebe Graham from Lancashire County Women's Team and Manchester original, former Nottinghamshire County player. Very much enjoying being back on old home turf, or I hope you are anyway.
Absolutely.
Fed and watered?
I am indeed, and it's beautiful here at Trent Bridge. The sun's just popped out again. It's a beautiful setting.
Now, Nottinghamshire, you would say, had the better of the morning session, but they did lose the momentum in the last, I don't know if anybody made any note of the time, but certainly what felt like the best part of the last hour of that session. Somerset wrested back the initiative, they avoided the follow-on, a healthy little partnership for the 9th wicket, an even stronger one now for the 10th wicket, and that all happened after Brett Hutton came out of the attack. He's got figures of 6 for 40. Well, he's going to start straight after lunch. First ball is sent down to Peter Siddle, the Australian former international, who's 10 not out, and he pushes us into the covers, and there's no run. Now, one thing I need to look at straight away is the gloves, and yes, Joe Clark has the gloves on. If you weren't with us this morning, just towards the back end of the session, in fact, probably about 35 minutes before the end of the session, in truth, a nasty looking injury to Tom Moore's led to him being led off by the physio as Hutton comes in to Siddle, inside edge away for the first run after lunch down to Patterson at long leg. So Tom Moore's had to go off. He went down initially without seeing the replay or anything. We just wondered if it hit him in the chest or knocked the wind out of him or whatever, but he went down and stayed down, and then we could see once Koo, the physio, had got out there, he was attending to his hand, and see on the replay it did just pop up off Lyndon James bowling. A delivery with plenty of bounce, and he must have just got it on the finger end or thumb end, and let's hope there's not too much damage, but he's not on the field at the moment, Tom Moores, as Hutton bowls to the half-century man, Josh Davey, and this is going to be a leg by, I think. Yep, umpire Milnes taps his knee, it's angling down the leg side, single taken, 163 for 9, and Phoebe, Somerset getting closer.
They are, and like you say, it's been 9, 10, 11 who've done a really good job here for Somerset, bringing them back in the game. Earlier on in the day, they were 87 for 8 and have managed to bring the score up to 163 for 9, thanks to Davey.
Hutton to bowl to Peter Siddle, just pushes at this one, and there's no run. Of course, there can be a lot of factors behind the recovery. One, they're batting a little better, Leach and Davey and Siddle. I saw what happened a little earlier on and were keen to avoid some of those pitfalls, but also the ball getting softer. The cloud cover, which was there for the first hour and a half, broke away. We've got blue sky overhead for much of it, as the next one's driven through the offside handsomely by Siddle for 4. The ball crashing into the boards at the base of the Fultrum stand. Peter Siddle on to 15, 167 for 9. So there's a lot of factors. You can probably also throw in there the Nottinghamshire decision, the tactical decision, maybe just to push the fielders out, try and give Josh Davey a single and bowl at Peter Siddle. Very rarely it seems to pay off for the side that does that, and the Somerset lower order were able to galvanise themselves and gather a few runs, and this is now a healthy partnership, the largest of the innings, as this one's driven up to Stuart Broad at mid-off, and that's the end of the first over back. Made a note somewhere, it was 161 for 9, so 6 from that over, and that's a decent start to the afternoon for the visitors.
Yeah, it'll be quite promising for the Nottingham players to see that the pitch has eased up over the day. The first hour looked tough out there, didn't it?
Yeah.
The ball was nibbling around and you didn't want to be a batter today, whereas now it's looking that little bit easier. Like I say, 9, 10, 11 have put on some great partnerships. Davey batting exceptionally well on 54 from just 53 deliveries. And it looks like Patterson is coming on at the pavilion end.
Yeah, got his 2 wickets from that end. The start of the day, dismissing Bancroft and Abel. He's bowling to Josh Davey, and Josh Davey just deflects this down nice and fine. Should be able to get back for a couple of runs. It's stopped by Ben Slater down there in Keaton's corner, and there's a couple of runs to Josh Davey, his first runs of the afternoon. He goes on from 54 to 56. Somerset 169 for 9, and that's the 50 partnership from 67 balls. Josh Davey's contribution 30, Peter Siddle's contribution 15. But that's a terrific effort, really is a strong effort from Siddle and Davey. Yes. Patterson in again, handsome looking blow over mid wicket, and it'll go for 4 out towards the Larwood and Vaux stand, and Josh Davey wasting no time in taking the fight to Nottinghamshire, and already we've had 6 runs from the first 2 balls of this over, 12 runs from 8 balls since lunch.
Definitely, and when it's been in Davey's hitting zone, he's not been afraid to put his hands through it. He's just clipped that over mid wicket, couple of bounds 4, but we've seen 2 sixes from him in his innings as well. He's happy to pummel the ball when it's up there in his slot.
He's into the 60s. Patterson bowls, he's edged that and he's caught. Patterson gets his 3rd wicket. Brett Hutton, the star of the show, fittingly has the final say because he takes the slip catch, and Somerset have been bowled out for 173. Josh Davey is the last man out, caught at slip by Brett Hutton from the bowling of Dane Patterson for 60. Peter Siddle was unbeaten on 15, and Dane Patterson 3 for 50. His figures. Josh Davey was at the crease for just over an hour and a half, faced 66 balls, 5 4s and 2 6s. That's a decent enough lick for Josh Davey. A strike rate of around about 91 for him. 173 all out. We did actually wonder if we'd sat here for best part of 3/4 of an hour waiting for some cricket, if it might just be done and dusted very quickly, and it has indeed. Brett Hutton's figures are on the board: 13 overs, 3 maidens, and 6 for 45. By all means, Phoebe, I know you're itching to come in with a comment, but just in a moment they're going to say my name. So, Notts with a healthy lead. I don't know if we've done the math. 56 and 27. What's that? 83. The lead. I think it is. Yeah, we've had 12 runs since lunch. It was 95 at lunch, so 83 is the lead. Somewhat fitting that Brett Hutton got the last say of the innings.
Absolutely, great take from Brett Hutton there. Patterson had just tempted Josh into hitting that last ball for 4.
Here is that update. And you join us, there's no cricket going on here again because they came out after lunch. It only took Notts an over and a half. Admittedly, Somerset cracking 12 runs in those 9 deliveries, but the final wicket rather has gone down. Somerset all out for 173, so Notts have a first innings lead of 83. Somewhat fitting, it was Brett Hutton who had the final say on an innings that he's dominated. Career best figures, or Nottinghamshire best figures rather, for Brett Hutton of 6 for 45. He did once take 8 wickets in an innings during his time away with Northants. Dane Patterson with that final wicket, so he finished with 3 for 50. Pretty good day's work for Nottinghamshire early on. Heavy cloud cover, the ball wobbling this way and that, and Hutton made the most of it, adding to his 2 wickets that he took on Thursday with 4 in a quick period of time this morning. So Somerset have been bowled out for 173. A healthy first innings lead of 83 for Notts. In about 8 or 9 minutes time they'll look to build on that when their second innings begins. had to go off, and he didn't bowl again in the morning session. So Duckett really got going and tucked in. You'd imagine Overton v Duckett could be an interesting little subplot to the afternoon session, which is only moments away because the umpires are on their way.
Absolutely, no, it'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays in the first hour. It's very different conditions to how it was at 11 o'clock this morning. The sun's out, a lot more blue sky, but they'll have the new ball, so it'll be interesting to see whether there's a bit of nibble for the knots for the Somerset seamers.
That's the voice of Phoebe Graham, who is with us for the weekend, and Anthony Gibson will be back with us before too long. Ben Duckett, of course, England Test match opener, on his way out to the middle with the man. I guess he's one of those Seba Mead who sort of had a little bit of a go and has then lost his shirt to Duckett indirectly, because I know Alex Lee sort of came in between them, between Hamid in the Ashes, and Alex Lee's played the bulk of last summer, but Duckett's taken over now.
Absolutely, and he sort of fits this new Bazball mould. Whether Hasim Hamid fits that mould is very different. He's a much more traditional player, will take longer to set himself, to score his runs, whereas Ben Duckett, as we've seen a lot throughout county championship cricket, takes on the bowlers. So it could be Duckett's spot there if he continues to play well for Nottinghamshire over the next couple of months.
So it is going to be Craig Overton to get us underway from the Radcliffe Road end. Happy chappy in the big picture on the Batman board. We were aware that was called the Batman board, and can you see why it's called the Batman board?
I like the fact I know it's called the Batman board now. Yeah, absolutely. You can see that indeed.
You can see his ears stuck up at the top, the silhouette of Batman. It is going to be Overton. The right-handed Hamid is on strike. There are 3 slips, 3 other fielders on the offside, fairly standard leg side offering, and Overton runs away from us, and first ball into the pads would have swung down the leg side. Hamid trying to work it away to leg. Of course, the umpires have swapped over now. We've got Michael Burns, who spent a very successful career as a wicket keeper with Warwickshire and Somerset, and he's at this end, and David Milnes, who had 2 spells with Notts. In the middle was a stint with Leicestershire. He's at square leg, so representation for both counties out in the middle in the white coats. There's Overton in again to Hamid, looks to drive up to mid-off, and there's no runs. Our scorers Roger Marshall for Notts and Polly Rhodes for Somerset.
Both deliveries there from Craig Overton, very full. I think if they've taken anything from the first innings here today is get the ball up there, let the pitch do the work. Few half volleys for the Somerset team for able to put their hands through, but that's what created the opportunity in the first innings.
There's Overton in again, and Mead defends. I'm going to have to work harder than I did on Thursday with this Somerset identification. The very fact they're all wearing the woolly pulleys doesn't help, because you just automatically get lazy. You look up and you can see Blogs 24 or whatever on the back of a shirt these days, and we have been doing it for a decade or so, and then you play Surrey or you play Somerset, and you've got to go back to the old-fashioned, let's see if we can recognise who he is when we can't see his name. We can see Craig Overton. Oh, the umpires don't like that, Craig. The umpires don't like that. That was pushed back to the bowler, who gently underarmed it back towards the stumps, but it's one thing they've been asked to sort of cut out in the game this year. If there's no chance of a run out or anything, don't throw the ball back towards the batter's end, towards the stumps. I don't know if you've had that directive yet, but that's one of them that has sort of seeped through the game pre-season. Overton in once more, and he drives handsomely. I thought that was going to be cut off, but he just got it to the onside of straight and away for the first runs of the innings. And Hamid is on the charge. He's on to 4. Nottinghamshire 4 without loss, and the lead is 87.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Hamid. He's just waited for the ball beautifully and played a really lovely on drive for 4.
That's Peter Siddle who's done the fielding. That's one I can recognise. There's Overton. This one's clipped away down to long leg for a single. Pretty much shout of Leach from the back of the box. I was going to say I pretty much recognise them all. Out in the middle, I can tell you, each and every one of them. But at some considerable distance, I mean, some of these players are now 200 yards away from us, and all in the white woolly pully with the Somerset maroon cap on. Just you get used to the individual mannerisms. To quote the old Manfred Mann song, Davy's on the road again. It's going to be Josh Davy. He's taking his pads off, and he's going to have a bowl now. Almost a one-man team, isn't it? He's kept Somerset in the game with his runs. Now he's going to try and get a few wickets.
Absolutely.
You remember Manfred Mann?
No, I don't.
He bowled pretty much all his first innings overs, Davy, from the pavilion end, which is where he's starting from now. David Milnes is at the far end, and Davy bowls and might be off the thigh pad. They've taken a single. The left-handed Duckett will get on to strike. Yeah, it is a leg by. Don't know if you're aware, but you can see on the umpires' coats now, they're all wearing cameras. You can see pretty clearly David Milnes at the bowler's end. You can just make out the black square on the front of his umpire's coat. They're all wearing cameras now for a variety of reasons, we understand.
I had seen on social media there was some clips of umpire footage, and I wondered the reason behind it.
Davy round the wicket to duck it down the leg side. He's not going to score runs there because he can't reach it. He's only a little lad. Ben Duckett, terrific player, and he was going through the gears, or he went through the gears very, very quickly on the first morning. Raced to 75 before being dismissed. He was on 44 when Jack Leach came on to bowl, and immediately reverse swept him for 6 to go to his 50s. He's got that sort of impudence about him, the former hockey player. Davy to continue bowling to Duckett, and he defends.
It's always interesting hearing the players speak after the innings, and it was really interesting hearing Ben Duckett talk about how he was going to tactfully take on Leach, because there wasn't a lot of spin in the pitch, and because he knew the sort of areas he was going to bowl, particularly facing him a lot in nets, I'm sure, throughout this winter with England. He knew his options, and I think that's what's really, really important to note when players are taking that positive intent.
Yep, he exudes positivity. Works this on the leg side. No run. I'm so pleased Anthony's behind me. Casey Aldridge. Casey Aldridge is the sub fielder at mid wicket. Do we know who he's on for? That'll keep Anthony quiet. Oh,
Siddle.
Siddle was on a moment ago. I've just seen Peter Siddle. Oh, he's just gone off apparently. Keep watching Bracegirdle, you'll see what's going on. Nottinghamshire 6 without loss. Where are we? We're about 12 minutes or so to 3 o'clock. I would presume Radio Nottingham, who are taking the Mansfield Town commentary this afternoon, will come in a moment or two. This is Casey Aldridge doing the fielding, did you know, at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mansfield Town away at Grimsby, and then that's followed by Notts County's match against Woking. So 40 this afternoon on Radio Nottingham. There will be the odd cricket update, and there's also a bit of ice hockey going on. If you're in town tonight, I know Anthony's already seen a few people arriving. There's the ice hockey playoffs, whatever they are, in the arena, and there's ice hockey fans from all over everywhere in the city, keeping Anthony awake all night. This one's clipped away on the leg side, and Duckett's away for a single, 7 without loss. That is the end of the over, so Duckett will keep strike. Josh Davy, tidy enough first over, just the 1 run. Notts lead by 90.
Yeah, it's a nice start there for Josh Davey, continuing his form with the bat into ball. Just 1 run from the over.
I think I've made the mistake of luring producer Kirsty into believing I'm interested. She says Panthers versus the Belfast Giants are playing at the moment. Thank you, Kirsty. Thank you. Thank you.
On a hand at
Please-
all times.
Please keep
Brilliant.
me please keep me informed if there's a touchdown in that one. 7 without loss. Peter Siddle back on the field. It's going to be CO. Craig Overton. C. Overton on the back of his shirt. We mentioned on the first day, you'd think now Jamie has moved on to Surrey, it would just say Overton, wouldn't you, really? But it doesn't. It says C. Overton. I'll be bowling to B. Duckett. 7 without loss. There's Craig Overton. Ground bathed in sunshine. Duckett drives, and there's going to be runs here, at least 3. Oh, I think it'll go for 4 unless it's gone for 4. Just. No, it hasn't. It's stopped about an inch away from the rope. I couldn't see, and I can't blame the microwave oven for that. I can blame the fence in front of us, because I just couldn't quite see the ball, but it didn't go. Quite extraordinary. Yes, the microwave has moved during the lunch interval, so presumably there's been a takeaway meal for 2 in the production room. 10 for none, Nottinghamshire. 10 for naught, the board says.
Yeah, it was a lovely on drive there from Duckett, but really should have been stopped by Siddle and had to chase it down, and they've just run 3.
There's Overton to Hamid, beats him outside the off stump. Sorry, I'm just having to do some technicals with my with the screen here. So you haven't used it for a while and it's about to be turned off. Is this okay? And then you have to go through all the various gadgets and gizmos on the remote just to stop it from going off. 10 without loss. Again, the sun is out, and again it looks an absolute picture. An afternoon delight here at Trent Bridge as Craig Overton bowls to the Bolton Bradman, Asib Hamid, former Lancashire player.
Hitting good strides and nice areas this afternoon even is Overton, asking lots of questions.
How long have you been associated with the Lancashire side then?
So I'll be into my 2nd season at Lancs.
Mead on 5, blocks this one. You use the Old Trafford nets?
Yes, we do. So that's our base, is Emirates Old Trafford. And hopefully we'll be outdoors on Mondays at Emirates Old Trafford training. But we've just really struggled the past couple of weeks to get outdoor because of the weather. And as you know, Manchester, renowned for beautiful sunny weather, has had quite the brunt of it.
Is there anything in that? Is there anything in that? Is it wetter than everywhere else? Overton to Hamid. Clips to mid-on, no run. Is the hotel finished and what have you? I've not been for, well, obviously since last year.
It's not quite finished, but they're hoping to have all the...
This is a new hotel, isn't
it?
The
new hotel, yeah. So it's a new building as part of Emirates Old Trafford, and they should have all the hospitality and rooms done, I think, for the test match that's held at Emirates Old Trafford this year for the Ashes. But it's come up over the past few months.
Final ball of the 3rd over, and again Hamid just happy to keep Overton at arm's length. Defence. Overton 2 overs, no maidens, none for 8. Whenever I go I find it hard to recall now, I don't know what it is now, east, west or north, south, but the last game, the last cricket match that was played at Old Trafford before they turned the square round was the match that Notts won the county championship in 2010, and they had a year, of course, playing away primarily at Aigburth, at Liverpool. They won the 2011 championship primarily playing their home games in Liverpool, and then 2012 the first game back at the ground with the pitch turned round was again against Notts. Start of a new over. This is push to backward point, single taken. No run taken, I beg your pardon. Just slightly off put by Radio Nottingham returning in my ears. Wrexham have drawn 0-0 today, so a chance for Notts County later on to close the gap once again. There's Duckett. The cries of catch, so clearly that was in the air as he punched it out to deep backward point. Where Nottinghamshire have started fairly quietly their second innings. Remember, just after lunch they bowled Somerset out, taking the last wicket to dismiss Somerset for 173. So Notts with a first innings lead of 83. Brett Hutton, the star of the show, 6 for 45. They're his best figures in the Nottinghamshire colours. Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett are out there at the moment. Josh Davey, top scored for Somerset, he's bowling nicely. He made 60 with the bat. He's looking for a breakthrough here. Craig Overton at the other end bowling quickly. Nottinghamshire 11 without loss, so the overall lead is 94. So we're it's about halfway through the fourth over. I know Anthony's chomping at the bit, so if I want to do what we did this morning, Phoebe, in a delivery or two, and you slide into my slot and Anthony will come where you are as this is forced into the offside, and I'll go and lay down in a darkened room as Hamid punches this out into the offside for 4. Nice looking shot from Asiba Mead. He's on to 9. He'll do well if he can outscore Ben Duckett if they stay there together for long, but at the moment he's ahead of him 9-5.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Hamid. Just waited for the ball, punched it through the offside, through extra cover, and then we saw the ball race away to the boundary.
9-5. Dolly Parton or Sheena Easton?
Dolly Parton.
Dolly
me.
Parton. 15 without loss. Mead on 9. Davey to bowl, nudged into the cover region. No run. Very pleasant conditions now. Good crowd in. We do hear a constant gripe of county cricket followers that there's just not enough weekend cricket for them to come and watch, and certainly there's plenty come out in their numbers today to take in the first home match of the season. Always a popular team to come and watch as well, Somerset. This one goes through to the keeper. No end of people, in fact, this weekend of the over 15 without loss. Very much enjoy Somerset. They're my second favourite team. I don't know what listeners generally think about that, but I know a lot of people, Somerset our second favourite team. I think a lot of a certain age grew up watching Viv Richards and Joel Garner and Ian Botham, of course, and Somerset the great entertainers. They enjoyed watching them, but it's a different Somerset these days, and they will have their own supporters and followers and attractors and detractors. Can we talk about tractors? There's a man who knows all about tractors. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
Thanks, Dave. And I'm just trying to pick out a famous tractor driver, see if he's sitting over there in front of the pavilion, which is where he was on Thursday. Can't actually see the broad-brimmed Somerset hat at the moment. Here's Craig Overton into bowl to Duckett, who just runs this into the gully and very well stopped by Tom Abel, quickly down to his left, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a very pleasant afternoon now for cricket, isn't it, Phoebe?
It is indeed, yeah, completely different to how it was this morning at 11 o'clock with very overcast and potential rain in the air, whereas now a bit of blue sky, sun's out. Looks like conditions you want to be playing cricket in now.
Yeah. Overton around the wicket to Duckett, who tucks that away down to deep backward square leg, where Lewis Gregory trots in to do the fielding. 16 without loss. He hasn't gone off like an express train, Ben Duckett, yet. He was going after the bowling right from the start. on Thursday morning. He's been a little bit more circumspect here this afternoon.
I think, to be fair to the Somerset bowlers, they've both started exceptionally well.
Overton in and bowls and beats the outside edge. You heard the lone appeal from Craig Overton. I think that was more out of frustration at just failing to hit the outside edge. He just has a bit of a grin and a joke with Ben Duckett as he walks past. That must have been very, very close.
Yeah, such a good delivery. He's appealed for air, but just missed the bat, just missed the top of off stump. But excellent bowling here from Craig Overton today.
Yeah, he's pitching it up, which is what Somerset failed to do on Thursday morning. Overton's there and bowls and goes past the outside edge again. And Hamid had to play at that. It was pitched off stump, I suppose, and beat the outside edge comfortably in the end. So there's no doubt that when the ball is new and hard, it's doing a lot more off this pitch than when it gets softer towards the latter stages, as it was of Somerset's innings this morning when Josh Davey and co found batting relatively straightforward. Overton bowls. This is turned through the onside, and that will run away, I think, for 4 runs. Josh Davey gives up the pursuit early on, leaves it to Sean Dixon to retrieve so that he keeps himself fresh to bowl. 4 runs go on the Nottinghamshire score. The lead goes to beyond 100, 20 without loss. The lead is 103. And I wonder if Nottinghamshire, I shouldn't think they'll be trying to get Somerset in for half an hour this evening, but we will see. Still plenty of overs left in the day. Overton in and bowls. No, he's not in and bowls. He just stops in his delivery stride, something troubling him in the he's got some,
looks like majority of the surface is in his spikes at the moment.
Yeah.
He's having to,
he's picking up a lot, isn't he, from the,
yeah, it takes big heavy strides into the crease, and all the grass at Trent Bridge is getting caught in his spikes. There's not a lot of sawdust down, but it doesn't seem to be an issue on the crease mark. Very dry wicket considering the conditions, but the run up, it's still a soft pitch out there.
Here's Overton in bowls to Hamid, plays it up to Josh Davey at mid on, and that's the end of the over, 5th over of the innings, 20 without loss. If you were Stephen Mullaney, what would you be thinking about in terms of how to win this match from here?
I think it's the first hour of play is so important this afternoon, so not going gun-hos this afternoon, just playing the first hour, taking the shine off the new ball, softening the ball, and then probably reassessing at that stage, seeing whether they're 1 or 2 down, whether they've created a big stand, and then take it from there, really.
Davies in and bowls, and this is cut away, but Peter Siddle is waiting for it at the deep point boundary, so it's just a single, 21 for naught. So just play their natural normal games and reassess after tea, or with an hour to go this evening, something like that, or earlier than that. I
think what we saw this morning was the first hour, the movement of the ball and the wicket was doing so much that it's so key that Hamid and Duckett play like opening batters here and play sensible cricket. You can see how forward Hamid is getting and getting his head over the ball, which a lot of the top 5 Somerset batters.
Oh, and Hamid just draws his bat inside the line of a good ball from Josh Davey.
Didn't do, and they got caught out, literally caught in the slip cordons, bowled, LBW, for some soft dismissals, really.
I think I tweeted at lunchtime, if they'd shown a little bit more patience, they could have still have been batting when Josh Davey and co were batting, when the ball was doing much less. And
I think that's where they'll watch the game back and think how frustrating that we didn't wait it out, that we didn't absorb 20 minutes of pressure.
This is played defensively down into the offside. Dixon comes from
and
you
don't know how Duckett's brain ticks, for example, but it might just be saying to someone like Duckett, stay out there till 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock it'll be your party time. That's when you can really accelerate, put the foot down, graft a little bit. I think that's what this time of year is all about for batters. It's grafting through the tough opening overs from seam attacks, because there is that little bit extra in the wicket, in the ball, and they're going to get seeds and nuts that will be unplayable.
Oh, and that one again, Hamid wisely just drew his bat inside the line of that at the last moment. How long would you want to give yourself to bowl Somerset out in the second innings? How many sessions?
I think at least 2, but I'd be pushing 2.5, 3. I think they'll probably want to bat majority of today and maybe 20-30 overs tomorrow morning. But again, conditions will play into it.
Davy bowls and Hamid defends. Yes, I would have thought they'll want to. I mean, in an ideal world, if they score really quickly, they could get Somerset in this evening. But I suspect you're right, and it'll be sometime tomorrow morning when, assuming they don't get bowled out, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility. Although, as the ball gets softer, batting does get easier, and it looked pretty easy for the last couple of hours, or last hour and a half of the Somerset innings. How many overs have we got? 58 more after this today, so Davies bowling, and that's defended. So if they score at, what should we say, 3.5 runs and over, that would be another 200. That would give them a lead of 300 overnight. They'd want to push that up to 350, I guess, something like that. Bat Somerset out of the. Would they want to bat Somerset out of the game, or would they want to leave Somerset in with an outside chance?
They might want to leave a little carrot dangling, knowing the seam attack that Nottingham have. And often that's what then creates the wickets, creates the opportunities. If someone like Tom Abel knows that the win is in sight, may play a few more shots than he needs to. So that will play into the conversations that'll be happening. Overton
to Duckett, who swishes at that without moving his feet at all, and doesn't get anything on it. That's the first signs of outright aggression from Ben Duckett, looking to play a shot at a good ball. Well, it's maybe just a little bit short, a little bit wide.
The keeper picked that up by his ankles as well, didn't he? So first time we've seen of the bounce being uneven as well.
Overton bowls, and this is cut away, but Dixon is quickly across from cover point to do the fielding at deep gully, and there's no run. Sean Dixon with muddy patches on both knees of his cricket trousers.
What are your thoughts on Overton breaking into the Ashes squad this summer? Do you think he's got a chance?
Only if 2 or 3 of the others get injured. He's in bowls. Overton bowls, and he goes over in mid-pitch. He's turned his left ankle again. That's the foot-stroke ankle that's been giving him all the trouble in the first couple of games. He's still down. Umpire Mike Burns is coming up to commiserate. Tom Abel, the skipper, comes over. He is prone to foot problems because he's so tall, and he puts, as you were saying earlier on, Phoebe, puts an awful lot of pressure on his big left boot as he lands in the crease. He's all right, I think.
He's all right. I'd just cursed him with the question, hadn't I, really, as he was running in to bowl.
I don't know. I mean,
he's always been in and around, but injuries prevented him more than anything, really.
Yeah.
So to have those consistent back-to-back performances, and you've seen the likes of Potts sort of breaking in and breaking out, but he's consistently playing county championship cricket now underneath that.
He's in bowls, and Duckett plays that up to mid-on. Ironically, the cricketer who might keep him out of the England side if there are injuries to the fast bowlers is his twin brother, Jamie, if he gets fit again. And and we don't think he's going to be fit to play in the first round of 6 county championship matches, but he's targeting coming back for the Blast for Surrey. As Overton bowls to Duckett, and this is played into the offside. Dixon quickly onto it, but not quickly enough to prevent the single. 22 without loss. Jamie's got that extra yard of pace, and of course he got the whatever it was, 97.
I was going to say, I think it was the highest clocked speed within county championship cricket last year, wasn't he?
He was.
So
if he gets fit again, I think he'd probably be ahead of twin brother Craig in the pecking order. Overton's in and bowls, and that's just dead batted, and Overton kicks it down in the direction of the stumps at the other end, and may get a little bit of a half a black mark from the umpires for doing that. But he lacks nothing in aggression, does Craig Overton. Tom Abel comes and gives his big fast bowler an encouraging pat on the rump. 22 without loss after 7 overs. The lead has stretched from 83 to 100. Not a huge amount happening for Somerset seam bowlers. I think the wickets just calmed down a bit compared with this morning. It's still doing a bit. Still
a few deliveries, isn't there, that whiz past the bat and nibbled a bit here, but the movement this morning, it was like a different pitch, really.
Yeah. Here's Davey in bowls to Duckett, who goes for an offside shot and gets it out to Peter Siddle on the deep point.
Just loves
boundary.
To slap the ball through backwards point. Does Ben Duckett.
I was just thinking he's very well placed, is Peter Siddle out there for Ben Duckett.
Absolutely. I think for most batters that same delivery would go through the extra cover region, but for Duckett he just seems to wait that little bit later and unconventionally plays that through backwards point.
Davey to Hamid, and this comes off a thick edge out into the covers where Tom Lammonby does the fielding.
Quite a nice pair to watch bat together though, because they're such different style batters. Hamid being that more traditional textbook, you may call it, style opening bat, whereas Duckett is more unconventional, and you've got to think about where your field placements are and set a different field to him because he accesses such different areas of the ground.
Davey in bowls to Hamid, drives, but again straight this time to Lammonby at extra cover. The slips are Tom Kohler-Cadmore, that first slip, who's wearing that funny sort of muff into which he puts his hands just below his belt of his, or where the belt of his cricket trousers would be if they had belts. And then Cameron Bancroft, who's well advanced at second slip, a couple of yards in front of or ahead of Kohler-Cadmore. That one comes back and goes through to James Rue down the leg side. No shot from Hamid, and Craig Overton at third slip. Tom Abel marshalling his troops from mid-wicket. That's his voice. Come on, boys! Claps his hands.
Have you had as much wet weather down in Somerset?
Yeah, we had a very wet March, and a couple of very wet days since as well. As Davey bowls and Hamid defends, and it's been so wet in Bristol that the game there, Gloucestershire against Yorkshire, has been abandoned. All 4 days abandoned.
Of course, yes. That answers the question there for the Southwest then, doesn't it?
It does.
Which is a shame, because Yorkshire definitely needed some form of result. They got themselves in a great position last week and almost threw it. Well, they did throw it away, didn't they?
Well, I think Leicestershire took it away from them. Davey bowls and goes through Hamid's defensive shot, and he hasn't done that very often in this innings so far, but that was probably as good a ball as he has produced. 23 without loss at the end of the 8th over. Josh Davey 4 overs for 8. Craig Overton 4 overs for 14. Neither has yet bowled a maiden, or, more to the point, taken a wicket. Somerset do need to take wickets if they're going to drag themselves back into contention for any outcome in this game other than Nottinghamshire win or the draw. They're going to need to bowl Nottinghamshire out this afternoon, you feel, Somerset, unless there's a sporting declaration, which I don't expect. Overton's in and bowls and almost gets that through Duckett's defences. And just cut back into the left-hander. He scrapes away at popping crease where his big left foot is landing.
Absolutely, there was no gap there between bat and pad. I think if there'd been anything in it, it'd have got through, but solid wall there from Duckett.
Overton turns. 6 foot 5 inches of Devon beef. He's there and bowls, and again a slightly uncertain prod at that from Ben Duckett. Runs off the inside edge down to Jack Leach, fielding at long leg. 24 without loss. Craig Overton hasn't had the best of early season results. What did he get against Warwickshire? None for 66 in the first innings as he's in bowls, and he just guides that between the two fielders in the covers without going for a full-blown off drive. Picks up a single.
He's bowled well here today though. He's 4.3 overs, only going for 16 runs, but within that has bowled some really good deliveries, and the areas that he's bowled has asked questions from ball one really, so he's been a little unfortunate not to pick up a wicket here today.
He's bowling to Duckett, and Duckett defends up to Josh Davey at mid-on. So 0 for 66 against Warwickshire in the one innings down at Taunton, and 1 for 35 in the first innings, so he's only picked up 1 wicket so far this season, which is most un-Craig Overton-like. He does lead the Somerset attack brilliantly, sets the tone.
I think it was this time last year he had his career best of 7 for 57.
Yeah, it was against Essex. And this is swung away, short from Overton, and Ben Duckett advancing on him down the onside of the pitch. Had all the room in the world and all the time in the world as well, just to smash that away in front of square through the offside. Not much aesthetic beauty about the shot, but loads and loads of effectiveness and power. He moves on to 14, 29 without loss.
Absolutely, and he picked it so early, advancing Craig Overton, who's coming in at such pace. He's made it look simple and easy, that shot. So although it doesn't look effective, the way he's picked that delivery is great. And Overton's just going to the crease line now with some sawdust. It's clearly causing him some problems there on his front foot.
It is.
Comes very wide of the crease to the left-hander. You can see that in where his footmarks are.
And he can't really retaliate with a short one, Craig Overton, because there's no future in bowling short on this pitch. So he's just going to have to suck it up and maybe fire a Yorker. But his natural instinct, having been slapped for 4 through the offside, would be to bowl a fierce bouncer.
I think that's where, as a fast bowler at this time of the year, you almost lose part of your armoury, but you've got to trust that getting it up there at the wickets will help you.
He's there and bowls to Duckett, as he's just short of a length, and Duckett will pick up a single out to Tom Lammonby at deep backward square leg. End of that over, 34 without loss. Duckett on to 15, Hamid on to 14. These two picking up where they left off in the first innings when they added 125. Interesting stat is that the highest partnerships in this match so far were for the first wicket, 125 between Hamid and Duckett, and with Somerset it was for the last wicket, with Josh Davey and Peter Siddle putting on 55. the two innings have been a sort of mirror image of each other, with all the runs in the Notts innings, first innings, coming at the top of the order, and all the runs in the Somerset innings coming at the bottom of the order. Peter Siddle's going to have his first bowl of this second Nottinghamshire innings from the pavilion end. Comes racing in and bowls, and this is in the air and caught at the second attempt by Tom Lammonby. It was a pretty straightforward catch, as those sorts of catches go. It was hit quite hard to him and quite high, but he got two hands to it, and I thought he was going to take it quite comfortably, instead of which it popped out up into the air, and he gratefully pouched it at the second attempt. So that is the end of Ben Duckett, and that is a very important breakthrough for Somerset, because Ben Duckett could have been very dangerous indeed under these circumstances. 30 for 1, Duckett caught Lammonby, bowled Siddle for 15.
We see it time and time again when we see a change of bowler. Siddle coming on first ball, Duckett laid into driving the ball over mid-wicket, and like you say, Lammonby's punched the ball in the air, caught it on the second attempt. What should have been quite a straightforward catch at mid-wicket, he's made a meal of.
It's just I think Tom Lammonby's grown an inch or two during the winter, and it's just as well he had, because it certainly helped to pluck that one eventually out of the air.
You can hear the gasp from the teammates.
Yeah.
But caught it on the second attempt.
He's a brilliant fielder, is Tom Lammonby. Would have been most uncharacteristic of him to have dropped that. But for one awful moment, it looked as if that was precisely what was going to happen. So that's the end of Ben Duckett and his fellow Ben Slater, who will be more than accustomed to this sort of situation as primarily an opening batsman, coming in number 3 with Notts on 30 for 1, effectively 113 for 1, so still very comfortably placed.
Sure, Peter Siddle will be very chuffed with that wicket. First ball, I think he owes that to his opening partnership that bowled exceptionally well, Overton and Davey, sort of asking a lot of questions, and quite a patient innings for both Hamid and Duckett there, and tempted him there to drive over mid-wicket, but the change of bowler created the wicket.
Yeah, it was a perfectly justifiable shot. He just didn't quite get hold of it. So maybe not quite as full as he was expecting. Didn't keep it down, didn't really try and keep it down. He was trying to loft it over the top of mid-wicket, just didn't quite get hold of it. So fellow Ben, fellow left-hander, Siddle bowls to Slater, who will get off the mark straight away as Tom Abel goes sprinting after it. And they didn't even consider going for a second run when they saw that it was Tom Abel who was doing the fielding. Just the single to Slater, 31 for 1.
Yeah, chase that with the quick speed, athleticism that Tom Abel has. Sets
Arguably the best fielder in the country.
Well, he sets the tone, doesn't he, for the Somerset team, and sets the standards.
Siddle to the right-handed Hamid, who's up on his toes, playing that down into the offside. It's just the lift that Somerset needed, the wicket of Duckett. If they're going to get themselves back into this game, they're going to need to pick up Nottinghamshire wickets at regular intervals. There's Tom Kohler-Cadmore practicing a defensive shot at first slip. He didn't play many of those this morning. I'll come back to that after this delivery from... Oh my goodness me, that down into the crease and bounced over the top of the stumps, and Hamid lucky to get away with that as it came off the bottom edge. I was going to say that Tom Kohler-Cadmore is a very firm acolyte of the Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes school of batting. Take the bowlers on, put them under pressure, look to dominate.
Absolutely.
If it comes off, it's great. If it doesn't, you can end up looking rather daft. Siddle bowls and brings this one back into Hamid, who plays it to Abel at mid-wicket, although I didn't actually see his dismissal this morning because I was coming up from the press box in the lift, but I gather it was actually a defensive shot.
He wasn't
giving Brett Hutton the charge or anything like that.
No, it was a fair...
It was Patterson, wasn't it?
Yeah, fair delivery. And yeah, TKC went to defend it, just nibbled into him and hit his pads before his bat, so
he was gone.
Good delivery, yeah, really.
Siddle to Hamid, gets that one past the bat, but into the Hamid defences, doing too much, would have missed the leg stump, and it's the end of a successful over for Peter Siddle. 1 over, 1 for 1, 31 for 1 at the end of it. 14 of those to Hamid and 1 to Ben Slater. Sun's gone in, which is a bit of a pity. Nice crowd here at Trent Bridge, scattered all round the ground. And Lewis Gregory, who picked up career best figures of 7 for 84 in the first innings, is going to come on from this Radcliffe Road end, which is the end from which he took all of those wickets.
Right, well, it makes complete sense that he's coming back from this end then, doesn't it?
It does.
And he plays very, very well away from home.
He does. He's much more successful away from home than he is at home at Taunton. And he's taken more wickets, a lot more wickets than at Taunton, and at less cost.
Be interesting to see how much nibble and swing Gregory gets here. The ball's only 10 overs old.
Here he comes into the left-handed Slater, who beats him first up with a well-pitched up delivery that did just enough to beat the outside edge.
Very skillful bowler, isn't he, Gregory?
He is. Yes, here you are. 52 away championship matches, 188 wickets at 22.7. In 51 home championship matches, so only one fewer. He's taken 116 wickets, which is 72 fewer at a cost of 35.6. Oh, and this one goes past the outside edge again. And he's picking up where he left off in the first innings, is Lewis Gregory. Those last two deliveries, almost too good. Did too much.
Yeah, they did indeed, and makes you think this is similar to how it felt when Notts had the ball earlier in the day, isn't it?
It is. Well,
gone overcast again, and
still plenty of shine on the ball, still nice and hard. It's Gregory coming easily in his there and bowls and takes him on the pad. A big appeal looked to me to be a little bit high and a little bit leg side. And shake of the head from umpire Mike Burns, but arguably, well, not arguably,
I think
Lewis Gregory has beaten the bat.
Yeah.
3 out of 3.
He has indeed. Good decision by the umpire there. It looked very leg stump line, like you say, probably a little high.
Yeah,
but
it was an optimistic appeal, I think.
Worth going down on one knee for the appeal there.
Here he comes again. Gregory in bowls a full toss, which is played firmly to mid-wicket, where it is fielded by not sure who. Casey Aldridge, possibly.
That's one where you've bowled 3 absolute seeds,
Yeah.
and then you'll get a wicket from the full toss. You could just see that happening there in that moment, but he wasn't to loft that to mid-wicket with Slater.
Is Gregory again in the bowls, and this is pitched up again, swinging into the left-hander, who plays it comfortably enough up to Josh Davey at mid-on. So Casey Aldridge at mid-wicket. I'd say it was Tom Lammonby, except I think it probably is Tom Lammonby.
Some binoculars here if you want to have a look through those.
We'll pick it up. He's a left-hander, it's Lammonby. So Gregory bowls and solidly defended by Ben Slater. End of the over. maiden over from Lewis Gregory, and a very good over it was too, going past the bat with the first 3 deliveries of it at the end of that over, which was the 11th of the innings. Nottinghamshire 31 for 1, 14 to Hamid and 1 to Slater. It was Casey Aldridge. It was Casey Aldridge, not Tom Lammonby, because Lammonby had jogged off and is coming back on now. Unless it's the other way around, of course. Perhaps it's the other way around. Anyway, Siddle is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Hamid, who drives, and that'll be cut off by Jack Leach at mid-off. They're not timing it quite as well as some of the batsmen have done today. Hamid and Slater. Ben Duckett wasn't quite at his most fluent, was he?
I think that's where the Somerset batters definitely timed the half volleys, the fuller deliveries, but then didn't withdraw themselves when the ball was that little bit shorter. So
Siddle bowls. Hamid takes appeal for LBW as Hamid takes a stride towards the bowler, and Siddle looks disappointed. It's given us a leg by, so there's no bat involved. But again, just a hint of going down the leg side, angled into the right hand of Siddle bowling wide of the crease. I haven't seen a replay, but I don't think that was the strongest appeal that Somerset have had.
no, it was very half-hearted from everyone involved.
32 for 1 then means that left-handed Slater is on strike. 2 slips and a gully, first slip, and then a Bancroft advanced at second slip. Siddle bowls to Slater, takes him on the pad, and the ball goes out into the offside.
Slater definitely hasn't looked comfortable out there, has he? I don't think he's not even comfortably defended one yet. He's sort of tangled up, showing that it's still not easy out there. I think Hamid's used his big striding front foot defensive as a way to get out of trouble.
Siddle in and bowls, and Slater plays this defensively to the offside. It's Casey Aldridge at extra cover, and I think it's Sean Dixon who's gone off, presumably probably to change his trousers. Oh no, Sean Dixon is down there at deep backward square leg, so I don't know. I'm fairly sure that that's Aldridge. It's Lammonby is at mid-wicket to the left-hander. Siddle in the bowls and runs it down to Tom Abel in the gully, who makes a neat stop. Lots of encouragement from the Somerset fielders for their bowler. They're a noisy lot, Somerset.
Well, yeah, you can feel the energy in the field at the moment. There's still opportunity, there's still chances. A change of bowling with Siddle.
It's Overton who's gone off. That's the explanation. Siddle bowls, and this is on the bounce to Tom Abel in the gully. Thick outside edge, but played with soft hands, so it didn't carry to Tom Abel, and there isn't any real pace in this pitch, so the ball isn't flying into the slips unless the batsmen go fairly hard at it. End of that over, just the one leg by in the course of it. 32 for 1, 14 to Hamid of 38 deliveries, and 1 to Ben Slater, who's finding it a bit of a struggle at the moment. No sign of Craig Overton coming back onto the field of play, which he's probably having some running repairs to his left foot. As Sophie makes way for Dave Bracegirdle. Sophie, did I say? Phoebe. That's played into the offside. Oh dear. I don't know why I said so. Oh, I know why I said Sophie, because I've been used to working with Sophie Luff, who I'm sure Phoebe will have played against.
I think I called her Chloe earlier. There's absolutely no excuse for it. I don't know.
32 for 1. Gregory turns at the end of his run. Got 2 slips in a gully as the close catches. He's there and bowls, and that's outside Mead's off stump, and he pulls his bat inside the line with a flourish.
She's going to gear herself up because she's going to do some commentary next time she comes on, she says.
Excellent. Quiet passage of play.
Yeah, and weather-wise, I just went outside and I thought, oh, they're going to have the floodlights on in a minute, and then it blew over and suddenly it got very bright again. It's lurking from darkness to lightness.
Gregory bowls and Mead covers up. This is a different Lewis Gregory to the one who opened up on Thursday morning when he was all over the shot. I think I described it as a curate's egg of a spell. There was some good balls, but some pretty rank ones as well, whereas he's right on the money here this afternoon.
Last time I was on, I sort of alluded to the fact that for many cricket fans, Somerset are their second favourite team, whichever county they support.
Here's Gregory. Bowls and defensive shot again from Hamid.
And here we go then. Charlie, yes Dave, after Nott, Somerset are my second favourite team. I recall Jimmy Cook, and I was a big fan of Mark Lathwell too, of course I played with at Braunton. Have relatives on Exmoor, always went to Taunton when on summer holidays. Friendly club, great ground, good supporters. Helen says, sorry Dave, I'm proud to admit Somerset are my second favourite team. I grew up in Somerset in the 70s and 80s, been in Notts now for over 25 years. I know where my loyalties sit now.
It's Gregory, bowls to Mead, defends, no run.
Mark the Mod, Somerset Dave. I remember them bringing coach loads of fans here for John Player League afternoons at Trent Bridge. Also a phenomenal catch taken by Viv Richards on the mid-wicket boundary. Halcyon days. I don't know if that was the match, Mark, where I think Derek Randall was run out in the last over of the Notts 40 overs, something like 96 or 97, and Viv Richards got a ton. I can't remember the Viv catch, but I can remember Viv getting a ton and chasing down a pretty decent Notts score. I don't think he played for the West Indies by then.
Gregory's in and bowls, and a big drive from Hamid makes no contact, and that was another very good over from Lewis Gregory. He's opened up with 2 maiden overs. And on the subject of Lewis Gregory, I've had a tweet from Charlie who says, if you consider the tournament that shall not be named, then this is Lewis's temporary home ground for 3 weeks in August. Both Gregory and Hutton are remarkably similar paced bowlers, right, fast, medium, pitch up, swing and seam. And both have had success in this match. That's true as well.
Did Craig Overton get a wicket on the first innings? I can't remember.
Yeah, he got 1.
Right, and Brodie didn't get any. I was going to say the big nasty fasties. Not a deal of success between them yet. Houghton and Gregory, the so-called lesser lights, maybe, with a bundle of wickets as the bleached, blonde, Bondi-looking Peter Siddle bowls to the Chesterfield churner Ben Slater, who
the Chesterfield churner
with a combination of bat and pad keeps it out.
You're good in Notts, aren't you? What with the Bulwell bomber and the Chesterfield churner.
32 for 1. Former Derbyshire man, but he's from the place with the crooked spire. Next ball is a catch caught behind. Siddle's got his second. The umpire.
No, I think he flicked the pad.
The umpire hasn't given it, and Slater's not gone anywhere. And in fact, Ben Slater, I mean, they don't have to sort of signal or anything, but he's tapping his pocket or his left, sort of the top of the thigh area. Siddle was confident. He's having a little bit of a word with him.
I'd stake my life on the fact that it never hit the bat. It wasn't a convincing. There was a great shout of catch it, but think it was more in hope than expectation. He's still fingering his bottom of his cricket shirt.
You know, sort of the slip cord. You can never be entirely, well, you can be entirely certain, obviously, if it's a big snick, somebody playing away from his body, but one of those you're not sure. And Siddle was, though, but the umpire, David Milnes, at that end said not out. Here comes Siddle again. That's a really good delivery. Beats Slater outside the off stump, and these are difficult moments for Ben Slater, and indeed you'd say for Notts, although they lead by 115, they wouldn't want another wicket to go down right now, having lost Ben Duckett. We don't know about Tom Moore's his injury, how bad it is, whether he can bat or not. We'll see if we can, through the course of the day, find out some information on that. 32 for 1
Looked
it
nasty,
is.
didn't it?
Yeah, he looked in a bit of pain, felt for the lad. Hope he's okay. Here comes Peter Siddle, who's in a rich vein of form, and again he tucks Ben Slater up. Lovely spell of bowling this from the journeyman Siddle.
Just having a word, chat.
Just inquiring about Ben Slater's welfare, I think. Yes, you call him a journeyman. That's in jest, but the fact that he played for Nottinghamshire and Lancashire and Essex, and now at Somerset, he just wants to play in the county championship. Loves it over here. Loves playing in the county championship, and more than happy to keep playing. Good one outside the off peg. I don't think Slater pushed at that. 32 for 1 with 1 ball left in the 14th over. It's been a day fairly fast moving in truth. Somerset began at 28 for 2. They were 87 for 8, but really good efforts from 9, 10, 11 got them up to 173. That was a first innings deficit of 83 on Notts, who then lost Ben Duckett for 15, but now lead by 115 at 32 for 1. Siddle from the pavilion end bowls a short pitch ball, and Slater will be pleased about that because they can just rock back and let it go through to James Rew. End of the over, 32 for 1.
He's working up a good pace, is Peter Siddle. He's what's he now? Is he 38, I think?
He's got to be getting on towards that sort of age. Tom Abel's just gone over and given him a pat on the back. He's only had 3 overs, so I don't think it was a case of have a blow, mate. I'm sure it wasn't.
Just a word of encouragement, I think. Born 25th of November 1984, so he is 38.
Yeah.
He'll be 39 in November. Jack Brooks will be 39 in June. Gregory bowls to Hamid, gets a good one outside the off stump. He's been right on the spot as Lewis Gregory.
Is Jack here? I assume he was here on the first day, I think, because he was in the squad, wasn't he? But I didn't see him when I didn't recall seeing him. I mean, we usually have a bit of a natter when we catch up.
He's a great one for a natter. It's good old.
What's his football team? Oxford United.
Yeah.
I've not been there this winter, so I haven't seen him. But
Gregory bowls and Hamid drives firmly, and that comes off the middle of the bat up to Casey Aldridge, who's on as substitute for Craig Overton.
But in the past, when I've been a time or two, he's been sat just in front of the press box. So, well, bloody hell, Bracegood. Oh, excuse me, Bracegood, what are you doing here? Had a natter.
Yes, he spoke at our cricket society during the winter in January. It was really good.
The headband warrior.
Spoke really sensibly, intelligently, and interestingly and amusingly. Gregory bowls, takes him on the pad. Not a very convincing appeal. I think may have taken an inside edge. It was certainly going down leg side, and apart from that, not a bad shout. Lewis Gregory just having a friendly word with umpire Mike Burns as he walks past. Good to see Lewis Gregory back to pretty close to his best, though, with the ball after all the problems he's had with his back injury sustained here, playing for the Trent Rockets. He's in and bowls. This is floated up and stroked up to mid-off, but Casey Aldridge very quickly round to his left to do the fielding. Is he back with the Trent Rockets this season?
Yeah, as far as I know, yes. Yeah. Defending champions, yeah.
Well, he is a very good captain, although the Somerset players don't respond to him quite the same way as they do to Tom Abel. It was quite noticeable last week when Lewis was captaining them against Warwickshire. He's there in bowls, and Hamid coming forward, those low hands, just getting his gloves out of the way of that one. Didn't bounce as much as he was worried it might do. Kept it down well into the offside. The runs have really dried up. What was the score when Ben Duckett was?
30 for 1.
30 for 1.
First ball of the 10th.
So we've had 5.4 overs since then. And
2 runs.
2 runs. Gregory bowls. This is driven, and and Casey Aldridge took his eye off the ball there. He was looking for the. He was.
Something about only running 22 yards because it was a misfield, and they should certainly have come back for 2. Hamid, who was running to this end, would have seen the misfield, turned and went halfway back, but Ben Slater had just gone through the gears and just carried on rushing, and he'd run past the wicket keeper at the far end, and wasn't able to come back and capitalise on the misfield. So
he just took his Casey Aldridge just took his eye off the ball as he spotted the chance of a run out and was lining up the stumps. But it's not much good if you haven't got the ball.
No. And, a word there for youngsters. You only need run the 22 yards, ground your bat, and then get ready to run back in the other direction. But Slater carried on running and running and running. Here's Siddle.
Here's Siddle. He's there and bowls. This is driven back past him for 4 runs. Over pitch from Peter Siddle, and a handsome straight drive from Hamid. To suggest that that's the best shot of this innings so far.
Yes, by some distance. Nicely played away by Hamid. Just to the onside of straight, down to the boards in front of the pavilion.
He's got some nice shots, Hamid, when he decides to play them, and he is a bit more expansive than he used to be as a batsman since he's arrived here at Trent Bridge. Oh, and that was a tremendous
quick leg break, wasn't it?
Must have pitched 6 inches outside the off stump, but James Rew took it low down in front of first slip as it jagged away. Ball's still doing plenty, not consistently, which makes it even more difficult.
As long as it's doing a little bit every now and again, it leaves the doubt in the batter's mind, doesn't it?
Certainly does. 37 for 1. As Siddle bowls to Hamid, and will pick up runs here as Aldridge has to move smartly to, if indeed it is Aldridge, it might possibly be George Bartlett.
We were given our timings this morning, and tea would be at 4 o'clock rather than 32 overs to go. I don't always get into these scenarios, seemingly. I'm not sure because of the extended luncheon interval. If it is going to be a 4 o'clock tea, it would mean we've had a very short afternoon session comparatively.
Siddle bowls, and Slater gets one coming up into his armpit, which he plays down safely enough into the onside. 38 for 1.
So the afternoon session officially began at 2:25, but very quickly they went back for a 10-minute break after the Somerset final wicket fell to the 9th ball of the post-lunch session. So it doesn't seem, well, we've only had about an hour's cricket. It seems strange if they go off in quarter of an hour, wouldn't it?
Siddle bowls, Speets Slater. Poor old Ben Slater's having a torrid time out there. He's hardly managed to lay bat on ball. I think that is George Bartlett rather than Casey Aldridge. Both tall, both right-handed, both ex-Millfield as well.
So it's 10-4 now. There are still 48 hours to go. 48 overs to go. That is 3 hours, even if you bowl in 16 overs an hour. That's 10-7, and you've got to throw a tea interval in there as well.
Oh, this is just, it was in the air for a time there. As that bounced on Ben Slater, he failed to keep it down. Siddle has a word with him. No harm done. End of the over, 16th over of the innings, 38 for 1. So Somerset, even allowing for that handsome straight-driven boundary in the last Siddle over, been keeping a lid on the scoring rate. Gregory 3 overs 2 maidens, none for 1, and Peter Siddle 4 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Some good, accurate, challenging, I was going to say hostile, it's not really hostile, challenging bowling from the Somerset seamers.
That's the word. So the timings, if we get it all in, even now, or right now, we're on course for, at an earliest, a finish of 7:10. At an earliest. Here's Gregory, squad number 24, bowls to Seba Mead, squad number 99, works this behind square. Square leg umpire is Michael Burns. They take a single. Burns heads off to take his place at square leg on the Fox Road side of the ground. I think most of Burns is a senior umpire, but many of the senior umpires, when you've got a right-hander and a left-hander, just decide to stay one side or the other, don't they?
Yeah, particularly if they've got the sun in their eyes, one side or the other.
But for now, they're happy just to keep changing over. Slater's on strike, hit on the pad. Seemed to be the back of the pad, leg stump line, but in the opinion,
that's the best of the appeals, LBW appeals, the most likely. But I think Lewis Gregory's got a broad grin on his face, so I think it probably was going down.
Got my umpires wrong, by the way. Michael Burns is at this end, of course. They did swap over. It's David Milnes at the far end doing the shuttling about from square leg to square leg. Gregory to Slater. Just a single still for Ben Slater. Plays this one defensively up to mid-on. Been a tricky old passage of play for Ben Slater. He's had a couple of LBW shouts against him. There was the very, very confident appeal for caught behind off the bowling of Siddle, and it's faced 22 deliveries just for a single. His partnership worth 9 from 44 deliveries. Gregory bowls 9 from 45 deliveries now as he defends this one. No sun at all at the moment anyway to be seen, and not a deal of blue sky. A little chilly. Did think it was going to be quite a pleasant afternoon, but I think if you sat out in it you'd still need the top coat on as Gregory bowls, and lovely from Slater. Sooner or later something had to give. They'd either send him on his way back to the dressing room, or Slater would find his timing, and it's a small sample size, but from that one particular delivery he's caressed it away through the offside very elegantly, as it usually looks with the left-handers. Very, very nice shot indeed. He's on to 5, 43 for 1.
Just got his length wrong there, Lewis Gregory, just a foot too full, and instead of a full length it was a half volley, and as Dave Grayscale said very nicely, handsomely dealt with by Ben Slater. Be feeling a lot better after that.
Left that gap, haven't they, Somerset? Nobody had extra cover really. Hoping he'll chase one and nick it to the slip cordon.
Funny enough, I was watching the footholds there, and it was a no ball. It's Lewis Gregory going around the wicket to the left-hander. He has been bowling over the wicket to the left-hander.
So 2 more to the total. The lead up to 128. Yourself and Phoebe speculating on how many knots would need, and in an ideal world how long would Stephen Mullaney go on for. There's Gregory. Down the leg side, another no ball.
Yeah,
Two more to the total. Speared on down the leg side. 47 for one, lead 130. It's obviously all going to come down to how quickly they score, I guess, during the course of the day, assuming they keep some wickets intact. 47 overs at the moment. They're going along at just 2.8 an over. Generally knots tick along at between 4 and 4.5. Next one through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. 47 for one. Not wishing a dismissal on any of these, but Joe Clark, if he sticks around, will score his runs fairly quickly. Mullaney too, but first and foremost they'll want to avoid a clatter of wickets and ensure they're in some sort of position leading towards the final hour of today, where they can really look to push on and get as many as they can.
And equally, if Somerset can't take wickets, they'll want to keep the scoring rate down.
Yep.
So as to minimise the amount of time they'll have to survive tomorrow.
I think we may get a bit of Jack Leach after tea.
Yeah, possibly a Siddle to Hamid outside the off stump through to James Rew, and Craig Overton is back on the field of play at third slip. So George Bartlett's done his stint as 12th man. Still got the 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Pretty conventional field, pretty typical Tom Abel field. With the slips in echelon. Second slip 2 yards nearer the batsman than first. Siddle bowls full length ball to Hamid, who's forward in defence, bat and pad close together.
We're closing in on the tea interval, but there's still a lot of cricket to be played today. 46 overs after this one. Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 47 for one. They lead by 130 overall. Had a good time of it with the ball this morning. Brett Hutton in particular adding 4 more wickets to the 2 that he got at the end of Thursday's play, beg your pardon. So he finished with 6 wickets, the first time he's done that in Nottinghamshire colours. When Notts batted for a second time, Ben Duckett, he went for just 15. A really big blow for Nottinghamshire because he scores his runs so quickly. A wicket for Peter Siddle. Asib Hamid is on 25. Ben Slater's on 5. Nottinghamshire are 51 for 1. That's an overall lead of 134.
And that last delivery was handsomely punched through wide mid-on for 4 runs by Asib Hamid. Takes him on to 25. 50 is on the board for Notts in their second innings. Siddle to Hamid, and this is gets this between the 2 fielders on the offside. Some of the way taken off it by Sean Dixon, cleaned up just inside the boundary by Tom Lammonby, and they take 2 runs, 53 for 1. Very nearly successive boundaries for Asib Hamid. If Dixon hadn't got a hand to that, it certainly would have run away to the backward point boundary. Just Siddle offering 1 or 2 scoring opportunities. Previous delivery to that last one, over pitched on leg stump. That was just a fraction short of the length outside off. And this one beats Hamid as he advances on Siddle. Beats him on the outside edge through to James Rew. 53 for 1. Lead 136.
There we are. The ice hockey has gone from our ears.
I suppose it'll be going on all evening, won't it?
And all day tomorrow.
Yeah. Siddle in and bowls, and Hamid back on his stumps defending. Good ball from Siddle, well played by Hamid. End of the over, 53 for 1, and scoring rate just beginning to pick up after that fallow period after the dismissal of Ben Duckett. 27 to Hamid, and 5 to Slater, although Slater's 5 has occupied 27 deliveries.
No, I'm not really interested in any ice sports or whatever, but I always find it fascinating that you can go into one of these big arenas and, like one day you can go in there and, I don't know, there'll be boxing on with a ring in the middle and seats all around it, and the next time you can go in and it'll be, there'll be people ice skating, these ice rinks. It's quite magical how they do all that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Just turn an arena from a concert hall or a sporting venue to to an ice rink.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 97 for 4. 81 runs ahead of Surrey. It's going to be a good finish tomorrow, one would think.
Yeah.
Lancashire 167 for 4. Lead of 155. That's going to be another good finish against Essex.
Here's Gregory. It's 1:04. Starts a new over, bowling to Ben Slater, who just pushes this out to point, and there's no run.
Middlesex 73 for 4 against Northants. Middlesex are now in the lead, 24 runs ahead, but with only 6 wickets down.
24 for 4-ish then, Middlesex, are they? Not been able to buy a top order run so far, have they?
They haven't.
Here's Gregory. So if they don't go off for tea after this over, I have no idea when tea will be. Oh, that's hit him. Has that hit him on the pad? No, Gregory pulls out of the appeal, so must have been some bat. Yep. Yeah.
If it wasn't bat, it would have been absolutely plumb.
Yeah, it looked to be in a little bit of peril there if he hadn't hit it.
Stephen Eskenazi, 30 not out for Middlesex.
He had an extraordinary Royal London One Day Cup campaign, didn't he, last year? Got about 400s, including a big one against Notts.
He got plenty of runs against us as well, I think. Mind you, everybody got plenty of runs against Somerset's Royal London One Day Cup side last season.
Gregory back to his mark and sets off again round the wicket. Well, no balls in the last over. He's dropped this short and it's pulled away by Slater. Fielder out there on the boundary. That's a good stop out there. They'll come back for 2. Lammonby with the left arm throw into the keeper's gloves, and Ben Slater just maybe is coming through the other side of his.
Well, it was a dreadful delivery from Gregory, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he got away with it, really. Could easily have been gone for 6.
Sticky passage of play for Ben Slater. 4 in the last over through the covers. That pulled 2 there. Lewis Gregory in again, midway through the 19th over of the innings. That's a really good delivery through to James Rue.
It's a case of the ridiculous followed by the sublime from Gregory. He has a slightly hangdog air about him, as if he's not expecting to be successful. He's very philosophical about his back condition. Has to manage it very carefully, make sure he doesn't
his figures
overdo it.
None for 12 because he's given 4 of those runs away, no balls. Here he comes again to bowl to Slater. Just again works it to mid-wicket, no run on this occasion. So 1 ball left. What's the smart money on? Are we going for tea after this ball, or are we completely in limbo again?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I was going to say, we'll go to 4:30, but who knows?
Got 45 overs left. But
I know who does know, and that's the umpires. Probably the scorers as well.
It's Lewis Gregory to Ben Slater. That really is a good delivery. Through to the keeper. Well, there's Slip Corden and James Rue are rushing towards this end. In fact, the bails have been flicked off by the umpire, so we are going to go for tea. So that was a look. Just look at these people not entirely sure, or giving the impression that they're not entirely sure out there, but the umpires have decided it will be tea with 19 overs bowled in this innings. Nottinghamshire 55 for 1, leading by 138. This post-lunch session began with Somerset 161 for 9. They added 12 runs before Josh Davey was last out for 60, caught by Brett Hutton from the bowling of Dane Patterson. Off they went again for 10 minutes, and when they came back out, Nottinghamshire, through their openers Ben Duckett and Asiba Mead, put 30 on before Duckett was dismissed. Caught Lammonby from the bowling of Peter Siddle for 15. It was the first ball that Siddle sent down. He was brought into the attack at the start of the 10th over. Ben Duckett clipped it to mid-wicket, and Lammonby needed a couple of attempts before hanging on. Since then, Mead 27 not out, and Ben Slater on 7 have taken Notts to 55 for 1. They lead by 138.
It's going to be a marathon last session. 45 overs remaining in the day. I think Somerset were anxious to continue and just asking the umpires why they didn't add half an hour to the afternoon session, as opposed in the same way that they did add half an hour to the morning session, because it means that the bowlers face a really tough final 3 hours.
I agree with you. Second game running, not been entirely sure of the regulations, and you just sort of think, well,
common sense thing to do would have been to carry on to 4:30, wouldn't it? And then you'd still have a long final session.
Well, as you say, with 45 overs to go,
3 hours worth.
Right now we're heading towards 7:10, but that's if they bowl 16 overs an hour, and we generally find that sessions do become a little bit more laboured than that. So if the light holds, it could be a late one, folks, but whatever, we'll be here to bring you the action. Thanks to Phoebe Graham and to Anthony Gibson for their company and commentary this afternoon, and the three of us will just grab a quick cuppa, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes time. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The umpires are striding purposefully to the middle. Glad to have you along, whether you're listening on the BBC Sport website and app or via the live stream through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, or you've got the YouTube version on. You're very welcome. It's a day that's not really ever got so you'd say it's warm out there. It's been chilly for most of the time. We have had a bit of blue sky, and if you're watching the live stream now, you can see a bit of blue sky, but you'll also note that the floodlights are just starting to come on here. There have been a few dark clouds blow around. Don't think we're expected to get any rain, so if we're good to go, we'll probably be here for the best part of 3 hours, because it's 45 overs to get in, so this game has got a long way to go yet on day 3. We didn't have any play on day 2. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We've got Anthony Gibson, who'll be with us in the fullness of time from BBC Radio Somerset, and alongside me, the Lanks and Manx all round. I like the lilt to that. Phoebe Graham, who's with me for this first passage of play under the floodlights here. We've got Josh Davey bowling the first over of this session. It'll be the 20th of the innings. Seba Mead will be on strike. He's got 27. Ben Slater's got 7. The match situation is Nottinghamshire lead by 138. Second innings, they're 55 for 1, and here we go. Josh Davey to Hamid. First ball is little push and run, and just there's a fairly wild throw, and again we saw Ben Slater there running a little more than his 22 overs. 22 yards. I don't think there was the chance of an overthrow, but it was a fairly wild shy at the stumps. But Hamid just dropped it and ran, and almost everybody was taken a little bit by surprise, including yours truly. 56 for 1.
I think it just shows how many singles are out there in the field. And they must have had a little chat about that during the tea break, that let's just creep the run rate up, turn those dots into ones.
Round the wicket comes Davey and bowls to Slater. Nice protein shake for tea, did you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, it was a cup of tea and a
your coach might be listening. Steady, your coach might be listening.
Cream scone.
You're a scone, not a scone girl, are you?
Definitely scone, yeah. When it's gone, it's gone.
Davey almost the way back to a pile of sawdust that's by and large been undisturbed all day. Bowls round the wicket to Slater, who I think he knew where the line of his off stump was and just holds the bat there, doesn't get drawn into having a nibble at it. Just wonder how this session will unfold. 45 overs in theory. Notts will clearly, I suspect, look to increase the tempo as they get towards the end of the day. They know they'll need as many overs as they can tomorrow if they're to bowl Somerset out for a second time and go and win the game. So they need to put runs on the board today, as Slater again pushes this up to mid-off and there's no run.
Definitely, I think they'll look to have at least 2, and I think they'll really want 3 sessions to bowl Somerset out. Both teams, particularly Notts at the moment, will be wanting a result from this. But it's still not easy batting conditions, and I think that's something that Hamid and Slater have done very well to stay out there.
Claiming, again behind the wicket, they're claiming they heard something. Josh Davey wasn't interested. Very close to kissing the outside edge of Ben Slater's bat. Right now, Somerset need 140 to win. You'd imagine then, this is me just playing with numbers, which is always a dangerous thing, you'd imagine Notts would want another 200. I think if they left Somerset 340, that would be a challenge. So to get another 200 in 45 overs, just over 4, and generally the Notts go along at 4 and over, so they could, if they keep wickets intact, as is played to mid-on, it ends the over. If they keep the wickets intact and we do get this full session in, could well be in that sort of position by the close. a lead of 330, 340 or something overall, but they'd need somebody to play pretty fluently, I think, over the next couple of hours. Joe Clark or somebody to go out there and get on with it. But as you can see on the live stream, the floodlights are on, and it may well be that we don't get a full session in. We'll have to see. It's going to be Lewis Gregory, who, it's fair to say, I think, apart from his couple of no balls, has almost certainly bowled a little better today than he did on the first day when he got 7 wickets. Here's Phoebe to talk you through it.
Yeah, he's bowled exceptionally well as Lewis Gregory in this spell. 5 overs, 0 for 12. Comes in, misses the off stump. Lovely delivery there from Gregory. A lot of noise in the slip cordon for him. There's some energy after tea in the Notts outfield.
Mead with a characteristic little walk away, 4 or 5 steps towards the square leg umpire, turns and then comes back. He does it after every delivery. Little tick. A lot of players have these little ticks, haven't they, after every delivery, whether they know it or not.
Gregory running into the crease. Another brilliant delivery there from Gregory, just missing the off stump. Draws Hamid in to a front foot defences, but misses both the bat and the stumps.
It's a decent first couple of balls, isn't it? It's got it right on the money.
Absolutely. Gregory's just nibbling it round that 4th stump area, and he's just not quite getting the rewards at the moment, but you can feel that pressure building. Gregory approaches the crease again. Slightly shorter, back foot punch to deep point. He gently jog for 1 run. Ben Slater comes on strike.
Lead up to 140. So Somerset's over rate has just taken a bit of a dip during the tea interval. They changed them at the end of each session, so they're -2. They'll need to attend to that before the course of before the end of this particular Nottinghamshire innings, otherwise they're in danger of losing 2 bonus points. I'm sure they will when Jack Leach gets a bit of a bowl, but -2 at the moment, the over rate.
Gregory comes round the wicket, 3 slips in place. Slater guides that on the onside through mid wicket for 1 run.
Joe Clark in next, and then Lyndon James, who got a first ball duck in the first innings, so he'll be hoping to get a few runs. Got a wicket this morning, Lyndon James.
I think Notts middle order be looking to fire today, won't they? Runs in, full of delivery. Hamid whips that off his legs to deep square for 1 run.
Tell you what, the floodlights haven't been on for long, but if you look at some of the players, you can see the full complement of shadows all around them coming from the floodlights. The 6 floodlight pylons here. Yeah,
it does look exceptionally brighter with them on. The sun was peeping through earlier, but there is still a little bit of blue sky around, but mainly overcast here as Gregory comes in round the wicket to Slater. Right up there, front foot defensive. Good over from Gregory. Oh, no ball. In fact, that's a front foot no ball. She's had a few troubles with those this spell.
Yeah, that's 3 he's bowled now, I think. Only gone for 17, but 6 of them have been gifted to Nottinghamshire.
Round the wicket again, Gregory. Bowls back of the length. Slater backs away and guides that to mid-wicket. No run scored. He's just taking a look, Gregory is at the crease mark. He's just creeping up against that. And 3 no balls is bowled in this 5 over spell.
He's never really looked happy going round the wicket, whereas over the wicket, it's trouble to see Hamid continually. Again, a shot there on the live stream of, well, obviously of the one of the floodlight towers, but also the dark clouds just circling the ground at the moment. Hope they blow away quickly. We used to have a good view way to our right, the west, over the William Clark stand. We used to be able to see for miles, and we could see the bad weather coming, but they're building these residential apartments and retirement apartments, and can't see a thing down the road. This one slightly uppishly cut away by Hamid to backward point. No real danger. 61 for 1.
Yeah, I think the forecast was reasonably dry all day. We've seen glimmers of sunshine and now glimmers of darker clouds, but hopefully we'll get another couple of hours play here at Trent Bridge. Lots of people in the stadium.
61 for 1 as Josh Davies, Scottish international, bowls to Seba Mead, chops this out onto the offside, fielded by Sean Dixon, and there's no addition to the total. Just realised I've got this window closed in front, just pulled it to during the tea interval. Are we all right as we are? We've got one open and one closed. We had them both wide open. I thought it was just
It's a tad warmer now, isn't it? Yeah. Don't quite feel as in the action, do you?
61 for 1. Here's Davey. He just took a step out of his crease there, didn't he? Just advanced slightly towards him. Look at the flags at the far end. There's not a ripple, is there, either of the two flags above the pavilion?
No, it's very calm out there.
And that's the trouble if you get dark clouds overhead and they don't blow away. You just want them to keep moving and leave us alone. Tea was taken at 55 for 1, so 6 runs added as Josh Davey into the right-handed Hamid, who pushes this out into the offside. There's no run. Day 3 of what will be 4. Wondered this morning. Anthony is not in the room, but I know he was almost thinking the same as those wickets were tumbling this morning. Might we get a follow-on enforced and a match done and dusted by the close today? But we'll definitely be back tomorrow as Josh Davies into Hamid, inside edge, I think, onto the pad. More of a confident looking and sounding appeal from Josh Davies. I thought he nicked that.
I think he must have done, because it caught him on the back pad there. Looked a convincing appeal from behind the stumps. But Hamid never looked really in any doubt. Trying to hope for a replay that we can see on the Trent Bridge Live.
Had a really good year last year, Asiba Mead. 1,235 runs in the championship at 59 apiece. 4 centuries, top score of 196. That was against Derbyshire. Leaves his crease, plays it down into the ground, and at third slip Craig Overton makes the stop. 61 for 1 at the end of I think you used the word challenging. I was about to use it for challenging. That's a good word, but you've just been talking about a challenging over, and that certainly was that. 61 for 1. Josh Davey now through 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Challenging.
Lewis Gregory continues on the far end. Just looking back at that LBW appeal there. Well, it does look very appealing. Maybe one that would have gone upstairs. Can't hear from here whether there was a nick involved or not, but that potentially feels like there was a bat involved there from Davies' delivery to Hasim Hamid. So Gregory continues. He's coming round the wicket to Slater again. He's bowled really well today, is Gregory. 6 overs. 2 maidens for 17 runs, no wickets yet, but beaten the bat many a time. So he comes in round the wicket. Little nick there from Slater, but doesn't carry to first slip.
I think that's Kohler Cadmore wringing his hands. As you say, it didn't carry, and he went to take it on the bounce. I think it might have caught him on the wrist or finger end.
Yeah, they're never nice, those, as they just bump in front of you. But Slater sort of pulled away from that shot there, sort of the soft hands saved him in the end. Another great delivery from Gregory, who's coming in round the wicket. Good length delivery, patted to the onside for no run.
He'll be desperately hoping he doesn't overstep a delivery which would otherwise have seen the end of Ben Slater here. A conversation between Lewis Gregory and the umpire and a re-scratching of the line. He must be close to overstepping almost every ball here. You just wonder how he's, why he's challenging again, why he's so close to that line all the time.
In comes Gregory on the leg stump, driven on the onside. Yeah, it can be a psychological battle that, when you're running into your crease knowing that you're hugging that front line. And he's adapting here from the right-hander, left-hander, coming over the wicket, round the wicket. He comes reasonably wide of the crease line to the left-hander coming round the wicket. In comes Gregory. Good delivery, punched on the onside, through mid-wicket, and they push for 2, but it'll just be the 1 thrown into the keeper's end.
Yeah, just went so quickly out there. No chance to come back for a second. Just the 4 bowlers used. Craig Overton had 5 overs, none for 21. Josh Davies had 6 now, none for 9. Peter Siddle 5 overs, 1 for 12. And Lewis Gregory is the most used. He's into his 7th over, none for 18.
Gregory comes in to Hamid. Full delivery, and Hamid plays his hand through. Lovely shot through the offside, through the extra cover region for 4. It's a beautiful shot there from Haseem Hamid.
Yeah, he's played a couple of straight drives, but that was nicely executed, wasn't it, through the covers. That's his 6th boundary in 34.
A little bit wider delivery there from Gregory. That it's a bit of a freebie really for Hamid to put his hands through.
Somebody yelped catch as it left the bat, but nobody was anywhere near it.
Gregory comes in, fuller delivery, driven to mid-off. No run scored. Finished there from Gregory. He bowls 7 overs, 0 for 22.
At Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, at Phoebe G23, if you'd like to get in touch. Many thanks to everybody that has taken the trouble to get in touch today. Graham sent this a wee while ago. When you've seen a basketball game less than 4 hours after ice hockey has finished, as I did at the Boston Gardens a few years ago, then you'll be very impressed. Happy new season, Dave. Yeah, thank you, Graham. Same to you. I'm talking earlier about how they move these arenas, the floor. It can be an ice rink, and they'll have boxing there. Another lovely drive. This time it's Slater pushing this through the offside from the bowling of Josh Davey and away for 4. Out towards the Larwood and Vaux stand. That was nicely executed, and Ben Slater, who overcame a very sticky and stodgy start to his innings, has just started to accelerate. He's now on 13 from 46 deliveries faced.
Yeah, beautiful timed off drive through the cover region there from Slater. Like you say, a slow start from him, but able to play a few more shots now.
Josh Davey into Slater, just withdraws the bat inside the line. 70 for 1, the lead is 153. Current run rate is 3 per over.
Gets a lot of movement, does Davey, when he shortens his length and bowls that back of the length delivery, but easy for Slater to pull out of the shot, to watch the ball past his bat, past the stumps. No real threat because it's coming through hip height rather than top of off stump line.
Here he comes in again to Ben Slater, and again another good delivery. I know on the county circuit he's very highly respected. He's probably somebody who worldwide, not a name instantly recognisable in some of the far-flung places of the cricketing world, Scottish international, but my word, he's a high quality performer. Understandably, they think an awful lot of him down at Taunton, and I say on the county circuit, nobody can take any liberties with Josh Davey. Become a terrific bowler. Here he comes again to bowl to Slater. That one's on his pads and it's tickled away down towards long leg. Should be fielded down here, and it is, and they do come back for a couple. 72 for one. Slater now on to 15.
That was nicely guided from Slater down to fine leg. Again, that shorter delivery, but just more leg stump line, which made it much easier for Slater to play and just guide down for 2.
Sean Dixon doing the fielding, or his sunglasses on the back of his cap. That smear of green grass on his knees where he's been sliding around. Davey in again to Slater, and leaves this one alone. 5/6 of the way through this over, and you'd say Ben Slater has acquitted himself fairly well in this particular over. There was a lovely drive. He left well in this over, and then he clipped that one down to long legs. So some of his early difficulties, his trials and tribulations when he first came to the crease to replace Ben Duckett, thing of the past at the moment. He's on 15, 72 for one. Davey bowls, guided down to a 4th slip region. There's been a couple of slips and then a gap, and then Craig Overton, and those big bucket hands of Overton prevent it running away for runs. 72 for one after 24 overs. We've still got 40 overs to go in the day if we get them all in. Good luck with that.
Could be here till 8 o'clock this evening if we're lucky enough. But Gregory's staying on here. He's bowled 7 overs, no wicket for 22 runs. Still looks like there's an opportunity with these two. They don't look quite settled, even though they've had a nice partnership. The 42 runs between the two of them. Gregory runs into Hamid. Nice length ball there, front foot defence from Hamid. No runs scored.
Have you had a horse in the National? Have you been roped into a sweep or anything like that?
I haven't, no. I just got a text through on my family group to see if I wanted to place a bet at all, but I haven't put any money on any of the horses. Have you?
No, not this year. No, I usually say either put a couple of quid into a pot and draw one out, or pick some old nag.
Gregory comes in. Excellent delivery there. Big appeal. But umpire calls dead ball. I think he thinks it's tickled through to first slip.
I thought Gregory was appealing for LBW to start with, and then when it was taken at slip low down, Somerset appealed for that. And now Michael Burns has walked across to David Milnes and he's given him out. I think he's given him out. Hamid is just questioning, why have you given that, umpire? And presumably he will have felt that it was nicked and it's gone to slip, and he has to go, and it's 72 for 2, a wicket for Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, very well bowled there from Gregory. It was confusing from this angle what had actually happened, but it looks like Hamid snicked off, slight feather of a nick through to first slip, and the umpire just wanted to check with square leg whether that ball had carried to first slip.
The board's given it as James Rue. I don't think it was James Rue, or it might have been. I mean, instinct was that Lewis Gregory turned appealing for LBW. If we get a chance to see the replay again, we can clarify. The board's given it as a catch to the keeper. May well have been. He dived across in front of slip and taken it. But I was sort of looking back towards the umpire. I'm sure we'll see a replay of it in a moment. But either way, Asib Hamid is out and Joe Clark is on his way to the middle. Again, I'll reiterate. Thought that Lewis Gregory was appealing for LBW. He seemed to turn towards the umpire before it had even reached the hand. But once it did, those behind the wicket all went up and they were celebrating that. It almost looked, what's the old saying, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. bob one way and half a shilling the other, or whatever it was. Or Tanner, what was it? Tanner? Either way, he's given out. 72 for 2. Courtroux bowled Gregory for 34. Knott's lead is 155, and after an opening partnership of 30, that one's been stalled at 42. 72 for 2. Still not seen a replay of that one. I don't know if missed it whilst we were nattering, or I was nattering. Sure, producer Kirsty will be all over it in a second.
The message comes through, we hear the noise.
No, that wasn't from that direction. 72 for 2.
Big wicket there for Gregory. Hamid goes for 34 as Gregory comes in. 72 for 2. Clark approaches, big call for LBW, not given. Clark advanced 2 or 3 yards down his crease there, so probably going over the stumps.
Yeah, it's one of those. There's always an element of doubt when a batter gets well down the track, and he's sort of a little bit known for it. You remember Kevin Peterson? They used to have a thing with him. I know other soft drinks are available, but they used to call it the Red Bull run with Kevin Peterson, didn't they? He'd get out there, and first ball he'd look to get down the track and push it and push and run. And Joe Clark is very much of the same order. Likes to get forward and get bat on ball and scamper down the other end. And
absolutely, as Gregory comes into Clark. Clark advances and just edges that through the slip cordon for 4. Another great delivery there from Gregory. And Clark really using his feet here to try and take away any movement of the ball. It's a different tack from what we've seen with Slater, who's been very static in the crease. Hamid, who big front foot stride, defensive, but Clark here approaching and advancing the ball. We just see him tickle that through the slip cordon. Gregory comes to Clark as Clark approaches again. Leg. And he's putting a short catcher at sort of 45 here. That's, he comes in, Gregory. Clark stays static in his crease. Back foot defensive for 1 run through the point region.
I think we've got the sunshine back, which is absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Phoebe. Have a little comfort break and a brew, and we'll get the voice of Somerset cricket in the mere twink of an eye as Anthony slides back in alongside. 77 for 2. Don't know if
still haven't seen the replay of that. I was at the back of the box, so I caught up with it a bit belatedly. But can't get you one way, it'll get you the other. And James Rue taking a good low catch, and full marks to James Rue for acting on the basis that there might just have been an edge to it. Even though everyone around him was going up for the LBW, he concentrated on the ball. Here's Davey in from the pavilion end, and again Clark is advancing on the bowler. Nice sunshine now.
Yeah. It's not very warm though, is it?
It's quite pleasant for watching cricket though. Great mountain range of cumulus cloud away to the north. The sun is out, the floodlights are on. The sun comes out and the floodlights go on almost simultaneously. 3 slips, 77 for 2. Josh Davey loping in bowls, and this comes off a thick edge down to Peter Siddle, deep backward square leg for a single again. Clark not exactly giving the bowler the charge, but he's very definitely on the front foot, looking, as Phoebe Graham was saying, to disrupt the bowler's line and length, not allowing the bowlers to settle into a groove, which is good positive approach, same sort of approach that Tom Kohler-Cadmore takes for Somerset. Davy round the wicket to the left-handed Slater, who pushes this firmly into the offside, and Tom Abel very quickly around to his left to put in the slide, and Ben Slater very sensibly deciding earlier on that there wasn't a single there, because if he'd gone for it, he would have been taking a big risk, even though Abel would only have had one stump to aim at. Very pleasant now in the evening sunshine at Trent Bridge. This is how I always think of Trent Bridge in the sunshine, as this is played into the gully, where it's picked up by Craig Overton. Last time I was here for these two sides played back in 2018, we had some lovely weather for that at the end of September, last game of the season.
It was, yeah.
It was beautiful. Sitting outside we were. You and me, and Paul Johnson was doing summarising that day, or that match. Doing it very well. He's gone to Leicestershire now, I think, isn't he? Has he not?
Yes, he works with the Leicestershire youngsters, their academy.
Davy bowls, and this is snicked, and just to the right of Craig Overton. It wasn't a catch, it went down pretty quickly, but you heard the roar of frustration from Craig Overton as he went down to try and make the stop, failed to do so, and the ball runs away down to third man for 4, 82 for 2. Slater moves on to 19.
Innings isn't going to end any time soon, of course, but -2 that over 8. They'll want to sort that out this evening, won't they? One way or another.
They ought to. Give Jack Leach a bowl. Davian and bowls, and that one goes away quite sharply off the pitch, but too wide in the first place, and no shot from Ben Slater. 82 for 2, 6 to Clark, 19 to Slater.
You see, I have no issue whatsoever with sides like Somerset in this particular occasion, and one and two other sides you see with them just that's fine, because Somerset and all the way through they've rushed around between overs. There's no unnecessary delays and whatever. There's one or two sides that just take forever and ever and ever, and I think by all means penalise them, but
tends to be sides at the bottom of the second division.
Really,
Leicestershire and Sussex.
No real incentive, is there, to to hurry round? What is there to play for? What's the difference between 6th and 7th in the second division? As Gregory comes in to bowl to Joe Clark, who has looked a little bit in 4th or 5th gear already. He's got out there and he's trying to get on the front foot, and he's trying to play his shots. He's on 6, struck on the pad, a confident looking shout, but it's well down the track. Lewis Gregory now is the latest to use the bail to get some grass from off his spikes. I think those that have come in have enjoyed what they've seen so far. We've had 10 wickets go down today. Still 38 overs to go. No. That's Lewis Gregory. Innings of the day played by Josh Davy. He's probably got long odds on that. This goes through to the keeper. Probably Josh should have put long odds on it, but yes, his 60, the standout score.
Yeah, he's needed. In the box seat for the post-match interview. It's Josh Davy. I think he almost certainly will be, unless one of these Somerset bowlers picks up 5 wickets in the evening session. Who isn't Josh Davy? Josh Davy. It'd be good if he picked up 2 or 3 wickets just to go with his very important innings.
You just never know what's going to happen. That's one of the beauties of 4-day cricket, and another single taken by former Worcestershire man Joe Clark. Sure, there's been a few words out there between Clark and Kohler-Cadmore during the course of the game. Former Worcestershire teammates, yeah. 83 for 2, Nottinghamshire. We had a very long morning session and then a very short afternoon session.
a protracted evening session. We've still got 37.5 overs to be bowled.
Gregory has bowled 3 no balls to Slater, beaten outside the off stump. Definitely had a little fiddle at that one, didn't he? He's on 19 and just tried, I think, to open the face and run it down to third man, and was close to feathering it through to the keeper. Again, the umpire's not happy about where his feet are landing. Crikey, if he gets a wicket and it's called a no ball, he'll be unhappy.
Well, he could have picked up 2 or 3 wickets. Lewis Gregory has been bowling that well. He's actually bowled much better, I think, in the second innings than he did in the first innings when he picked up 7 for 84.
Gregory bowls to Slater, clips it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Ben Duckett made 15, Asiba made 34. 2 wickets to go down either side of tea. Nottinghamshire's lead 166. Don't think you're in the room, but sort of saying about, if they go along at the rate they normally go at, and we did get all the overs in, they should be about 330, 340 in front by close, which would seem a lot, wouldn't it, if they are able to get there. Another really good delivery. There's not an awful lot Ben Slater could do there. Beaten by the bounce and just a little bit of movement from Lewis Gregory, who's through 9 overs, 1 for 28.
Yeah, bowling really well, Lewis Gregory. It's best I've seen him this season, and I don't think he bowled as well as this at any stage last season. He's a bowler reborn. He seems to be coping remarkably well with that chronic back condition that he's got. There's a hairline fracture near the base of his spine. He was operated on a couple of winters ago, and then he aggravated it in the 100, playing here for the Trent Rockets, which hampered him for all of last season. Couldn't bowl in September at all, played purely as a batsman. Lots of speculation in the Somerset County Cricket Facebook group about where Gregory ought to be batting and where James Rew ought to be batting, whether they ought to change places in the batting order. Rew hasn't batted quite well this morning without ever looking particularly secure, suggesting that perhaps Somerset ought to play an extra batsman. Oh, and this takes Clark on the pad, cuts back in sharply from outside off. A little bit more bounce in the pitch now as well, isn't there?
Yeah, well, Siddle's on now to replace Davey. The first ball of his first spell, he got a wicket, and he was trying to do it again there. 5 overs, 1 for 12 to begin with. Peter Siddle. Waving to the dressing room. Somebody wants something bringing out. They usually do. There's no peace as a 12th man, is there?
Siddle bowls. Oh, takes him on the pad and given out, with Clark advancing on Peter Siddle, and it was very reminiscent of one of the Somerset LBW. It was the Bancroft LBW, with Clark advancing on the bowler, looking to get his pad outside off stump, and we're just watching the replay, and no, not doing so. That was absolutely plumb, that one. No doubt about it at all. It's the 3rd wicket to go down, and Somerset just keeping themselves in this.
Yep.
83 for 3.
Yep, very much so. Another disappointing return really for Joe Clark. Not found the early season runs he would have wanted to. Lyndon James, of course, was coming in on a king pair. Lost his off-stump first ball to Lewis Gregory in the first innings. So wish him well, because that's 2 ducks in a row. Duck in the second innings down at the Aegis Bowl last week. Hugely talented youngster, played for the England Lions, went on tour to Sri Lanka with the Lions during the winter. Picked up 1 wicket today. That was Jack Leach.
Yes, he got a bit of tap, did Lyndon James.
Been update for Radio Nottingham in moment or two. Might have to cut across Anthony as and when they come back to me. I think Mansfield Town's match has just recently finished, so there'll be perhaps one or two updates before the Notts County game begins.
I'll keep my ears peeled for it. So I'll stop in mid-sentence if needs be. Siddle then, with Lyndon James on a king pair. Siddle is in and bowls, and is edged and caught, and I don't think it quite carried to Craig Overton at third slip. It might just have done. Seeing the replays facing away from us, so it's hard to tell without the benefit of a camera at the other end.
Instinct was he got his hand to it, but
yeah. It was a very sharp chance.
Yeah.
But he catches flies at third slip.
Yeah.
Or second slip to Craig Overton.
It's just inched forward a pace.
So Lyndon James escapes. Siddle bowls. He's bowling a good lively pace is Peter Siddle. Fit and firing.
Crikey, that would have been... He's a confident young man, and he's a hugely talented young man, but that's not something you want to have on your record, is it? A king pair. So there'll be plenty of relief in the James household, and indeed in the Nottinghamshire camp, that didn't quite carry to Craig Overton, or he wasn't able to hang on to it if it did carry.
Siddle bowls, and just goes past the outside. Oh, I think he just held his bat inside the line.
83 for 3. And out. Duckett for 15 and Mead for 34. Clark has 7. And Notts have just lost their third wicket in this, their second innings, that of Joe Clark, trapped LBW by Peter Siddle, sent on his way. Disappointing return again for Joe Clark, needs some early season runs, but they haven't come yet in the first two matches. Notts are currently 83 for 3, that's an overall lead of 166. The other two out, Ben Duckett made 15, Asiba Mead made 34. Some doubt about Tom Moores, who got a very nasty looking finger injury earlier on in the day. Joe Clark had to take over the gloves and Tom Moores left, so Notts will be sincerely hoping he's able to bat. Still 36 overs today. We're just sort of wondering if we can get them all in. Notts should have a lead around about 300 by the close. That might be difficult for Somerset to chase later on in the day, but these three wickets have gone down relatively quickly. Somerset bowling nicely here. The game very much in the balance. Notts 83 for 3, leading by 166.
Just seen a replay of the first ball from Peter Siddle to Lyndon James and Craig Overton. It was just about on the half volley, so it almost a chance.
There's Gregory. Oh, down the leg side, and Ben Slade had a bit of a waft at that one, trying to flick a wasp away from his picnic. Didn't get anything on it, and again, really good tidy glove work by James Rue. I don't think there's any that's bobbled out of his gloves or not been taken cleanly, or he's looked ill at ease throughout the game. So I've seen a little bit of him, but you know, you really can put it in the box marked little. I saw him play for the first class counties 11 against India, his first class debut a season and a half ago. This is crashed through the offside by Slater, who's punctuating some very difficult passages of inactivity with the odd crunch away to the boundary, and that's clattered away into the hover cover away to our right for 4, 87 for 3, and as with all good bowlers, straight away he's found a legitimate excuse for why that happened. And again, there's a little bit of soil there, or grass just got on his spikes. That's the real reason why that happened.
Well, he did drag it down.
Yeah.
And it got exactly what it deserved. But he's been bowling. He's in his 10th over, Lewis Gregory, so getting a good bowl.
In the 29th over, here is Lewis Gregory bowling to Slater. Not entirely sure he meant that to go out into the covers. Looked to be playing in the V to me, but he's got a single nonetheless. Diddle-dee-dee. Who's been in touch then? Matthew. Hi guys, I'm back from the Super Mario film. It was highly recommended. Back to the important stuff. What have I missed? Well, periodically we'll run through the day, Matthew, and tell you what you've missed. Fair to say there's plenty of highlights to catch up on. Mike, how long do you keep picking a player based on potential rather than performance? Yeah, Joe Clark needs some runs. I know you're referring to Joe as this is pushed back to the bowler. Of course, if Tom Moores isn't able to play in the next game, somebody's going to have to take the gloves. And I guess your second 11 keeper has huge potential, but not seen much of him at first class level. That's Dane Shardendorf. But of course, Joe Clark can keep wicket. It might be that. If Tom is unfortunately out with that finger injury, we emphasise we don't know how bad it is at all, or if it's bad. It'll push into the offside and they take a single in. Lyndon James will be very grateful to get off the mark, even if it was a push and run. He's on one, but yeah. Joe,
we've got a spare wicket keeper.
Well, Joe needs a few.
Useful one. You could sign on loans.
Is that Steve Davis?
Steve Davis.
Yeah. Graham, afternoon. Why did the umpire give a dead ball before consulting with his colleague on a Meads decision? Have you picked your winner for the National? I've been saying, Graham, I absolutely no idea, but if I was at home and somebody said you can have a charity bet, I'd go with Rachel Blackmore, just because I only watch about 2 horse races a year, and Rachel Blackmore seems to win them all. As the next one's clipped on the leg side, I think she's riding the favourite as well, so it's not exactly the tip of the century, Graham, but what time does that go? That goes about 5:15. I would imagine they're sort of circling in the vicinity of the starter sometime soon. Yeah, so we're just about caught up at Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, and at Phoebe G23. If you want to get in touch, 89 for 3 as some of the black cloud, some of the dark stuff makes way for brighter weather behind it, thank goodness.
Nothing wrong with the light at the moment, which is just as well, as we'll probably still be here in 2¼ hours time. Yeah,
wicket keepers is one thing, Anthony, that knots aren't short of. Got plenty of them.
Siddle to James, peel for LBW as the ball ricochets down into the slips. And, plenty from the slip call, nothing very much from Peter Siddle himself.
Nobody's gone out there today able to bat in with pipe and slippers. It's been difficult. It's been tricky for everybody. Even I suppose we can include Josh Davey in that. Was a difficult situation for him to come in, but almost everybody's been beaten from time to time by deliveries. Good bit of bowling from Siddle.
Just one to his name, Lyndon James. Siddle bowls and comes rather uncertainly forward to that. The last ball of the previous Siddle over, Lyndon James took a leaf out of Joe Clark's book and advanced on the bowler, which didn't impress Peter Siddle particularly. But he's staying in his crease so far in this over. Tall, blonde-haired Lyndon James, is he? Blondish?
Yeah. Fair head.
Siddle in and bowls and beats him outside the off stump again. Tall, fair-haired. You can't see his fair hair because he's wearing his Nottinghamshire helmet at the moment.
Breaking news, the start of the Grand National has been delayed due to animal rights protesters on the Aintree Range course. Oh dear.
Well, they have been threatening to try and disrupt it. 89 for 3, lead 172. Can't say I'd really fancy Somerset to get 173 in their second innings against this Notts attack on this pitch. This is driven nicely back past the bowler. Jack Leach is going in pursuit, but he won't overhaul the ball before it runs over the boundary rope in front of the pavilion here at Trent Bridge. 4 runs to Lyndon James, who finished for that. He moves on to 5, 93 for 3.
Well, I was just about to say, well, They did get 173 because that was the first innings score. Of course, they need more now. I don't know. I think they'll do rather better than they did in the first innings.
Well,
Notts need a good few more yet.
I don't think batting tomorrow morning is going to be particularly easy. Siddle charging in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from James. I think Siddle is probably the quickest we've seen. Stuart Broad was bowling well within himself. Stuart Broad is just sort of gradually cranking himself up, gearing up towards the
Certainly in his pomp, he was regarded as being quick, wasn't he? He was slippery quick, Peter Siddle. You know, there's none of this right-arm medium fast stuff. He was slippery quick in his Australian heyday.
He's in and bowls to Lyndon James, squares him up. Ball was in the air for some time, coming back towards Peter Siddle off a leading edge. Siddle gives him the benefit of some advice. That's the over comes to a conclusion. 93 for 3, 5 to James, 24 to Slater. Siddle 7 overs 3 maidens, 2 for 16. And Craig Overton's coming back into the attack.
I can't even remember who it was, but I know when he was here, Peter Siddle, there was one match Notts were away somewhere, and I found myself just sharing a quiet fruit juice with one of the standing umpires one of the evenings in the hotel, and you know, talking about the Nottinghamshire quartet, pace bowling quartet that were playing in that game, and I honestly can't remember who they were. And he did say, well, Siddle yards quicker than anybody else. This is pushed into the offside, and that made me sort of reappraise, really? You know, but the umpires are sort of in the best position to have a look. Yeah, Craig Overton's back into the attack, 5 overs none for 21, 93 for 3.
Yeah, he hits the pitch hard, Peter Siddle, doesn't he?
Like I say, he certainly did in his pomp. I don't know.
Well, he's been bowling as quickly today as I think I've seen him in recent times.
Overton round the wicket. Slater just pushes gently to backward point. Not sure what time of day we are. We're getting towards 5:15 on BBC Radio Nottingham. Of course, another football match. Notts County will be you'll be able to listen to Notts County versus Woking, those of you that like your footy and want to listen to that on BBC Radio Nottingham. But I'll get to my point in a second. Gray Overton bowls, nicked, caught,
Brilliantly caught, Cameron Bancroft.
Slater's gone, genuine edge and a really good catch, low down by Bancroft at second slip. It's been a rocky old road for Ben Slater. Did seem to have come out the other side of it, but pushed hard at Overton there, who gets his first wicket of the innings, and Cameron Bancroft, second slip low down, takes the catch. Slater gone for 24. He was at the crease for an hour and a half, faced 65 balls, 4 fours, 93 for 4. This game continues to move on apace, Anthony. Good catch, though.
Brilliant catch. Brilliant catch. It went quickly and it went low, and he had to get down well away to his right. Of course, he is a right-hander, which helps, but even so, it was a very good one-handed grab at second slip. Just the sort of catch that you need to take if you're trying to battle your way back into a game when you're 176 runs behind.
Stephen Mullaney is the captain on his way out to the middle. Yeah, the point I was about to make is I'm sure I'll have to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham before the Notts County game kicks off, and then we'll a little bit more from Phoebe, who loitering with intent at the back of the box, watching what's going on, saying, save some wickets for me.
Craig Overton just having quite a long conversation with Lyndon James, not sure what about. Perfectly amicable.
Not sure, did Overton, was he with the seniors all winter, or did he have a stint with the Lions? I don't know. There's been all sorts of bowling camps and whatever. I
think he's on a ECB pace bowler development contract, isn't he?
May have. Well, they'll know each other anyway, won't they? But I wouldn't have thought there's anything other than
No, I mean, it was
just passing the 2 minutes while they were waiting for Stephen Mullaney to get out to the middle. But Overton with his first wicket of this second innings, 2 for Siddle, 1 for Overton, 1 for Gregory. And Notts 93 for 4, lead by 176. Overton nice and full, and Mullaney pushing at that with minimal foot movement. Sometimes you nick them, sometimes you don't. Of course, Tom Moores is due in next. Might just give us an answer to something that at the moment is shrouded in mystery and question marks. When I say we, I mean I don't know past how he is, but nothing forthcoming yet. 93 for 4. Next ball through to the wicket keeper, James Rue. But I'd be surprised if he came out to bat next. He looked in a lot of discomfort as he was led away by Koo, the physio.
Well, you would, whatever the nature of the injury, you wouldn't want to risk aggravating it, would you?
No. So, I mean, Liam Patterson-White would be the next on the card, but what about sending Stuart Broad out to... I mean, he nicked off second ball in the first innings, but sometimes you can go out there and whack you a quick 30 if that's what Notts are looking for. 93 for 4. Maybe they're looking for more stability. They don't want to take the game at 100 miles an hour this evening. Just want to get what they can until the close and then reassess. We'll just have to see. But I think we're going to get a bit more cricket. The ground staff are coming out with
the
all their implements.
I was just going to say, it's perfectly possible that getting bowled out would be would work in Nottinghamshire's favour, because there is always a danger under these circumstances of the side who are ahead batting on too long. And if they were to get bowled out, I mean, let's say they left Somerset with 250 to get. I find it quite hard to see Somerset getting 250. On the other hand, if they bat on until after, let's say, an hour this morning,
I think they'll be bowled out
tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Then Somerset could conceivably get through 2.5 sessions.
Well, the lead is 176 at the moment. Charlie says they need 250 minimum lead for me, and it's squeaky bum time right now. Thank you, Charlie. Rather more information than we need. 93 for 4. So, what Anthony describes as the tamper, which is a better word than I usually find for it. I usually stumble across that thing that they bash up and down. They're just trying to level things out there. Lewis Gregory's not been entirely happy about the crease, the unevenness of it, no doubt, as he's been in his delivery stride, and Craig Overton the same. But Peter Siddle's got no such concerns from the pavilion end. He's enjoying life, and he's going to bowl now to Lyndon James.
Here he comes in the sunshine from the pavilion end outside the off stump. I was just looking up the football scores, because conversation on Twitter, to which I am being party, suggests to me it's the Oval have drawn 2-2 at Solihull Moors, the mighty Solihull Moors. That means they're still in the relegation zone from the National League, I'm afraid. Siddle to James, who runs that down just to the right of Craig Overton, who's stretched out in despair on the turf. That 2 was in the air for a time. It's gone for 4 down below us. But, well, maybe Somerset should have had another slip.
Getting down the track seems to be the thing, right? Almost from the very start. Asiba Mead was getting forward. Duckett always does. Joe Clark always does. Lyndon James is doing it as well. But they're looking to get down the track towards the bowlers and sort of play them from 19 yards rather than 22, aren't they?
Craig Overton moves a yard closer to the batsman. 97 for 4 as Siddle is in, bowls to James, who again is taking a step or two down the pitch, and Siddle again just having a quiet word with a broad grin on his face. Fancy your chances then, do you, mate?
Yeah, I was a little surprised at the media day 2-3 weeks ago now, getting to sort of know and chat to Ollie Stone for the first time, when he sort of said, "Don't be surprised if you see me having a word or two." And I said, "You're a quiet lad, aren't you? Not a sledger, are you?" "Oh, I don't mind having a word," he said.
Siddle bowls down the leg side, and Lyndon James lifts his bat out of the way. I think a lot of the fast bowlers do it just to G themselves up, don't they?
Yeah.
When I was playing cricket for Cornwall down in Devon many years ago, we used to play a neighbouring village called Lee Moor, and they had a fast bowler called the Lee Moor Demon. And
that was his name, was it?
Yeah, and he had a great line in invective. Yes. Siddle, and again James goes down the pitch at him, and Siddle, I think, saw him coming there and fired that in at his body, but he didn't get it quite right, just a little bit too leg side.
I got roped into umpire a couple of games last year when Notts weren't playing on a Saturday. I roped in and did a couple of umpiring, and you know, there's young kids. I'll have to do an update in just a second. There's young kids out there, you know, they almost think they've invented sledging. You know, the things, you know, I sort of heard or was saying 40 years ago. They're saying them as Siddle bowls, and Lyndon James leaves this alone. It goes through to the keeper. Still 32 overs to go here. You'll know that the sun is out now, and it's a glorious evening. We might get all these overs in. The game will really move on. Notts currently 97 for 4. They've lost Joe Clark for 7, Ben Slater for 24 recently. The overall lead is 180 with Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney at the crease. Notts 97 for 4. We've effectively got a session left, Anthony.
We have
32 overs to go.
32 overs to go. Good.
Is this your end or
No,
mine?
it's yours.
Craig Overton bowls and pushed into the offside, and they take a single. 98 for 4.
You stay there if you're all right. You can come in if you're ready.
Yeah, I'll come in.
I'll just do this over.
Just sorting out the staff rota, Anthony.
Indeed, very good.
You know
Yep.
it is. You know it is.
Yeah.
Never had staff before. I'll get a walloping if I call Phoebe staff. 98 for 4. Lovely looking drive. That's up there. And a highlights reel of the day's play. Lovely, elegant Lyndon James at his best, driving this through the offside. That brings the 100 up. 102 for 4. The lead is 185.
Just floated that up there, did Craig Overton.
I'm always
Long half volley.
I'm always so grateful when I'm here and it says it for me. You know, it's almost, you know, Brace Girdle's an idiot, so we'll write on the bottom of the board, Nottinghamshire lead by 185. This one's down the leg side and clipped to mid-wicket. So when we go to away grounds, and they haven't got that sort of information, I've sort of left doing the Rachel Rileys, you know, what's 67 and 149, and by the time I've worked it out, another boundary's been hit. But it says it up there just for me. Look, Nottinghamshire lead by 185.
Don't you play darts then?
Well, anybody can take 501 and sort that out. Yeah, no, I'm not as... probably not as imbecilic as I make out, but this goes through to the keeper. But just for reassurance, I do prefer it if it says on the board, and you haven't got to do the mental arithmetic. Crikey, there's enough things to worry about in here without doing the maths as well. 102 for 4. It's taken me the first 3 days to get the heater working, and it seems to be blowing out a bit of hot air behind us, as well as blowing some hot air out in front of me today. We've got some hot air blowing out behind us now, which just helps keep it a little bit manageable in here. As this is clipped to mid-on, and oh, that's 5 balls gone in the over. Crikey, that must have turned over quickly. I was looking at the scoreboard then and it said 32.5, but they must have turned it over quickly. Just before I turn into Phoebe, there's a communication from Kevin. Hopefully Montgomery will get a go next up, Dave. Possibly time for Joe to sit the next one out. Wide of the off stump again, driven handsomely Lyndon James just starting to motor. That was a glorious shot. He moves on to 17, 106 for 4. The lead is 189. More from Anthony Gibson, and then he'll be joined by Phoebe Graham.
Well, Craig Overton guilty there again of just floating up an off-stump half volley, and he's absolutely furious with himself and furious with the foothold. Chucks his sweater to the ground, goes and fetches a great big handful of sawdust to put in the bowler's footmarks and successive boundaries at the end of that over. And he's not a happy buddy at the moment, is Craig Overton. Takes his sweater, which is graciously collected for him by his wicketkeeper James Rew, and stalks off to his fielding position at third slip. Siddle is going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Stephen Mullaney, who again takes a step forward. How do you react, Phoebe, when batters come at you when you're bowling, because you bowl fast medium?
Yeah, it just puts you off your lengths, to be honest, because what you don't want to do is then feed them half volleys. But importantly, on this wicket in particular, getting the ball right up there is causing issues. So that's what the batter's trying to do, is to put you off your lengths so that it puts them in control.
This appeal for LBW. It was quite a sharp noise, seemed to me. Yes, Dave Bracegirdle at the back of the box said, I thought he hit it, and I thought he hit it as well. Sounded as if he'd hit it, but it was a big appeal.
There's a little signal there from Siddle laughing at the umpire playing the air bat shot, so I think it must have just hit the bat there.
Yeah, he was gone for all money if it hadn't taken the inside edge.
Absolutely, but that's where Mullaney stayed in his crease there, and if Siddle has dragged his length short there, it was a freebie. So that's where moving within the crease. He's there again and bowls, this time outside off stump. No shot from Stephen Mullaney, who was beaten going for a big shot to his very first ball. That was Craig Overton, the bowler then. But Peter Siddle bowling good pace from the pavilion end. 2 for 20. He's halfway through his 9th over, so economical, accurate and quick. Moving within the crease can just upset bowlers' rhythm, but someone like Peter Siddle, such a great campaigner, knows to draw it short in his action, on his approach. Oh, and this beats the outside edge of Stephen Mullaney's defensive bat and fairly flies through to James Rew. He's working up some serious pace here, is Peter Siddle. He does. He seems to be getting quicker throughout his overs, does Siddle now. Bowled 8.4 overs, 2 for 20, and unlike the Notts attack that looked less and less dangerous throughout the play, the seam attack now for Somerset's really coming into its own, and no one's really settled on the crease yet within the Notts batting attack. Siddle bowls outside the off stump, too wide on that occasion. Yes, he's getting on a bit, is Peter Siddle, but keeps himself true. Absolutely as fit as a butcher's dog, as they say. Although why butcher's dogs in particular should be fit, I don't know, but they will. I'm sure someone could tweet in and answer that for you. I'm sure Peter Siddle wouldn't like that description anyways, he's a vegan. Here he comes, in bowls to Mullaney, who is forward and dead bats that into the onside, where Tom Abel comes racing in to do the fielding. It's the end of the over, the 34th of the innings. It's 106 for 4, so Notts going along at 3.5 runs. No, not 3.5 runs over. That was in their first innings. They're going along at 3.1 runs and over. Looks like the Grand National is about to get underway. Belatedly. On the BBC, I would have thought. Are you going to commentate? Yes, can do. Yeah, do. Craig, ball in hand. Here we go. So Overton runs into the crease here. Full to James. He front foot defends that through the point region for 1 run. Overton's bowled some really nice areas today. Bit frustrated by his last over that pushed a few up for really floaty full volleys, but apart from that, he's bowled really nicely here. 1 for 31 from 7.1 overs. So he comes in again to Mullaney. Full delivery, big appeal for LBW. Umpire not giving it.
Must have been close. Wouldn't
Hands on
surprise me
hip.
at all if the finger had gone up there. He's got a double teapot on as well. And Tom Abel, quite right, just goes up and gives him a pat on the shoulder and says, "Bad luck, mate."
Looks furious, does Craig Overton, with that decision. Looked a great line that he bowled. Haven't seen it on replay yet, but it seemed to hold well, and big appeal there from the slip cordon.
Yep, he's limping on his left foot as well, Craig Overton.
Be pleased that there's no left-handers left in. As he comes into Mullaney, floaty, full volley, he cover drives, out for 1 run, gets away with that. Seems to be losing his rhythm a little bit, and when he does that, he just pushes and floats the ball rather than pulling out of his action.
It's the footholds, I think. He's just, well, you know, as a bowler, if there's any uncertainty about the foothold, it just sort of undermines your confidence as a bowler.
He went over a few times coming round the wicket to the left-hander. So Overton comes in to Lyndon James. Lovely line and punch to mid-off.
That was better. He bent his back there. Put a little bit extra into that.
You can almost see when he's trying, can't you? The snap of the wrists. Looks like he's really bowled the ball rather than pushes the ball out. Big difference in when he finishes through his action. Overton, as he comes into James for the final delivery. Shorter, pulled away into mid-wicket, no run scored.
Yeah, he didn't time that. It was there for the shot. Craig Overton, expensive by his own standards, going up 4 and over, 1 for 32, 1 ball short of 8 overs.
Everyone's still got good energy in the Somerset field. Sure they'll be pleased with this start. 108 for 4. So Overton comes in to James. Well, good length, driven straight down the drive. Lovely on drive here.
On,
Mullaney chases that.
Jack Leach.
Oh no, Leachy does even. The ball slows up towards the boundary edge. They just managed 2 runs there.
Lewis Gregory looking at Jack Leach as if to say, how on earth could I be outpaced by Leachy? He's a wholehearted fielder, is Jack Leach. Gives it everything he's got without being as naturally athletic as some of the Somerset fielders. Tom Abel and Craig Overton having a long chat with the 2 umpires. Don't know what that's about. Seems perfectly amicable. Tom Abel just having a quick word with Mike Burns, who continues the conversation as he retreats towards his umpiring position at point. Because if he was at square leg, he'd have the sun in his eyes.
I don't know if that was about Overton didn't look particularly happy with his LB decision, potentially.
May have said something.
Yeah, there might have been a few words exchanged, but the umpire didn't look particularly happy there when he was talking that through with Tom Abel.
Peter Siddle then in and bowls to Mullaney. Gets that off a thick edge. Abel's quickly onto it from mid-wicket. You heard the cry of no. Well, Craig Overton, didn't see him being given a warning. Maybe it was just a preliminary warning. Don't do it again, or the ECB match official. I'm not sure who it is. Do we know who the ECB man is here? But you no doubt have taken note. That'll be in his report. Siddle bowls, and this again is played to Abel, this time straight to, but no question of a run. He's been in trouble with the ECB before, Craig Overton. He sometimes lets his emotions get the better of him. But,
you can tell he wears his heart on his sleeve in terms of, normally as a bowler you're meant to show bravado in terms of if you're not bowling well or it's not going your way, don't let the batter know, but you can certainly see every emotion through his body language.
Siddle bowls, and this almost gets through Stephen Mullaney's back foot attacking shot, but comes from bat, inside edge of bat, down onto his pads and down onto the pitch.
Stephen Mullaney had quite a good year with the bat last year, scoring 993 runs throughout the Division 2 County Championship campaign, where Notts got promoted into this division.
Yep.
I'm sure he'll have enjoyed it if he was 7 runs greater, but...
Siddle bowls, and this comes off the inside edge down to Josh Davey at long leg. The Stephen Mullaney is the 3rd most experienced captain currently on the County Championship circuit. And next up is James Vince, and who do you think is the most experienced captain in the County Championship?
I think you might do me there. I don't know if I know the answer to that.
It's Siddle in the bowls, and there he is, fielding it now. Tom Abel.
Tom Abel, because he was granted captaincy at 23, wasn't he?
That's
He's
right.
now 29.
He's skippered Somerset in 72 County Championship matches.
Wow.
Next most experienced, James Vince with 64, and Stephen Mullaney with 62. Well, in fact, Tom Abel now is up to 73.
Gosh, he'll have a long career ahead, will Tom Abel, at 29 years old, but captaining across all formats for Somerset now, so good on him.
Siddle bowls, James defends, again Abel does the fielding. Yeah, we were talking about it down in the, I was talking to David Hops down in the press box about it. The only thing is that captaincy is a big strain, and you know he's in his 7th season now as captain, and if he stays fit, he could play another 7 seasons at platform and as captain, and he's the sort of captain who puts everything he's got into it, and I don't know. It's very hard to see Somerset without Tom Abel as captain, but from Tom Abel's own perspective, it might be better if he had a bit of a break.
It's an interesting discussion point as Overton comes in. Good length delivery, guided through square leg from Mullaney. That's 1 run as James comes on strike. I do think some people, though, are natural leaders and live and breathe the strategy of the game as well.
Yeah.
And there's being captain at 23 is probably captained his way through every age group of county cricket and MCCU university
and
through Exeter.
Ex-university, he was captain there.
He was captain there, so sometimes it's in people's blood. I know Holly Armitage at Northern Diamonds been captain since 21. In comes Craig Overton, back of a length, punch to mid-on from Lyndon James.
It's just, it must take a lot out of him.
Absolutely,
emotionally and because he carries such a weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He's one of those captains who, if the side aren't playing well, the first person he'll blame is himself. He gives it heart and soul, as Tom Abel, which is what makes him such a good captain, such an inspiring captain, but it must, as I say, take a lot out of him.
In comes Overton to James. Good length delivery there again, punch to mid-on.
You wonder how many more runs he might score if he wasn't captain,
Well,
if he didn't bear that extra burden of responsibility.
It's a bit like Root's captaincy through the COVID era, one of the greatest players of all time, and I think his batting stats actually went up whilst he was captain, but you could see the drain and the emotional wear that it had on him, and he looks like a weight's been lifted off his shoulders at the moment.
Absolutely.
As a person. Yeah. I know they've got this influx energy with Stokes and McCullen. In comes Overton, good length delivery again, full stride from James, full face of the bat, front foot defensive, as Overton brushes past the front line crease again. The umpire also sort of guiding through that front foot as well.
Korak Rambler has won the Grand National, 8-1 favourite, ridden by Derek Fox.
Overton comes in to James, bouncer, headline that, great delivery, and that's one from the over.
Haven't seen many bouncers. It's not really a pitch for bowling bouncers on.
It's not, but it had a bit in it there and seemed to come through reasonably well rather than sitting up. I think Siddle bowled a couple, but we didn't see many from the Notts attack. I think Broad bowled a couple towards the end, at the tail end. Next ball is always really important. As Overton comes into James. Back of a length. Back foot punch. An easy single. Somerset. Nottingham 113 for 4 off the 37 overs.
And the lead is approaching 200. It's 196 now.
Yeah, they're creeping up with the total here in Notts. They're naturally a team that go at 4s without really trying to turn the dial or change the intensity. And one of their biggest challenges this year is playing that style of cricket in Division 1 with slightly better bowling attacks that don't give away as many bad balls within the overs, and
much better bowling attacks.
Much better bowling attacks, yeah.
I think that's probably where that's the big difference between Division 1 and Division 2 County Championship cricket, the quality of the bowling.
I think particularly the seamers, when you look at some of the attacks that you come up against, there's not many deliveries that are freebies that you can put your hands through.
No, the standard is very high.
So we say that. Davies coming on.
From the pavilion end, 3 slips go down outside the off stump as Lyndon James again takes a couple of steps down the pitch, and maybe that played a part in that slightly misdirected delivery from Josh Davey.
That's a lovely spell as well from Siddle there.
It was a very good spell. And 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 21. Davey in bowls, and James again just lifts his bat out of the way of that delivery, but he was a good 2 yards down the pitch when he did so. Shadows lengthening here at Trent Bridge, but plenty of blue sky overhead, clouds higher and fewer than they've been all day.
Yeah, best part of the day, isn't it? Beautiful evening.
Don't understand why all the people are sitting in the Bridgeford Road.
Particularly it is
in the shade. They should be on the other side in the sunshine.
Still got a bit of a chill in the air.
Davies in and bowls. This is driven fiercely through extra cover. Handsome shot by Lyndon James. He turned that into a half volley by advancing on Josh Davey, who's bowling military medium, sort of high 70s, so he can afford to come down the pitch. And very handsome extra cover drive brings him 4 runs to 25. 117 for 4. Nearly out first ball, Lyndon James. That would have completed a king pair. The ball driving just as Craig Overton's left hand reached down for it at 3rd slip. Davies in and bowls, and this is turned down to George Bartlett, who's on as substitute for, not entirely sure who.
It'll be
Siddle, I expect.
Interesting.
No, it's not Siddle, he's there. Sorry, Phoebe.
I was just going to say how James will go on. Lyndon James in this division he got the call up for the England Lions tour off the back of his good Division 2 county championship, but this will be a real test for him really in terms of how he can perform in this division.
Davy bowls to Mullaney, who drives that to Jack Leach at mid-off. I'm not sure Peter Siddle is there. I think it's probably Siddle who's gone off for running repairs, perhaps to change his boots from his bowling boots to his fielding boots.
Bowled his shift. Needs a little sit down.
Well, he is getting on. He is 38.
Doing well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is that getting on now? Jimmy 40.
Yeah.
Did he take 3 for yesterday? Maybe more?
He did.
Have a look at the...
Against Essex, got his former England captain out. Davies in and bowls, and this is angled down into the gully, and Sean Dixon quickly across to do the fielding, cuts off the single. 118 for at the end of that over, 26 to Lyndon James and 4 to Stephen Mullaney. The lead is now past 200, 201. And Mullaney and James have a discussion.
Yeah, Anderson bowled 22 overs yesterday, 5 maidens, 70 runs for 4 wickets, and it's close of play. Essex versus Lancashire. Essex were 219 all out, and Lancashire lead Essex by 155 runs with 6 wickets remaining.
Strong position.
It's Overton in. Lovely drive there from James for 1 run. Slightly fuller delivery from Overton. Every time he delivers a ball at the moment, he's checking that front crease, patting the sawdust down. He's not happy with his delivery strides at the moment, which is potentially putting the blame on those fuller deliveries that he's just pushing out and not quite snapping through his action as Overton comes in here to Mullaney. Lovely length delivery. Pushed again for 1 run in the offside.
Didn't have much bite to it though, did it, that delivery from Overton? As you're saying, he's just not got the confidence in the foothold to really let himself go.
No, that first spell from him, lunchtime-ish, was really, really promising. He was getting zip through the ball, and when he finishes through his action, that's where he gets that extra bounce and height off the pitch. Whereas at the moment it's just steadily coming onto the bat and not really getting that extra bit of nibble that makes Overton the dangerous bowler he is. As he comes in to James, driven on the offside, and Leach rolls for that. Big applaud from the Somerset players, and throws that into the keeper.
Some good games going on elsewhere. Hampshire 148 for 5. They've got a lead of 132 over Surrey, which is going to be an interesting outcome. Kent 133 for 9, in danger of following on.
Overton comes in, nice length delivery again. Lyndon punches that to cover.
That's in reply to Warwickshire's 453 for 4, so trailing by 316 are Kent. Lancashire and Essex, we've had that one, and Middlesex against Northants. The other game in the first division, Middlesex 149, 157 for 7, Northants 198. Middlesex lead by only 108 runs with 3 wickets remaining.
Overton, good length delivery, driven through on the onside to Jack Leach at mid-on. No run scored.
So what are the outcomes of these games going to be then, Phoebe? Hampshire against Surrey, Hampshire leading by 132 with 5 wickets in hand.
We'll have to have a look at my scores here.
Who's going to win that?
I think Surrey will win that quite comfortably.
Lancashire and Essex?
I'd like to say Lancashire for that game, but rain has affected play a lot there. They're actually closed out for the day with 1 day remaining. Keaton Jennings had another good knock.
Yes. Well, if England, that's a single 2 square leg, if England are looking for a replacement opening bat, if Zach Crawley doesn't get any runs and ends up being dropped, which I don't think is going to happen just yet, I don't think England need to look much further than Keaton Jennings, do they?
No, they don't. He's not done a lot wrong last year the leading county championship run scorer. I think he scored over 1,200 runs, did Keaton, and continues his form this year, now captain of Lancashire as well, so that extra pressure on his shoulders, and he's a natural leader anyway. But yeah, he's definitely knocking on that door, and I'm sure he'll be ready to take that opportunity if it comes his way.
Davy in and bowls, and again Lyndon James advancing on him, plays no shot when he gets to where the ball passes him.
Seems to be playing in Davy's head a little bit more, the way that Lyndon's approaching and advancing the ball.
Are you a Lancashire girl?
I'm not, no, I'm a Yorkshire girl.
Yep. Oh no, oh dear, how come you're playing for Lancashire then? That's terrible.
I got poached from across the Pennines by Paul Shaw, who is also a Yorkie, leading the head coach of the Lancashire women's team.
Davy in and bowls. This is punched through the offside. I don't think it's going to go all the way, although it might do. Yes, it is. Peter Siddle in vain pursuit. Takes a bit of time to get going, Peter Siddle, these days. Nice shot from Lyndon James. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 32, 125 for 4. But as a cricketer playing for Lancashire and the Manchester, whatever they are,
Manchester Originals, yeah, in the 100.
You presumably would be advancing Keaton Jennings' claims to be opening for England rather than Zach Crawley. Would you make that change now?
I don't think you could call it at this point in the season. I think give a few months and see where performances are at, then it definitely deserves an opportunity. Whether it's given will probably depend on Crawley's form throughout this county championship. They seem to like him, they seem to give him opportunities and like how he fits within the team and his role within the team.
It's Davy in a bowls to James, who plays that up to mid-on. Yes, I think that's very sensible.
But I don't think you can ignore someone that keeps knocking on a door and scoring runs, because it'd be the same for someone like, I guess, a Potts at Durham that took, I think, over 50 wickets for Durham last year. There's a reason they're including these players in the squad. When you've got out-and-out performers like Brody and Anderson, it's hard for the seam attack to break through. But if they weren't performing, and it's a no-brainer if someone's in form to give them an opportunity.
Davy in and bowls, and Lyndon James up on his toes, punching that up to mid-off. But at the moment, it seems to be almost harder to get out of the England side than to get into it.
I think you're right there in many ways, which is a good thing. There's a lot of coaches that chop and change it and put a lot of fear in players, and that's what they're trying to take out within this new England era, is take fear away from yourself and play your natural game, follow your natural instinct. A lot of these players have crafted the game for a number of years, so they have the skills at that highest level. And even someone like Leach for Somerset is thriving in the environment because they're removing fear from him.
Davy bowls, and playing a miss this time from Lyndon James, as he aimed a vague sort of off drive at that delivery from Josh Davy. We've got a man, Craig Overton, an imposing figure at short mid-wicket.
It's like they say, can they do it against the Aussies? A world-beating seam attack. It's going to be interesting, and I love the messaging that Stoke's giving, and it's all part of the publicity, all part of the drama. Yeah. They're not changing anything, they're not changing the tack, leading the Ashes.
Davy there bowls to James, who yet again advances, doesn't keep that down to entirely. It was in the air for a time, but perfectly safe. End of that over, 125 for 4. I've had a tweet from Grumpy Git over there near Cork in Ireland. He was going on about Somerset needing a batting coach, and I pointed out that they've got a batting coach in Shane Berger. He says, here, I know Somerset have got a batting coach from that limited overs powerhouse that is Scottish cricket. Oh, and I'm a proud Scot and an Ayr United supporter. Well, I always thought you were a proud Irishman, so my apologies, Mr. Gid.
There you go, getting to know Grumpy Git very well over the day's play. There's a change of bowling here. Leach coming on, bowling his first over of the day. We only saw, I think it was 1 or 2 overs of spin from Nottingham earlier.
We did.
Today?
Yep, from LPW, as Dave Bracegirdle calls him. Liam Patterson-White.
2 overs, 0 for 4 runs, and it was a bit of a gimmick spell before the tea break to see if he could pick up that last wicket, which was Somerset's highest total partnership of just over 50 runs. Jack Leach here to cause a bit of chaos in the attack, see if there's any
he's
spin.
Coming off from this end, he bowled from the other end. Didn't bowl very well in the first innings, he went for 36. Ben Duckett tucked into him.
Leach bowls to Mullaney, driven through cover, diving stop there from
Lammonby, that is.
Lammonby, almost belly flops the floor at cover.
It was rather a pointless gesture, that, because there was always going to be a single there because he had to make so much ground, and Josh Davey was waiting behind him to
sometimes just for the drama and the commitment, isn't it? As Leach comes into James here.
Gone.
Caught and bowled from Leach. Soft dismissal there from James as he just lofts the ball back to Leach. Standard catch, and that's Lyndon James caught and bowled by Jack Leach for 32.
Well, I presume that must just have stopped on him, and because he bashes his bat with his fist in frustration, and it was a very, very soft dismissal. If the ball didn't stop, he just played a little bit too early at it and gave the most straightforward return catch.
Absolutely, and the team sort of went up and celebrated a little bit late as well, because it was such a soft dismissal, that almost how you get out in a net really when you're not quite concentrating.
Yeah.
And the message will be...
He didn't give Leach the charge or anything like that. It was just
no, just straight back to him really.
Just missed time. 32 he made, Lyndon James. Some nice shots in that 32 as well.
Yeah, it was looking good. That was the first little run scored by James this season.
And no Tom Moores, so Liam Patterson-White is coming out to bat, so presumably, well, I doubt very much if Tom Moores will come in, even if they are 9 down.
He looked to go off in a lot of pain earlier,
yeah,
but
he did. And Notts are in a strong enough position that they can afford to
I think
manage without putting Tom Moore's finger or thumb or whatever it is that's hurting him at risk.
Absolutely. They have a lead here of 209 as they're 126 for 5. 40 overs have gone. Not sure how many are left in today's play. Do you know how many are?
I do. 23.4.
Ah, there we go. It's on the scoreboard. To bowl, 23.4. So we've probably got about an hour and a half left of play. It's 6 o'clock, but the sun is shining. Jack Leach.
I think we ought to be paid overtime, don't you? It's going to be a very long day's play if it goes to conclusion. And they've finished at Chelmsford for the day. And here we've got another, what did you say, hour and a half
20,
to go?
yeah, 23.4 overs. But first bit of spin that we've seen, it's been successful so far. 1 from 1, that typical change of bowler causing a wicket. We saw it from Siddle. The first wicket of the day, Ben Duckett just softly sort of slapped in true Ben Duckett style to mid-wicket and caught by Tom Lammonby. And a similar dismissal here where the batter just hasn't quite judged the change of bowling, and Lyndon James softly pats the ball back for a simple caught and jut bowl from Leach. In comes Leach to Patterson-White, spins that past Patterson-White, misses the leg stump, and it looks like it's going to tickle away here for 4 byes. It does, that's 4 byes. Very well bowled there by Jack Leach. More turn than even the keeper anticipated, which is promising signs.
Is that? It is Craig Overton down there. No, it's not, it's Lewis Gregory, but putting himself at risk as he threw himself at that ball to try and make the stop.
I think that pitched just outside off and went through past leg stump line. Even did the keeper there as he bowls again. He's getting a lot of turn here, is Leach.
Well, he's bowling into the footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump, and you can see they're quite pronounced.
Absolutely, is a beautiful area for him to target here on the length, which he does. Bats away and slaps the ball to mid-off. Does Patterson-White. This is nice target bowling for Jack Leach here, aiming at the footmarks. As he comes in, bowls, hits the footmarks, big appeal. Only half-heartedly from Leach in the end there, not given.
Well, Liam Patterson-White will be quite happy to have seen that over, because he'll be operating, I don't doubt, in the Somerset second innings. I'll just do one more over and then I'll hand over to Dave Bracegirdle. Conditions for cricket are as good as they've been at any stage in the match so far.
Yeah, beautiful cricket weather now.
Gone off, mostly blue sky overhead. Shadows are lengthening. 130 for 5. The lead is 213. And well, as I've said earlier, I think the best outcome for Nottinghamshire would be to get bowled out and get in amongst the Somerset top order. This evening, here's Josh Davey in a bowls to Mullaney, who runs that down just backward a square. Sean Dixon is in pursuit. There'll be 2 runs here, 132 for 5. I think if Somerset can bowl knots out with a lead below 250, they will have a chance, but they'll have to bat extremely well tomorrow.
Yeah, I think anything under 300, to be honest, gives them an opportunity.
You haven't seen Somerset bat as much as I have. Davies in and bowls, and this is pulled away, it's in the air and will be safe as it goes for 6, just over into the bottom of the Hound Road stand. I lost that ball in the air.
Yeah, it sounded like it hit the top of his bat there, the sort of splice area, but still managed to make enough contact to clear the ropes.
So maybe this is a change of tactic, or a signal for a change of tactics on behalf of Notts. They're going to go for quick runs and look to get Somerset in for an awkward session this evening. We will see.
Could well be. There's 22 overs left, and like you say, the lead's 220. What do they want tomorrow to bowl at?
Davey to Mullaney outside the off stump. Craig Overton has been put back on the deep mid-wicket boundary. The tallest fielder in the Somerset side. He's right on the boundary rope as well. It's quite a short boundary on that side of the ground. The Hound Road side of the ground. No, that's the Fox. That's the Fox Street stand, isn't it?
Fox Road.
Fox, yeah. Hound.
The hounds follow the fox.
That's it. And in between, the Larwood and Vose.
Ah, yes, the Hound followed. Good.
Davey bowls to Mullaney, who after that burst of aggression plays the next 2 balls quietly enough. 138 for 5. Lead 221, just 2 slips now. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who I don't think has fielded the ball at all in this innings.
Taking a catch?
No, he didn't. It was Cameron Bancroft.
You sure?
Oh, you're quite right. I beg your pardon. He did. He got. He did. He got. It's one of the ones I missed.
It was the confusion wicket of Hamid. Yeah.
Ah, well, they gave that. They gave that to Rue, didn't they? At first.
It looked like it.
Yeah, they've changed it to Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, it was Kohler-Cadmore at first slip.
He didn't miss anything there. It was a defensive shot. Yeah. Well.
So if you're going to have one moment in the match, it's not a bad one to have, is it?
No, it's not. No. I hadn't looked back at what the scoreboard was.
Oh, it looks like Davies' hamstrings pulled up here.
Oh no.
He's hobbling off.
Dear.
And Gregory's just taken his jumper off.
Dear. It doesn't look. He was troubled by a hamstring in the latter part of last season, and it's hurting him a lot. And if a hamstring is hurting almost immediately after you've done it, it's a very, very bad sign indeed, because it gets worse as the muscle cools down. Anyway, it gives me the opportunity to say farewell for the time being and bring Dave Bracegirdle in.
Luckily, I haven't had to deal with a hamstring injury, touch wood, just yet. But they are replacing Davies with Gregory to finish this over. There's just one ball of the over to come, and it's not really clear how he did that, whether it just twinged as he was running up and going through his action. There's nothing really to suggest that, but he's hobbled off as Davies. And Gregory even is going to take the other end, see if he has any success from the far end.
First time he's bowled from that end in the match. Bowling to Mullany, who's going to pull it away to leg, misses it, goes down the leg side. End of the over, 138 for 5. End of my over, time for Phoebe.
There you go.
Easy work coming on as a sub.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me all right?
I can, yeah.
Can you hear me, mother?
You can't hear it as clearly as you can in this mic, but it still comes through nice and clear.
We've had a bit of
a change up in the commentary box, yeah.
Yes.
I've got the lead seat now.
You have, yeah. You're
next to the TV.
You're pilot.
I don't know how I've managed this, but
you're pilot. I'm co-pilot. You're in charge.
Still 22 overs of the day left. Beautiful conditions here at Trent Bridge. Knots are 138 for 5, and Jack Leach is just taken the ball for his second over, and he will be bowling to Patterson White, who's on 0 off 4 balls. Leach comes in, hits the rough, just misses, top of off stump. It looks dangerous round this. There's a foothold area round a length for a left-hander that Patterson White just goes to pat down, because as soon as it hits that foothold, it's dangerous for Leach. As Leach comes in, bowls the ball a bit wider now, and he guides that through the leg side for no run.
You don't want to get out to a fellow left-arm spinner, do you?
No. You know each other's tricks, but whether it helps you, who knows. As Leach comes in, bowls a nice length, and that's driven again through the onside. As Patterson White follows the spin of the ball with a flat bat.
I think Jack's been helping him a little bit. They do know each other pretty well and spent part of the winter together.
Leach approaches, bowls a nice line, and cuts that through backward point region. It's Patterson White, as it tickles away to the boundary, will be cut off for just the 2 runs.
At some stage, I think, before England went to wherever they went, Pakistan, they all met up in Abu Dhabi, didn't they? England and England Lions, they were there at the same time and had a first-class match and played against each other. Jack, obviously, the primary spinner in the England 11, and LPW, the England Lions, is, I think, seen as sort of the understudy, the next cab off the rank, if you like.
Leach into Mullany, spins the ball away from him. Doesn't look quite as threatening to the right-hander here, but still getting a lot of turn is Leach today. Leach comes in, bowls a lovely length, front foot defensive from Mullany. Over bowled. Another promising over from Leach there.
Last time Somerset were here, start of 2019, first match of 2019, Jack Leach got 6 wickets. So don't know how many he got in the match, I can't recall, but he got 6 for in the second innings to spin Notts to a hefty defeat. Well, he's been on the periphery of things in this particular contest. It's been more seamer friendly than spin friendly. I guess he could still get a 6 for in this innings. It would mean that he's got to take all 5 wickets, and it would mean that Tom Moores would have to bat, but he's 1 for 4 from 2 overs. But a very fine player, and he does have a good record on this ground. Gregory's going to continue. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Still 21 overs to go. Yeah, it's all there on the scoreboard if you if you can find it. It takes a little bit of navigating around, but up there in the top right-hand corner, look to bowl 21 overs as Lewis Gregory round the wicket bowls, and LPW works it away on the leg side for a single to get down the other end. He moves on to 4. Had a bit of no ball trouble at this end going round the wicket, Lewis Gregory, to the left-handers, or to Ben Slater in particular, but now he can go over the wicket to Stephen Mullaney, who helped one from Josh Davey into the Fox Road stand for 6 in the last over. From the back of the box, I didn't see where it landed, but they're all looking into the sun, shielding their eyes, so I hope they saw it coming. Let's cut this one to backward point, no run. Sean Dixon doing the fielding. As you pointed out, and as I often do, over that side you're looking into the sun, but you know you'll leave here with a little bit of a warm bead. You'll have a warm brow and perhaps a bit of a glow on the bridge of your nose, but on the other side of the ground you've still got your top coat on because it's freezing away to our right on the Bridgeford Road stand.
Surprised how many are in the Bridgeford Road stand, because it'll be cold in there.
142 for 5. There's Lewis Gregory in, and bowls, and Mullaney's played and missed, and that. We've talked a time or two of the actual strip they're playing on. It's over towards the Fox Road side of the ground, not right on the very edge of the square, which pretty much goes from side to side, but it's in a line of the Notts committee room, those of you that know the pavilion and all its various rooms and locations, so playing quite over to there. In fact, the players haven't got a great view from their balcony for this particular game. They'll have a stiff neck looking to their right as Mullaney again shoulders arms, and it goes through to the keeper. Somerset the lower balcony, of course, in the pavilion, and Notts with the upper balcony, but they've all got to crane their necks to the right to follow the action.
Absolutely, it's not clear here on the LBW shouts. You sort of big appeals from mid-off, or we're at third man at the moment, so you never quite know until we watch it on the replay whether the line is right.
Here comes Gregory in once more. Bowls. Mullaney drives crisply to mid-off. There's no run. I'm somewhat heartened by what Anthony said just before he went off commentary a moment or two ago, that Asiba Mead was eventually given out, caught Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I sort of doubted myself, and then it came up on the board as James Rue, and everywhere it was caught behind, but I sort of felt it was taken. I sort of thought I'd followed it into the hands of slip, but then it was down as a keeper's catch, but it was actually the slip. As Mullaney digs this one out, a full pitch delivery, and he's squirted that away for 4, and that's probably the apposite description of it. He squirted it away for 4. Very unusual shot, but highly effective. End of the over, 146 for 5.
Absolutely, that's how you get rid of a Yorker in the block hole. Sometimes it can dash off the bat for 4 through point, through backward point. We've seen the nutmeg where you go through your legs. Yeah, just managed to get that away somehow.
Went quickly, didn't it?
It did. It just pinged off the bat.
The lead is 2-2-9. Notts won't feel they're anywhere near over the hill and gone just yet, but
it's a short leg in now to Leach, with the bounce and turn that he's getting to Patterson White as he drives in. Pushes the ball to the leg side. Doesn't look comfortable to Leach at the moment.
Because Somerset will feel Liam Patterson White is the modern day Brian Lara. They've only faced him once before, and of course he got a century against them. Or the last time they faced him at Taunton, he got a century against them.
Leach comes in, lovely length. Defended again from Patterson White. A little bit more comfort now.
Yep. An update for BBC Radio Nottingham in the not too distant future. Approaching half time at Meadow Lane. I thought I'd be there by now, you know. I thought I'd be across the road watching.
Leach comes in. Big appeal, but we're not sure what for. I think he just spins the ball past Patterson White and it deflects into Cola Cadmore's hand in first slip. So they've got a first slip here, short leg, and then quite a standard ring field for Patterson White. Drives the ball in, good delivery, front foot defensive from Patterson White. When that length's drawn back slightly, there's a lot of movement into the pitch as the ball spins into Patterson White, the left-hander. Leach comes in, bowls a nice off-stump line, back foot punches through the backward point region as the ball runs away for 4. Lovely shot there from Patterson White, really using the depth of his crease to Jack Leach. The ball is spinning a lot, so he's got to get forward, get back, make sure he's using the depth of his crease well. Lead now is 233 runs as Notts are now 150 for 5. Last ball of the over from Leach. He bowls the ball, nice flight, and it just misses the off stump again. Lovely over there from Leach, just 4 from it. Very, very threatening to the left-hander Patterson White. The last wicket here was just 24 runs ago. Score 150 for 5 off 45 overs.
Yeah, the grumpy Gitters been back in touch. If Somerset get Mullaney quickly now, Somerset can still win this tomorrow. We usually bat better second time around. Honest Gov, would I lie to you? Glad Craig Overton got a wicket, and this obviously came in just before Josh Davey went off. He says, Josh Davey, the Tottenham Tornado, glad to see him back on song. Well, sadly he's recently gone off, GG. Let's hope he's okay. Somebody moving about behind the arm at the pavilion end. Sit down, please. And they do. And we're going to restart. 150 for 5. The lead is 2-3-3. Gregory to Mullaney again. Uppishly whipped away on the leg side. 6 runs by Stephen Mullaney. Very close to Craig Overton, who leapt for it there on the fence at deep mid wicket. But Mullaney's whipped it again, just over the fielder, over the fence, and into the first couple of rows for 6.
It was a fair effort there from Craig Overton. If anyone was going to get it at his height at 6'6", he leaped in the air at mid wicket. I think there's a replay here. If they just catch him, just over him, but he rolls back onto his back.
Decent effort. Mullaney's on strike, and he gets a nasty ball which spits up at him. Almost throat height, plays it down nicely. Mullaney then a couple of 6s in his 24. Usually fairly proactive, the Nottinghamshire captain, Stephen Mullaney. 156 for 5. So if Tom Moores can't bat, there'll be a bit of Stuart Broad and Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson to come. So getting towards the lower reaches of the Nottinghamshire card. I think any thoughts of any declarations will be dismissed at some point, either later on today or tomorrow morning, as Mullaney plays this up to mid-off and there's no run. You'd imagine they'd be bowled out, going for the shots.
Absolutely, and you think they'll want to bat out the rest of the day. Only 18 overs left remain, and you just don't know what the weather forecast or the weather's going to be like tomorrow morning.
I think it says it's going to be okay. So,
if it's overcast and dewy, then a new ball for Notts would be brilliant at that time.
Happy days. Gregory bowls, Mullaney in defensive mode. Plays it up to mid-on.
Interesting fact about Broad, he actually had the second best batting average for Notts last year. Only 3 innings, but a 59. How about that?
Very good.
Does that help him get up the order? I don't think so, but I'm sure he'll know that.
And this, I mentioned it on the first day, made his debut for Nottinghamshire in 2008, having moved from Leicestershire. Here's Gregory. Bowls, Mullaney leaves it alone. 2008, 15 years ago. Wow. This is his 50th match.
Very good. 50th.
50th match. So it's only just over 3 a year on average. Obviously playing for England most of the time.
Oh, absolutely. I think it shows how incredible his international career has been. He hasn't had many injuries throughout his time, I don't think, that's held him out for too long.
There was...
I can think, but touch wood, that remains.
There was a remarkable stat, which I'll get wrong in a second as Mulaney clips it to mid-on, but it was something like 10 years as a Nottinghamshire player before he played a home one-day match here at Trent Bridge, which, just purely the fact he's away with England so many times, something like 10 years, and in that time he had actually played in a Lord's final for them.
Wow.
Quite bizarre, but he gives his absolute all when he is available for Notts, and obviously the county and the supporters wish him well when he goes away with England, and pretty much know they've got one of the ever presence for England. He's going to miss more than he plays, and they're just glad when they do have him available. May well, after a first season bowl in the first innings, he may be right up for it in the second innings. 156 for 5. Will be an update for Radio Nottingham any second. Half time at Meadow Lane. Jack Leach is going to bowl to Liam Patterson-White, who's on 8. If you're listening in the studio, I've lost feed for now.
Leach comes in, nice line to Patterson-White. Defended. Straight into the cover area. Patterson-White takes a big stride there to cut out any turn of the ball. He's using the depth of his crease really well here. Leach comes in, bowls a lovely line, challenging, directs the ball, chops onto the offside.
Here is the update. Well, we've still got 18 overs to go on this, the third day. Of course, we lost all day yesterday to the wet weather, but the game has really moved on today. Somerset were bowled out in their first innings for 173, with Brett Hutton taking 6 wickets. So a lead of 83 on first innings for Notts. They're now 157 for 5. That's an overall lead of 240. Tom Moore's got quite a nasty injury earlier in the day on his hand. He looked in a lot of pain. We don't think he'll be able to bat, so effectively Notts are 157 for 6. Stephen Mulaney's just taken it up a notch. He's just hit 2 big sixes away into the Fox Road stand. He's got Liam Patterson-White with him on 9. Notts lead by 241 with 17 overs left in the day. They'll be looking to get it up to about 300 and bowl Somerset out tomorrow. Leach bowls this one. Patterson-White tried to give himself a little bit of room for you. I'm not sure. I'm listening to the studio. I'm not sure if it went straight through to James Rue or hit the pad of Patterson-White. Where are we? 2 balls left in this over.
Leach comes in, nice line to Patterson, and he drives that through the covers. Lovely shot. It's going to get cut off here for 2.
It's easier, isn't it? A nice round nought on the end. 160 for 5. The lead is 243. Just inching up there. This pair have put 34 on.
It's been a nice partnership. It's felt reasonably steady. No risks taken. Leach has looked quite threatening at this end as he comes in. Nice line there. Driven through the offside to point. I thought that had gone through the cover region, but straight to point fielder. And that's the over bowled. Leach 4 overs, 1 for 13, as Nottingham are 161 for 5.
You have to say Nottinghamshire, or they'll be after you. They'll be saying in Newark and Mansfield and Retford and Worksop and all the other places. It's not Nottingham.
It's not Nottingham. Times today, so I do apologise.
You're all right. I'm only pulling your leg.
To any Nottinghamshire.
Phoebe Graham with
all
us.
The Nottinghamshire fans.
Former Nottinghamshire ladies player, county ladies player, county women's player.
2 games on loan.
Say, you were only a girlie at the time, weren't you?
I was, yeah. Just went on loan for a couple of games to Notts as a kid. Try and get some experience when Nathryn Siverbrunt was charging in for Yorkshire and there wasn't any room in the seam attack.
This one's edged and caught, and Liam Patterson-White's gone. Gregory's got a wicket. It's Overton, wasn't able to take a catch on the boundary, but he's taken one in that fourth slip position, and LPW has gone for 12. And it's 161 for 6, and this innings again just moving on, the game moving on quickly. Where are we? We're 25 past 6. I very much doubt we'll still be playing 25 past 6 tomorrow. One way or another, it's going to be done and dusted. Liam Patterson-White caught Overton, bowled by Lewis Gregory. That's his 8th wicket of the match for 12. Was at the crease for half an hour. Faced 21 balls, hit 161 for 6.
Yeah, lovely delivery there from Gregory. Really squared Patterson-White up and just got a really thick edge there to Craig Overton at more of a 5th gully-ish region. And he just almost popped it up into his hands and took the second catch. There's a 6 down. Who does it look like that's coming out to bat now? Brett Hutton.
Yeah, he's had a decent day already. You would say 2 wickets on his tally going into the start of the day, and he very quickly, once he got into the attack, picked up 4 more this morning. Didn't start. Dane Patterson and Stuart Broad opened the bowling. Patterson got a couple of wickets, so Somerset were 4 down before he was introduced this morning, and then he got 4 wickets in succession. First time he's taken 6 in first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire. Does have that 7 for, of course, in one-day cricket against Leicestershire last year, and he's got a career best of 8 for. That was during his days as Northants. Just try and see this one. We've got the light on the screen. Dave, thanks to you and all the team for the live stream today. If Tom can't play next week, will it be another chance for Dane Shardendorf? What do you think? Yeah, it's one of the options. Dane is a wonderful wicketkeeper and a very good batsman. Tom Moores might... well, we don't know about Tom, first of all. Joe Clark's an option with the pads as well, but we'll have to see. It's your end or mine?
It's your end.
As Gregory bowls. Ooh. Brett Hutton, first ball, looked to smash that towards the city centre somewhere, but only hit it along the ground to mid-on.
That was Ollie Robinson sort of stand and deliver shot where no foot movement and the bat swipes across the line of the ball. Doesn't look like he's here for a long time, Hutton. It looks like he's here for a good time.
Gregory, 8 wickets in the contest. Past umpire Milnes bowls and Brett Hutton drives back to him. 2 leading wicket takers then in direct conflict here. Gregory, I beg your pardon, that's 9 he's got, of course, because he got 7 in the first innings.
7 in the first innings, yeah.
So. 7 plus 2, Dave, elementary maths. Told you can't leave me alone with numbers. So he's got 9 and Brett Hutton got 6, and Brett Hutton's had a catch as well.
Does that give him an extra few points,
yeah,
do you think?
Oh yeah.
A few more fantasy points if anyone's playing in the County Championship Fantasy League.
Yeah, it's quite big at the moment, isn't it, this season, as Hutton has a bit of a loose waft, goes through to the keeper. I've not got roped in for that myself. Life's hard enough without getting stressed about that.
I think the Fantasy Premier League football leagues are enough, aren't they? Then you add in the County Championship, and
I don't do that, but I do the Fantasy NFL, the American football.
Oh wow!
I don't know if you
haven't followed a lot of it.
Are remotely interested in that
whatsoever. The basketball.
Oh no, not that at all. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. But with the NFL, bearing in mind the fantasy side of things, every day teams have to put out an injury and illness report, so you know if somebody's going to play at a weekend or not. I mean, with football, and I think to almost the same extent with cricket, you never really know, do you? You don't know. With football, you never really know who's going to play up until an hour before kick-off when the team sheets are exchanged.
No, that's so true. Half an hour before play for cricket.
But with the NFL, you know all week, and they have to honestly say if somebody's going to play or not. Next ball kept out by Brett Hutton, and at the end of Lewis Gregory, his figures are a bit strange, or appear a bit strange, because of course he finished an over that Josh Davey didn't finish. Davey, 20 minutes or so ago, went off injured, having bowled 5 balls of an over. So Lewis Gregory bowled that one ball to finish the over. So his figures are 13.1 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45. And, 7 and 2 is 9. He's got 9 wickets in the match. 161 for 6. Anthony Gibson, very much part and parcel of our commentary team for this match, and always covering Somerset. He'll be with us before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and here's Phoebe Graham.
It's Jack Leach coming on, or staying on, entering his 5th over of the spell.
A lot of love as well for Dane Shadendorf. Charlie saying, I hope Shady gets a chance next week. Thank you, Charlie.
Leach bowls here to Mullaney. Good line, and backs away, swafts at the ball, misses it.
With Leach bowling as well, Somerset's over rate is now back to 0, I note, on the board.
Yeah, we've definitely rattled through these overs with Leach coming in. Bowls another nice line, and it's defended here into mid-wicket. They are trying to get through them quickly. It's also creating a bit of momentum on Somerset's behalf. Just got 1 slip in place, and quite a regulation field. Backward point out, mid-off out. He bowls that through, just missing top of off. Big leave there from Mullaney.
A tidy bit of glove work as well from James Rew, if he did indeed whip a bail off, as I think he did. Good keeper.
Leach bowls a really nice line again. Challenging Mullaney every ball of this over. 2 balls remain. Mid-off is up in the ring, and mid-on is about out 3/4 of the way. As Leach comes in, bowls a nice line front foot defence again from Mullaney. Just trying to get that little tickle on the outside edge there as he bowls a real straight middle stump line. Leach comes in, bowls that nice line again, front foot defensive. Mullaney over bowled, no runs scored. Leach had bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13.
Yes, his 1 wicket was a caught and bowled. Ball drilled back to the England spinner by Lyndon James, who made 32. The top scorer in this innings so far, Seba Mead, 34. Lyndon, as I say, made 32. 24, Ben Slater. Stephen Mullaney's 25, not out. 15 from Ben Duckett. 12 from Liam Patterson-White. Joe Clark made 7, if somebody had missed. Here comes Lewis Gregory, 9 for the match. Bowls to Brett Hutton. Close as you can get to kissing the outside edge and getting that 10th wicket, which it's a nice one to have, isn't it? It's a nice little feather in your cap to rack up a 10-wicket haul.
Absolutely, and he's bowled really well today as Gregory. Just nibbled away at that off-stump line, 4th stump, and got a lot of movement, still causing the batters problems at this stage of the game.
There it comes, past umpire Milnes. Bowls to Brett Hutton, who's going to get off the mark with a shot that's skewed off the outside edge down to 3rd man. Dixon's after it. They've run 2, they'll settle for 2. And his last wicket, of course, might just be seen as a little bit of a bonus for Somerset and for Lewis Gregory, because probably he wouldn't be bowling, because Josh Davey was in the middle of a nice spell from the pavilion end. They just brought Jack Leach on from this end, so Lewis Gregory might not have been bowling, but he took over when Davey had to go off injured and managed to get rid of Liam Patterson-White for that 9th wicket of the match. 163 for 6. Floodlights are on, but not needed really, as Brett Hutton tries to heave this one away into the next county down the leg side, gets nothing on it, and again tidy glove work by the keeper.
Yeah, lovely take there from Somerset's keeper. I think Kanga. Hutton has definitely been briefed. If it's in your arc, let loose. It's a couple that he's played a full stretch wafter, and they've just put square leg just in front on the boundary, knowing that that is his tact and a way to get Hutton out here today.
If he hits it, he wants to be about 30 yards the other side of the stand, let alone out on the fence. This one's just pushed up to mid-off. It's not the biggest of boundaries in truth. All around Trent Bridge do have some high-scoring matches here, and some high-scoring T20 and List A matches.
It's the legendary Johnny Bairstow innings last summer, where he just blazed so many into that stand, the Fox Road stand.
163 for 6 as Gregory comes in and Hutton plays and misses. I just think it's just a nice size. Some people do go on about, oh, it's just a postage stamp Trent Bridge, it's too small, but I don't see it myself, and the spectators certainly feel they're involved. It's just a nice viewing experience, really. Some grounds are absolutely massive, and you can be a long way away from the boundary rope and just feel like you're sort of not part of it. But
well, in the Bazball era, when you're taking the short ball on, then the crowd is in play.
Next ball, and again Brett Hutton's missed it. There's not been an awful lot of contact in that over from Brett Hutton. End of another tidy over from Lewis Gregory. Again, the lopsided figures: 14.1 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 47. Rach has been in touch. I've ducked out of Trent Bridge again early today, Dave. Once more, meandering through the woods with the dog. That's a decent second choice, but I'm listening into the commentary. Best wishes. Thank you, Rachel. Got a doggy now, Rach. She's one of our regulars, but she's taken on a dog since last season, and understandably it's a commitment. She can't sit here supping a glass of refreshment all day long anymore. She's got to get back for the doggy.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful day out here. Best part of the evening at Trent Bridge. The sun is shining. Abel and Leach are just having a quick chat before he bowls to Mulaney. It looks like he's coming round the wicket.
Over, left-handed.
Over the wicket.
Because he's just asked Brett Hutton just to shift. Get over there, out of the way. There's lots of smiles, as you can see, those of you watching the live stream. And there's lots of pointing and theory here. Somerset have got a plan for the not skipper.
They do indeed. It looks like they're putting a short leg in place, and they've got first slip. It looks like someone's going to deep square. Mid off is about 3/4 of the way back.
They just want that rough to help them again. The rough that he kept finding when Ben Slater, the left-hander, was on the strike. He just hopes that Mulaney won't be able to get a clean connection if he looks to go big. What have we got? We've got 5 on the leg side, haven't we? Yeah.
He's probably going to bowl a bit more of a leg stump line, which will take LBW out, but brings into play square leg if he sweeps, short 45, short leg. They've got mid wicket, mid off, mid on, slip, and then point, cover, and mid off.
Shadows are long now, aren't they, around the players?
Floodlights are still on, even though the sun is shining this evening. As Leach comes round the wicket to Mulaney, bowls that leg stump line and driven through cover. As Craig Overton runs back, picks the ball up, wiggles over his ankle, looks a little disheartened again as he throws the ball in back to Leach.
Might need to be a rethinking of the plans. They got them all there specifically for Stephen Mulaney, and then just a little push and run first ball.
Looks like they're going to keep to the same plan for Hutton. Whether that plays into his arc, as he is looking to be that little bit more attackive with only 13.5 overs left in the day. Leg stump line, front foot defence, straight into cover's hands. Leach takes the ball again. They're really looking at their angles in terms of whether Hutton sweeps and attacks this on the leg side. Leach comes in, bowls that leg stump line and chops that through 45 region This deep square, runs up and throws that into the keeper.
Andrew's been in touch, another of our regulars from the Kingdom of Newark. Good afternoon, Andrew. Also had to get back to my dog today, Dave. He's posed another question here, I'll come to in a second.
Leach comes in, bowls a nice line, goes through the stumps. Just misses. Don't know if that clips through to Cola Cadmore. Have to see that on replay to know exactly what happened there, but I thought I was going to be calling a wicket then.
They were a little bit animated. Haven't you called one
I
yet?
think I did.
Oh.
No, I haven't. Not yet. I think I nearly did then. Leach comes in, bowls again. Good line, no shot played. Hits the pad of Mullaney. Fourth delivery here from Leach of the over as he comes in, bowls a nice line. Mullaney back foot punches back to Leach. And that is the over from Leach.
Yep, 165 for 6. Yeah, Andrew goes on to ask about next week at Lord's. Dave, will you be commentating on Sky for Middlesex versus Notts? Now, I have seen that this was trailed, Andrew, I might have some bad news for you here, that it was trailed that it would be screened by Sky Sports next week, Middlesex Notts. I think they showed a county championship match last week, didn't they? Lancashire Surrey.
Lancashire Surrey.
At the time, they said they were going to do Middlesex Notts, and I see it is still on a lot of the planners and whatever. But since then, they've been able to renegotiate their IPL contract. So the IPL, I'm afraid, if it's not your thing, is going to be on. And I understand, as Gregory comes in to start a new over, and Hutton one-handed swishes it out into the offside. I understand they're not now covering the Middlesex Notts, but that's not official. That's what I've heard from a mate of a mate of a mate of a mate, but I don't think it's being covered anymore, Andrew. And the other thing on that, yes, I will be there, hopefully, God willing, and I will be commentating, but as always, I'll be commentating for BBC Radio. The live stream, as it was last year at Middlesex, will be done by the Middlesex club themselves. 165 for 6 as Hutton plays a loose one. So just marking your card for Lords next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Heaven knows why you'd want to listen to me, but if you do, I shall be on the BBC Sport website, your audio version, if you like, with other BBC commentators and familiar voices. The live stream will be up, but it will be Middlesex solely, so that's marking your card for next week. But as I understand, don't take it as official, take it, you heard a rumour from Dave, it's not being shown on the TV anymore. Push into the offside, single not taken, straight to the fielder. 165 for 6, Hutton 3, Mullaney 26.
That just means everyone will have to tune in to BBC Radio Nottingham to get all coverage. And that won't be a bad trip out to London for you, will it? St John's Wood. Beautiful area.
You've played there as well, I know. You've played there.
Oh, it's one of my favourite areas of London. Some nice walks in the morning if you want to walk to Hyde Park.
But you have, I don't. But next ball.
I'll give you some coffee recommendations too then.
This was nicely fielded in the cordon by Overton. I'm going to have a bit of culture. I'm going to pop to the theatre on Wednesday evening.
Lovely.
A bit of culture.
What are you going to see?
A bit of musical. What's that? Is that an aeroplane? No, it's a motorbike. Don't know what it's called, but it's the music of the Temptations. It's a
Ain't Too Proud to Beg.
That's it, Ain't Too Proud to Beg. Thank you, Anthony, from the back of the box. There you are, there's a man of good taste. 165.6. Last year when we played Middlesex, I went to see that Drifters Girl, the music of the Drifters, and I enjoyed it so much. I understand this is a similar sort of thing, obviously different story, different cast, etc, etc, not the music of the Drifters, but it's the music of the Temptations.
Oh,
so
lovely.
I'm very much looking forward to that on
that
Wednesday
sounds
evening.
A great evening out.
Those of you that do listen to BBC Radio Nottingham, Nottingham's coverage on Thursday morning. We'll hear me wittering on about that, no doubt, and I'm sure it'll be a lovely evening. Next one's swished away by Hutton for 4 runs as we nearly lose our pictures in here, but I think we've got them on. Yeah, 169 for 6. That's very good of Anthony there, wasn't he? No, he was a.
My era.
I didn't know. Well, me as well. I like all that sort of stuff. The Temptations and the 4 Tops. And
so if you tune in
Drifters,
Thursday
Stylistics.
morning next week, there might be a bit of singing from you then.
No, I
Might
don't
give
think.
the listeners a few songs.
Well,
You can't promise anything, but if there's any time you're going to sing a song, it could be.
I don't think I've ever sung this side of midnight before in my life.
Tune in next week, Thursday, 11 o'clock, BBC Radio Nottingham to hear.
My girl.
And
On
on
you
that
go.
note,
On you go.
Leach coming over the wicket again to Mulaney, just pushing his square leg very far behind. As Leach comes in, bowls a straight line, front foot defences to Mulaney. Bowled a nice spell here, 1 for 15, not giving away anything. Comes in, bowls a nice line swept. Doesn't end up making any contact, does Mulaney, but that's what Leach is trying to do with this plan. Hit them some foot marks around a good length, and they've got a short leg in there with a helmet, 45, deep square, good length, driven to cover, an expanded roll from Craig Overton, who's just popped his sunglasses on as the sun dips here at Trent Bridge. Leach comes in, bowls a lovely line. He's getting some nice spin here, punches back to him. Just 2 balls left of the over. It's a good ball from Leach there, the leg stump line, but because of where he pitched it, no one went up there. And then he's coming back over the wicket, bring the LBWs into play, and they change tack. So mid-wicket comes across to cover. They drop out point, and square leg comes in front. I think they just want to bring all dismissals into play now. The ball is turning, I think, is wasting opportunities really by coming round the wicket. Dot ball to finish.
It's really good from Somerset there, from Tom Abel and from his team, because they're just not letting the day just drift, are they? They're not, not letting it just meander away, and perhaps as a consequence leak 30, 40, 50 runs in the end. Every ball there's a little bit of a chat, and let's move him a yard there, and let's try that or this or whatever. There's lots of theory out there. They're trying to stop the runs, they're trying to dry up the runs, trying to keep in particular Mulaney quiet. I think they feel they can get Brett Hutton out, but they're just making sure Notts don't have a bit of a gallop here and get a quick 40 or 50 towards the end of the day and put themselves in a position where they are 300 in front by the close. That's what they're desperately trying to stop. Here's Lewis Gregory in to bowl, and Brett Hutton, who's not made too much contact with many, gets it away on the leg side for a single, moves on to 8, 170 for 6. Have you enjoyed today?
Yeah, it's been great fun. I've loved it. I think on your point there, it's nice to see Tom Abel asking Leach those questions, because they're the kind of questions that Stokes is constantly asking him for England, and how can you take a wicket. But no, it's been great fun today. Really enjoyed it, and we'll be back tomorrow.
I was going to say we might see you
won't
again
we?
tomorrow. We've not scared you off a second. Here is Gregory in again, looking for his 10th wicket of the match. Bowls to the Notts skipper Stephen Mulaney, who is either getting better deliveries, or as we say, the field settings have been there to contain him, or he's almost resigned himself to buckling down for the night. He's played 1 or 2 big shots, as we've seen, a couple of big sixes, but he's not doing anything too rash or adventurous, is he, Mulaney?
No, he's not. He's playing very much the anchor role, and it felt that Hutton was going to come in and swing from the hip, but he's only 8 from 20 deliveries.
Laney does drive this time, but straight to mid-off. A couple of balls left in the over, and the end of the over, we'll say thank you and goodbye to Phoebe, and Anthony will be back alongside.
Yeah, just 10.3 overs remaining of today. Nottingham have a lead of 253, and I'm sure by the end of this evening session they'll be looking for a lead of 300 as Gregory comes in. Mullaney leaves that wide of off stump, easy leave. No real challenge there for Mullaney.
Yeah, it doesn't look as if Notts are going to declare this evening. I think they're just going to take what runs are available and just see what happens. If they do get bowled out, well, so be it. We assume that Tom Moores isn't going to bat.
Absolutely, they're going at 3.17 at the moment, and they might just crank it up a little for the last 10, go at 4s. Allow themselves 3 sessions to bowl tomorrow, do you think?
Best part of. Best part of. I suppose, I don't know. I think they've probably got enough already, but pitches here do have a history of flattening out as the game has gone on. I don't think this one will, but you never know. And they won't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Fielded Tom Abel. End of that over. 10 overs remain. Thanks, Phoebe Graham.
Thank you very much for having
today.
me.
It's been a great pleasure working with you today. Look forward to tomorrow.
Look forward to seeing you both tomorrow.
That's Phoebe Graham, third voice. So Dave Bracegirdle and I will take you through the final 10 overs, and the way things are looking, we're going to get all of them, with loads of blue sky overhead, shadows lengthening, sun sinking in the west. But I think there will be plenty enough light to get through these last 10 overs.
Yeah, we thought that seemed an awful lot, didn't we? 104 overs, but you're right, I think we're going to get there.
Jack Leach then, going to bowl another over from the Radcliffe Road end. Be his 8th over. He's in and bowls, and Hutton watchfully forward. Brett Hutton, who came in as if he was going to try and hit the cover off the ball, and has rather gone into his shell. Having said that, he'll probably take a big stride down the pitch and look to whack Jack Leach over the mid-wicket boundary. But there is a man out there, so he's got to be careful, and he contents himself with a defensive shot to the 12th man, who is Casey Aldridge, who retreats now to the cover boundary. We've got a short leg and a slip. Leach goes round the wicket to the right-hander.
Where are we? 5 to 7. I presume we're the only game still going on, are we? We'll have a wee look.
Leach in and bowls, and again defensive shot from Hutton. There's no run.
Nope, still going at Northants Middlesex and Durham Worcestershire.
170 for 6 here, the lead 253, and looks like Notts are almost shutting up shop here this evening. So Leach tossing that one up, inviting Brett Hutton to have a go, declining the offer. This is pitched right up and played into the offside, and Craig Overton comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. End of the over, 171 for 6. Brett Hutton will keep the strike, he's on 9. Stephen Mullaney on 26 Leach. 1 for 16 in 8 overs.
Don't know how long left at Northampton, but the home county in a strong position. They bowled Middlesex out for 167. Northampton 20 without loss in their second innings, required just a further 99 to beat Middlesex.
They ought to do that.
And the other game that's going on, Durham are 73 for 2 in their second innings at home to Worcestershire, leading the visitors by 132. Here, Notts are 171 for 6, 9 overs left, so it's going to be a good half an hour. It's going to be 7:30 if we get them all in, and we should do, as Brett Hutton just withdraws the bat inside the line. Clearly it doesn't look as if Tom Moores is going to be able to bat in this innings. Both Liam Patterson-White and Brett Hutton have come in ahead of him. When he went off, sort of feared the worst a little bit. It's one of those with a hand injury. There's no reason why the human body should sort of limp off or walk slowly or gingerly or whatever, but it does. That's what happened, isn't it? It's human nature, and that was Eddie, who's been helped off by the physio and did look in a lot of pain. This is pushed into the offside, and we haven't seen him since, but we wish him well. But we presume he's not going to be able to bat, so if a wicket goes down, well, it might bring another one or another two quickly, because it's Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson, as we saw in the first innings.
Question mark over whether Josh Davey will be able to bat tomorrow, or to what extent he'll be able to bat. It looked like a bad hamstring, certainly a pull. Let's hope it's not a tear, otherwise he'll be out for some long time.
171 for 6. Hutton drives nicely. Probably won't go all the way to the fence, hit it out towards the pavilion. A couple of fielders in hot pursuit, and they're going to settle for 2.
Siddle flicking it back for Tom Abel.
Yes, with Josh Davey. I mean, he's a blow. His batting's a blow, obviously, because he top scored in the first innings. So to lose him would be a blow. But but by the time he's getting ready to come in, they'll have to judge the situation, won't they? It might be a case of only want a handful of runs, and maybe somebody else can get the job done, or maybe they're so far away from victory it's not worth aggravating the injury any further. But we'll have to see. That's 173 for 6, which is what Somerset got in their second innings earlier this morning, and now a boundary as this one just slips down the leg side from Gregory. He's not too many of those, and Hutton just deflected it away for 4. 177 for 6. The lead is 260.
Not sure how far down the leg side that was, judging by Lewis Gregory's hands on head after that found Brett Hutton's inside edge. So I think there would have been a big appeal. Whether it would have been granted is, of course, another matter entirely.
Just a sudden burst of runs, a 2 and a 4 from consecutive deliveries. Just keeps it moving on for Notts. Lead by 260. Next ball, Hutton late down on it, goes under the bat and through to James Root.
That's Lewis Gregory Yorker, of which we haven't seen a huge amount. I don't know to what extent he's happy bowling it with his back condition. Annie Shave on Twitter responding to the news of Josh Davey, just saying "oh no" with 4 exclamation marks. Annie, who was our third voice down at Taunton for the match Somerset against Warwickshire last week.
Next ball sees Hutton trying to heave it out towards the Fox Road stand, doesn't get anything on it.
Goodness knows how many times Lewis Gregory has passed Brett Hutton's outside edge without any luck at all. He's bowled really well, Gregory, in this second innings, just as he did. I think he's bowled even better actually in the second innings than he did in the first innings.
Yep.
Wouldn't think so from looking at his figures, but he's been right on the money. So 8 overs remain.
It's often difficult to repeat it in the same game, isn't it?
Yeah.
History will tell you there's not been that many bowlers down the years that have taken 5, 6 and 7 wicket hauls in both innings. Does happen occasionally, of course, but not all that often, apart from the very, very, very best, your Morleys and your Ashwins and what have you, your Warnes.
Well, he bowled 18.5 overs, 18.5 overs in the first innings. He's bowled 17.1, so he's bowled 36 overs in the match, Lewis Gregory, and that will be very reassuring to a lot of Somerset followers who are worried about how fit he would be to bowl long spells. Leach bowls and beats Mullaney on the outside edge.
Yeah, he's bowled 36 overs in a ball, because of course he's got that statistical anomaly, 0.1 after his 17 in the overs column. Finished a Josh Davey over.
Leach to Mullaney, who pads up to a ball pitched outside his leg stump. Leach aiming for the rough outside right-hander's leg stump, bowler's footmarks. Never be quite sure how the ball's going to react out of areas like that. So even though it may be outside the pitch, outside the leg stump, which will take LBW out of the equation. And we're going to have Cameron Bancroft coming from short leg to second slip. Pretty close in at second slip as well. Marcus Trescothick-esque. This is Mullaney coming down the pitch to a ball outside leg stump.
Thought there might be a late push from Notts at the back end of the day, but it seems the other way round. It almost seems as if they'd be happy to walk off now and then have a little dart the first half an hour tomorrow morning.
Reach to Mullaney, again outside leg stump padded away. Marcus Trescothick, of course, would occasionally field to Jack Leach under these sorts of circumstances on his knees.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I saw the Australian, was it Renshaw? He did it as well when he played against Notts for Somerset.
That's it. Leach tosses this one up again outside leg stump, and again taken on the pad by Stephen Mullaney. Leach looking for something unexpected out of the bowler's footmarks with those two slips. This is again and not taken cleanly, and it's given as a wide, and quite right too. I wouldn't say it's negative bowling because there is that rough, but he'd do better to concentrate on bowling an off stump line. 178 for 6, and this is again down the leg side, and again just padded away by Stephen Mullaney. And Mike Burns has a word with Jack Leach, not to admonish him for bowling wide outside the leg stump, no doubt just interested in why he's adopting that tactic. 7 overs remain, 178 for 6, and the lead is 261. And I've done that through the mental arithmetic.
Yeah,
it wasn't actually on the board.
I was just having a little look there, and I was trying to refresh myself by actually looking up the scorecard, and I still can't remember who it was. We, as in Notts, finished in 3 days last week, beaten at Hampshire, went home, and on the Sunday I had a little look at Sussex Durham, and I can't see who it would have been. Obviously a spin. It might have been Kuhneman, the Australian who's playing for Durham, but the reason I was looking and I was reminded of it is what Anthony said in that over, 178 for 6. This is forced into the offside, nicely fielded in the covers. Who's that made the stop? Good stop by Tom Lammonby indeed, preventing that going for 4. But yeah, whoever it was, and it might have been Kuhneman, apologies if it wasn't. Yeah, he bowled a couple down the leg side, and then straight away the umpire started widening him, and the commentators were saying, it wouldn't necessarily or normally be called as a wide, a ball that's just slipping past the pads by the spinner down the leg side, but it was almost 1 day rules he was implementing on his own. The umpire, 178 for 6.
I think it depends whether the bowler is deliberately employing negative tactics, which I think the umpires are perfectly entitled to penalise, as it were. If it's just the odd ball that slips down the leg side, well, fair enough. But if it's a very conscious decision to bowl consistently outside the leg stump, I think the umpires should do their best to deter it.
Houghton's on 15. This is Played back to Peter Siddle. Hutton 15 out of a partnership of 17, and that I think reflects more on Stephen Mullaney than it does Brett Hutton. Mullaney hit 2 sixes and just looked as if he was right. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a swashbuckling quick 40, 50, 60. But then he's gone completely the other way, and I think it was a combination of good field settings, good bowling, and perhaps a change in attitude from Mullaney. Hutton's pulled this out onto the leg side. There's protection out there, be just a single. 179 for 6, the lead to 262.
Jack Leach at the ground, not quite completely in shade. There's a band of sunbathed outfield stretching across the ground from backward point to deep mid-wicket, but shadows at either end.
Siddle bowls and Mullaney nudges it up to mid-off. Just a 51-year-old, one of the clumsiest handles, but one of my regulars says, Dave, it's still showing on the planner as being Middlesex versus Notts, televised live by Sky next week. Yeah, I know it is, and it may well be. I have just heard from a friend of a friend of a friend, posed 1 or 2 questions obviously about working down there from Thursday, and I'm told that Sky aren't now doing it. This is eased into the offside, 179 for 6, but that is not the official version, and they may well be, but I'm just telling you what I've heard.
Well, it's a shame if they're not doing it, because the more coverage County Championship cricket gets, the better for everyone, and indeed the better for the game of cricket, a lot of people would say.
So we'll have to see, but either way, I'm sure we'll be able to get access to the live stream, the pictures of it. You'll be able to get, if you wish, the audio versus the via the BBC Sport website and app with yours truly.
Well, having been so concerned about Josh Davey and his hamstring, he's out there now, fielding at mid-on. Very strange. This is driven back to Jack Leach by Brett Hutton, and he doesn't appear to be in any discomfort. He's just feeling the back of his right thigh. But this is comes off a thick edge down to short fine legs, a shy at the stumps, and Jack Leach doesn't manage to field it, to take it cleanly at the stumps, but well backed up.
You wonder why, really, so close to the end of the day. Wouldn't have thought he's going to bowl this evening. Wouldn't make too much of a difference to his batting position.
Leach is in and bowls, and this is turned towards Josh Davey, who moves slightly awkwardly to his right. But not in any obvious, and in fact he's rubbing the ball vigorously now on his right hamstring. I'm
not sure if the time off the field counts for tomorrow morning. I didn't think it did.
I don't know. 181 for 6, Leach to Hutton, and goes past the outside edge and into Tom Kohler-Cadmore's hands at first slip. Some sharp turn and bounce, but no outside edge. Cameron Bancroft moves from second slip to silly point, or silly mid-off really. Leach to Hutton, he lays back and cuts, but Lammonby's out there waiting for it on the cover boundary, so it's just a single. This game is rather, this day's play,
we've meandered, haven't we?
We've coming to a meandering conclusion.
We've almost come to a full stop. This partnership 21 from 71. What's that? 11, nearly 12 overs, isn't it? 71 balls.
Leach bowls to Mullaney, and persisting with this leg stump line to Mullaney, he was bowling more off stump to Brett Hutton and looked more dangerous for it. But it's another over ticks by. 5 remain, 182 for 6. The lead now 265.
Yeah, that is 12 overs this pair have been together, and they've added 21. So you can certainly see from those figures that the brakes are on. Let's get through to the close, and if there's an opportunity to get a run or two, we'll take them, but if not, let's make sure we don't get out and just find ourselves bowled out for under a 300 run lead. Here's Siddle. Bowls to Brett Hutton. They'll take a single here. Run sharply there. They called each other quickly and ran quickly, but there was always a comfortable single. 183 for 6. Hutton on to 19. He's had a very good day indeed. Stephen Mullaney on 27. A reminder, those of you watching the live stream, should you want to get reaction first hand, just continue looking at the pictures, just leave it on, and just as soon as they can, the media team will be down there on the boundary edge and grab one or two of the participants to interview. Next ball is another push and run, this time by Mullaney into the offside. Overton Fields, but they're comfortably home for another one. So if you want to listen, somebody will be on the boundary edge. You'd suggest Brett Hutton would be the star of the day, but I guess he'll be the first one to put his feet up. He's had a long old bowl and ends the day with an hour or so under the helmet. So we'll see who it is. There's Peter Siddle bowling again to Brett Hutton, beaten outside the off peg. It's true to the keeper. .184 for 6. I think I was here before 9 this morning, or just round about 9 o'clock. Not complaining at all, but what's that, 10 hours, 10 and a quarter hours?
Yes, you were, because you tweeted a photograph of the ground just around about 9 o'clock.
It's a bit gloomy then. 184 for 6, this off the outside edge, fielded on the bounce by Overton.
He's had a rough day, Craig Overton, isn't he?
He's down on the ground, he might want to stay down there and bring me a drink. Helped up by James Root. 184 for 6, one ball left in the 60th over, so Notts are going along at just under 3 and over for the innings, whereas I think if they'd had somebody set and really looking to take the fight to Somerset to build that lead up quickly, they'd be going at more than 4 and over. Here's Siddle. And Hutton will pull this one away, but again he's managed to pick out the fielder and they only get a single, but Hutton will go to 20 and it's 185 for 6. He'll keep strike. Siddle, in fact there's one ball left, I beg your pardon. Siddle's
the fielder being
the
Josh Davey, who's made that miraculous recovery. In fact, he's turning his arm over.
I wish he'd stop moving about. 185 for 6. Notts made 256 on the first day, having been put in. Somerset out for 173. Now Notts 185 for 6 as Siddle to Mullaney. Just doesn't want to get out to his mate second time in the match because Siddle pinned him LBW in the first innings. End of the over with a defensive push, and it's 185 for 6. Notts lead.
Must have been cramped, mustn't it?
Yeah. Notts lead by 268. Yes, he obviously would have been reassured by the physio.
Yeah. Just a twinge, and Davey feared the worst and went hobbling off, looking as if he was in considerable pain, but he's shaken it off and he's back out on the field and will be fit to bowl if he's allowed to tomorrow morning.
Some lovely views, Anthony, on the live stream at the moment round the ground. So a big thanks today to Anu, Spence and Stan. Stan's on debut today. Well done, Stan, for all the pictures you've brought, and of course to Kirsty and Aaron, just keeping us on the straight and narrow in the production room.
Craig Overton being given a last couple of overs. It's not the best of days, Craig Overton.
He was laid down on the ground a minute ago. I wonder if how they got him up. I'm staying down here. Well, will he have a bowl then? Will he get up and have a bowl? All right then. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39 for the big man.
Almost. I don't know whether there was technically a chance that he put down off the first ball that Lyndon James received. It was. I think it reached him on the half volley. but he'll be disappointed not to have taken that. And
either way, it was an anxious moment for Lyndon, because that would have been a king pair.
And he's fallen over in mid-pitch. He's had all sorts of trouble with the footholds. Almost caught Mulaney on the boundary. Ball went for 6. Overton's bowl short, and Brett Hutton makes rather a mess of that, looking to swing that away through the onside.
Mark the Mod's been in touch. How's the building of your retirement penthouse going, Dave? Away to our... I've got to be honest, I don't think they've done a single thing since this game's been on. It's still all in the sheeting. There's lots of scaffolding there. I've no idea, Mark, but crikey, I won't. They don't want the likes of me over there. I certainly wouldn't be able to afford a nice view into the ground, but it's blocked out our view of the Loughborough Road, certainly.
Overton in a bowls, and this is just short of Bancroft at second slip. Off the outside edge of Hutton, no, off the glove of Hutton. He's taken his glove off and is just shaking his right hand, and that obviously accounted for the fact that it didn't carry to Cameron Bancroft.
Well, he's just clearly see there on the stream. He's just bent and flexed his thumb, so that's clearly where it came off. He'll be. I think he's okay. He'll be good to go, but. That's one way of ruining Nottinghamshire's bowling attack, isn't it? By taking them out whilst they've got bat in hand. Yep. Stephen Mulaney has a word with umpire Burns. I think they'll all be just about ready to get back to the dressing room. And,
I think they will. It's getting a bit chilly now as well. Craig Overton into bowl to Hutton. Hutton plays this down the ground, and it's... I was going to say well fielded by Jack Leach. It wasn't fielded cleanly, but
I thought it was going to carry to him, actually.
Didn't quite carry to Leach. Was in the air for some time. Got no flight paths overhead, have we? So
generally they do. No, you're right. You're right. I've not seen any aeroplanes.
The app to to find out where they're going to and from, as this is defended into the offside. Martin Emerson would be.
Oh yeah.
That's a loss. Yeah. If he didn't have all those flight paths.
It's the 4:32 from Frankfurt to Reykjavik, crossing over Nottingham right now, and they're having scampi and chips on board for their lunch.
185 for 6 as this day's play drifts towards its conclusions. Conclusion singular, as Hutton is back on his stumps defending that one from Craig Overton. I don't think I've done a longer day's county championship cricket. It's taken a very long time for them to bowl what would it be, 102 overs, won't it? Losing 2 for the change of innings, and this is all it didn't almost go back on the stumps. Hutton again got into a bit of a tangle, looking to swing that away into the leg side, and the ball just dropped down on the onside. It's the end of that Craig Overton over. He has figures of 1 for 39. That was a maiden, his second, and he's bowled 11 overs.
Yeah, I've been very grateful to have some absolutely superb assistance today with
from Phoebe,
from Phoebe Graham joining us. Thanks to everybody who's sent in congratulatory messages to Phoebe. She'll be back with us tomorrow morning. Anthony and myself just seeing out the day with 3 overs left. Siddle to bowl to Mulaney. Comes in from the pavilion end and struck him on the pad and asking for the second time in the match. Siddle wants Mulaney LBW. This one's turned down. I tell you what, the shadows, I mean the sky looks fine, doesn't it, but the shadows around the players and the umpires looking out there are really, really strong. We always say when the artificial light takes over from the natural light, they generally take them off. Well, I don't think I've seen stronger shadows.
Yeah, they've all got their personal stars, haven't
they? But the sky looks blue above. There's Siddle, 17 balls left. In again to Mulaney, who pushes into the offside. No run. Must be Lammen because he's left-handed.
Yep.
Shy at the non-striker's end. Brett Hutton had come down a pace or two and goes back. Stephen Mullaney apologises because I think he did call him initially, and he's just saying, sorry mate, or words to that effect. 185 for 6. Next one sees Mullaney get it to the left of Lammonby. He'll take a run.
I wonder if they will take them off after this over. I don't know. Well, the crowd, I was going to say, have had their money's worth, but of course all they've had is an extra 8 overs. It's just taken them, seems to have taken an age.
Well, you never really know, do you? You know, we'll sort of plan to come on Saturday. You don't know what the weather's going to be, how much cricket there'll be, etc., etc. This one's dug out because a lot of them will be members. They'll have paid up front during the course of the winter. But those that have been here all day deserve a badge. I hope they've enjoyed the day as much as I have.
It's been a good day's cricket, hasn't it?
Had 14 wickets. We've only had 1 half century, and it's Josh Davey. As I said, when he got it, you'd have had probably long odds on that, but they've seen Brett Hutton turn a 2-wicket haul into a 6-foot, and some pretty decent cricket. As Siddle bowls and Hutton mistimes this up to mid-off. 1 ball left in this over, and then 2 more overs remain. And then Somerset can pile on their luxury coach and head off to the hotel, and I'm sure they can put their feet up and rest for the evening ahead of what will be a big day tomorrow. There'll be a time when they know what their target is. They'll have a run chase, and likewise Nottinghamshire's bowlers will hope that the likes of Broad and Patterson and Co, rested up, can go for nuts. This one just pushed away by Hutton. Siddle through 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 26. He might have another over to bowl because there's 2 left, and Notts 186 for 6. Lead by, what does that say, 269? Yes.
Yeah, 269. So Craig Overton hands his sweater rather to umpire Burns. Tom Abel has a chat with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's got the helmet, which he's going to put behind. Well, there are 2 helmets, in fact, behind James Rue, and the penultimate over of this extended day's play is getting underway as Overton is into Mullaney, taking on the pad, and looked to me to be going down, and possibly some bat involved as well. They will score, they will take a run. There's no bat, there's a leg by, but an optimistic appeal. 187 for 6.
We are the only game that's going on now. Everywhere else has finished. I think.
Oh, they're going to go and talk about the light.
I think it's the longest first session of a county championship match I've ever sat through, starting at 11 and not going off for lunch till 1:45. Obviously we get that in 50 over cricket, a long one before the interval. Yeah, the Bales are going to call it. Well,
they've got their light meters out.
Checking the light meters, crikey. That's going to be it, I think.
Yeah,
at 187 for 6. They're chatting. 1.5 overs remain in the day, 11 balls, and the Bales are off, and then we're done. We are done at 187 for 6. Brett Hutton is 20 not out. Stephen Mullaney is 29 not out. In a way, it's a shame we didn't get it all in, but at 7:18 we say bye-bye to the players.
7:23 on the Batman scoreboard.
Oh, of course it is, you idiot. You idiot. Sorry, not you, Anthony, me. Yeah, 7:23. I'm looking at my watch upside down. 7:23. Normally, folks will run all the way through the scorecard and all the rest of it, but I'm sure you've heard it 25 times today, and probably sick of the sound of my voice. I know he won't be Anthony's, but he's ready to gargle something refreshing as well, I'm sure. 187 for 6. The lead is 270. In 140 characters or less, Anthony, your thoughts on where we are at the end of day 3?
Well, Nottinghamshire still well ahead, but I think Somerset have come back well since about an hour before lunch. First of all, with the bat, with those two, the 9th and 10th wicket partnerships. Josh Davey leading the way, batting really sensibly and scoring 60 to first of all eliminate the threat of the follow-on, and then get Somerset within reasonable distance of Northants' first innings, 256.
Notts, don't call it Northants.
Notts, it's been a long day.
You Gloucestershire lads.
Nottinghamshire's first innings of 256, and they bowled pretty well, Somerset, this afternoon to pick up those wickets, 6 wickets. But it's Somerset win is not out of the question, but they're going to have to bat an awful lot better tomorrow than they did in the first hour and a half this morning.
Thanks very, very much for a long old stint. Thanks to Phoebe as well, if she's got her earpiece in. We'll see her again first thing in the morning. Hopefully we'll see you again in the morning. Hope you've enjoyed what we've tried to present to you today. Again, sincere thanks to our camera crew out there through a very, very long day, and to Kirsty and Aaron in the production room. Those of you watching the live stream, if you want to hear some reaction in the next few minutes, just bear with them whilst they get somebody out of the dressing room, or a player or two maybe already down there to chat to. You will get the first reaction here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset, and there on the live stream, brought to you by the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. From Phoebe Graham, Anthony Gibson, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, thanks for your company today. Enjoy your Saturday night, and we'll speak to you again at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good night from us all.
Brett, well bowled after a frustrating day of rain yesterday. That's a perfect way to respond. What's your assessment of that day?
Yeah, no, really pleased with it. Good day for us as a whole. Put ourselves in a good position that, to push on and hopefully win the game.
And when you rock up in early April and there's a bit of green on the pitch and there's overheads, is it a case of just putting the ball in the right place, or is it a bit more complicated than that? Bowling always tends to go back to the basics of areas and things like that, and we did that for as long as we could, and I think the two that bowled before me set the tone really and created all the pressure that I just, it was my day. I reaped the rewards of what was a really strong unit's effort. Yeah, is it possible to do what you do, getting 6 wickets, getting the plaudits without the likes of Dane and Stewart and London bowling as well as they did as well today?
No, I don't think it is. It's too hard in cricket to just have one man do really well and others not back him up. It's the cliches of everyone bowls in partnerships, bats in partnerships, but it's right. Without the pressure from both ends, batters start to feel comfortable, and then the good ball doesn't seem quite as good.
And was there a sort of spell where it felt like it started to click from you? Obviously the ball started moving quite a lot, and 3 wickets in 7 balls, that felt like you had the ball on a string.
Yeah, obviously I was happy with it, but a bit of just one of those things. New batters, it's always hard, and every morning we always talk about the first few balls of batters is always the hardest thing, and like I say, you just try and put it in the same sort of area or whatever, and just hope that they miss it or that the ball does something that they can't deal with.
And from a batting perspective, we're used to seeing high run rates from Nottinghamshire here, but I suppose it was a different style of innings actually. Sort of had to soak some pressure up and then decide when to counter. Were you impressed with the way that the likes of Ben Slater and Lyndon and Mo and yourself even went about that?
Yeah, obviously it's not been the the flat pitch that people think it could be or whatever, but you have to find your way of doing it, and yes, our way is normally a lot more positive, but you have to give them some credit as well. They strung some really good overs together and created some good pressure that our lads soaked up, and then it's that ability to still be positive when you get that chance, which I thought we did really well when we were given the opportunity.
And when you come back tomorrow, is it a case of looking how many runs you want, or is it a time that you need to bowl them out?
I don't know, that's above my pay grade. I think I'll just bat as long as I get told to, hopefully, and whatever we feel we need to bowl them out, whatever we do, and we'll go for the win, whatever comes from the powers above.
Perfect, thanks Brett.
No worries, cheers.